feeling like I'm Akademiks. Can't ride away.
This is gonna be big. We might even have to start broadcasting on X. To me, this is bigger than the Diddy trial. Diddy's a fucking porn star and a freak. He's kind of like a gay body man. Like, we didn't really care that much about it. To me, this trial is bigger than that Diddy shit to me. Okay? Smirk, an artist I've covered for so long, facing life in prison over several charges. Murder for hire, conspiracy, stalking. It's all bad. Obviously I try to catch you guys up to speed. And by the way, welcome everybody else who's joining in from the Academy and King Akademiks. Trying to catch you guys up to speed. We're going to get some updates. It's around noon in LA at this point, which means I kind of intentionally started because we weren't going to get updates before the trial or going into the courtroom in the morning. Apparently there's been some couple developments, nothing too crazy. Apparently there is opening statements being dished out. I'll give you the lowdown because we got to catch up to speed. And, at times when, if you guys never watch me cover a trial, just watch the master at work. We're always going to do it right. And trust and believe at some point, my ass is going to be in LA. Don't you worry about it. Okay, I know we're starting the trial today here, but at some point we will be in LA. Keep me locked in for the next 3 to 4 weeks. I think this trial is scheduled to be ended around the week of the 14th. So that's about 3 weeks. So I hope you guys could, lock in with me Monday to Friday. That's what we intend to do to cover this case through and through. Just a few opening things for me. I love Durk. Durk's one of my favorite artists. I don't want to see Durk get convicted of something that I hope he didn't do. And also, I just like Durk. Also, I have to cover this case. Why is that happening again? I know how to turn it off, I think. You guys going to have to understand and forgive me a bit because okay, what's happening? Give me a second. I can't even see it. Like, where's that even coming from? That's my alerts from Streamlabs. Give me 1 second. I'm going to log in and turn it off. It's probably from King Akademiks, most likely. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that's not, because I know you guys are going to troll me the whole day. Give me 1 second. Just want to make sure all my alerts are set to 0 in terms of volume. Where's the volume thing for this? Sound volume, 0. Okay, save. Oh, let me just go to global settings. I think I could turn all the sound volume off. Yeah, we cannot be even, I don't have TTS on, but TTS is off. Yeah, I don't want to hear no sounds. Okay, apply to all alerts. And then let me go to, I gotta go to my other thing now. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm trying not to get trolled the entire stream. So let me just fix this shit immediately. And how do we get to the Academy? The Academy is under here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, how do I fucking... My bad, chat. I'm gonna try to make sure we get a good streaming experience because I think people are gonna be trolling with the I don't know what I hit that made it. alerts, and should be global settings. Yeah. Image, sound volume 0. Yeah. All good. I think we should be good now. Apply in general settings as long as the audio is off. Cool. Let me do a test. Oh, yeah, the alerts is on, but the thing was on. My bad, chat. I apologize. Is it this? No, it's the Academy alert right here. I'm doing a test. So if you guys do donate or super chat, okay, it'll pop up. Okay, so it'll pop up, just no noise. Like that noise fucks me up, bro. So if you guys are doing whatever donations, I want you to get recognition. You will be on the screen, but audio wise, if I hear everything that comes through. Okay, sorry. All right, let me get back to exactly what we were doing. So I just want to tell y'all in advance of us covering this case and this trial, we were trying to be fair, okay? I want to let everybody know. I know, even though I don't believe the war in Chirac is the biggest thing I've ever done in my career, it is definitely one of the most important things, 100%. I know. I can't cover this trial being a Durk defense squad. Also, for anyone who has the opinion, whether it's me, Traplo, Ross, or anyone else, to say, oh, what y'all are doing is some police shit. The police already did their shit. The police, everything we're getting info from now is not even from the streets. The streets usually tell us and snitch and self-snitch. The police already did their work. What all we're doing is reading, listening, and reporting. Okay? So I want everyone to know there is no new info. Obviously, there's some folklore stories in relation to the case that will be conveyed. But the majority of what you're hearing is going to be what the police already allege. Whether they have charged those crimes or not, they have a whole theory about what they claim Durk was or Durk did. Again, when we repeat, or when I repeat, let me speak directly to myself. When I directly repeat what's being alleged, please don't think that I switched up on Durk. Another thing, as much as I love Durk, shout out to Duty Low, shout out to DJ Bands. DJ Bands hit me yesterday. Bands, I'm gonna hit you back. I'm not OTF. And I'm also just not a defense lawyer for them, okay? So I'm going to try to be as fair as possible. I want to be as optimistic as possible. Yes, I'm a huge Durk fan. I don't want to see him go to jail. By the way, this is unprecedented territory. We've seen rappers get convicted and sent to jail for murders or, whatever. We saw what happened with TK. I can't tell the last rapper who went to jail for life or something like that. Durk is clearly the biggest rapper who's facing life. And make no mistake about it, Thug beat his case, or we call it beat his case, but he took a plea. That case was bullshit. It was out of Fulton County. Youngboy was facing a couple gun charges, but he was never facing life. 6ix9ine was facing potentially what would amount to be life, 40 years, but he cooperated. This is the first time we're going to see all the resources, all the love, all the popularity that Durk has. And with all due respect to YNW Melly, he's never been convicted. Even now, he got a mistrial in the first case. This is the first time we could see a rapper in his prime, arguably top 10 rapper in the game, potentially go down and get sentenced to life in prison. Make no mistake about it. If Durk gets found guilty of murder for hire, there is no other wiggle room other than life imprisonment. It's a done deal. It's a life or death situation. The government did not elect for the death penalty here, and that's not going to be on the table, so it's just automatic life that Durk would face if he got convicted for that. He has another trial that's pending. Again, I say all this before we get into the weeds of all this stuff. You're going to hear a lot of things. And I want to remind you guys, just like how we covered the Tory trial and other things, despite my disposition, I like, and I'll tell you my biases, I like Durk. And whether I'm saying something that you might think is not for Durk, it's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove. We're in court now. Okay, it's not about a YouTube video. It's not about a YouTuber. It's not about what you know. It's about what you could prove. It's not about what you see on Reddit, Trap Lil Ross, me, Trenches News, King Yellow, or whoever you watch when you're tuned into Chicago. It's about what you could prove. So right now it's put up or shut up time, and I hope I could do the best service of giving you guys all the pertinent details of what's in the case. This particular trial is a federal trial. It's happening in LA. Federal trials are not broadcasted anywhere. There's no cameras in federal court. Never has been, never will be. Okay, so this is not like the Keefe D trial. It's not like the ASAP Rocky trial. This is not like, even though there was no cameras in the Tory trial, it's explicitly illegal. And from what I've been told, when you walk into court, they do it like they do these comedy shows now. You got to put your phone in a pouch. It is locked, and you only could unlock that pouch with your phone. You keep the pouch. You can only unlock it when you're walking out of court. Maybe certain outlets could live tweet within the courtroom, but no one could film. No one could audio record, and there could be no pictures taken. Everyone who is going to be going to court has to respect these things. And here's the thing, even though I'm going to, I plan to show up at some point, even I have to move a little bit different than I moved in the Diddy trial, because I was never going to the Diddy trial. So the Diddy trial was never going there, but they would have probably tried to sanction me because I was calling people their real names instead of Jane Doe. So you have to adhere, if you're going to court, by these rules that the court is enforcing. Whether it's like, if for whatever example, I don't think they're going to be, even though it's protected witness, I think they're kind of going to be liberal to some point with saying OTF Jam's name or OTF Vonnie. Before, in like a federal case I was with Diddy, Daphne Joy is never named. She's Jane Doe. And if you reported outside even of court and called her Daphne Joy, they would take your pass away from being in court. So I'm going to try to play it safe a little bit, with the expectation that I'll probably want to be in court at some point. But we're not going to let that compromise how we cover the case, okay? All right. I think that's about it. They went through the jury selection. Jury selection was a doozy. I'll give you a quick update on how that went. By the way, we have videos of people who are there. There's so many great journalists. And I do want to make this point. As last week I started out like my stream and everyone was talking about, I calls out journalists. Yeah, I called out these old antiquated people who are in media who get the journalist title. Let me tell you this, whether it's Armand Wiggins, whether it's to me even Milagro Cooper, whether it's Trap Lil Ross, whether it's any of these independent journalists who go to LA and they're going to sit there through the trial, they're taking notes on the breaks, and by the way, even Attorney Jasmine, even though apparently she's an attorney, you guys are the journalists that I commend. And again, obviously this is only one scope of hip-hop. Hip-hop dealing with, crime is only one scope. But I want to give you guys all the credit. You guys are amazing, to me, journalists, okay? You guys are the eyes and ears of people that can't be there in the positions that people want to know about. That's what, to me, journalism is. While everyone last week was hung up on this idea of, Act calls out the journalists, no one actually, I really want to reroute that discussion on people who's doing the work. I constantly said, do the work. So Trap Lil Ross, shout out to you. Who else is there? There's a bunch of other, great journalists. I think there's a guy, what's his name? Daquanit. Like, I'm going to play these guys' videos. So I'm giving them credit. No shots to no one, because we're going to have to hear every single side of this because we're not in court. Okay. Perfect. So let's start out. I think I did a good job, and we will constantly retouch. If you're watching and saying, well, if we're not in court, how do we cover the case? So we get updates about like every 2 to 3 hours. It's going to be said what's said, who was on the stand. Pretty much a good breakdown from 4 to 5 people is going to tell you what's Durk's demeanor, what did India walk out of court. We'll get all of that. But in between time, and this is what I call covering a trial, everything that's mentioned in court, we're going to go do our due diligence, find the facts on it, find the exhibits that they're probably using. We've seen that they're using over 300 exhibits, including even my interview. We're going to be doing that deep dive that you guys clearly know when you come to, one of my streams, and we're doing this type of content we're going to get to. All right. Without further ado, let me just give you a short overview without playing one of these guys' videos. of how jury selection was. Shout out to Attorney Jasmine. I got this information from her. It was about 80 people that was summoned. I've learned something interesting by talking to Trap Lord Ross. Apparently, the way how jury selection works, so they have what's called a voir dire. And that's like a questionnaire that's basically meant to figure out if that person who was summoned, right? Jury duty is actually part of everybody's like obligation. If you were summoned to do jury duty, you answer a questionnaire and then you're kind of like questioned afterwards by like the counsel of the AUSA and clearly the counsel of the defense team. If for whatever reason there's a red flag, they could remove you. But one thing I did not know, it's not of 80 people, they essentially just say, let's find the best 12. Essentially, they summons 80 people, they assign them random numbers. And what's the thing is, as they go through the selection, it's assumed that the first 12, right, is 12 plus 4, so there's 4 alternates. So the first 16, they're the jurors. However, they vet them throughout the day, and if you are eliminated, they bring in juror number 17, and they see if that person could fit in, and they bring it. So you get what I'm saying? So essentially, if you showed up to this jury selection and you were juror number 80, potentially, you didn't even really get a chance to be seated because they already seated the jury with, whatever they had. From what I heard, they did go through all 80, but it's important to know how they select the jury. It's not, let's pick the best 12. This is what was told to me, at least in this particular case. It's not the best 12 out of 80. It's, they get random numbers, and it's assumed unless someone says, like, for example, there was a juror who said it, hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, Durk and his homies, they look guilty. That's what guilty niggas look like. They look like they do stuff. Obviously, that was, by the way, it was a white guy who said it. That was incredibly prejudicial. That was incredibly stereotypical and also incredibly racist. The judge even admitted that. That person later got disqualified. Now, did that person really believe that? Or maybe that person, because there's other people that said, hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I got to go start school back in a bit. School usually starts in September. They had to, not only both counsels had to agree on who to keep, but the judge as well could dismiss people to be like, okay, you're not going to be a fair and impartial person. So I heard it was 5 people of color and 75 people not of color. Now, it doesn't mean 75 white people. But when we talk about people of color, let's just say we're talking about niggas. It's 5 black people. So I'm pretty sure there's some Hispanics. If you look at the Southern California area, it's riddled with Hispanics. So I would imagine if they're summoning a jury of, his peers, it's not about him being from Chicago. It's about where the crime was committed, which was Southern California. So the juror pool is going to match what is the demographic of that area. It's going to be Hispanic. It's going to be white, of course, right? But of course, there was only like 5 black people. Don't know, and I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out, and I'll give you the update as soon as I know. Did any African Americans, and I would imagine that would be a big deal, did any African Americans make the final panel? By the way, here's the thing too. We saw it in the Diddy case where they quoted and cited an old case that because there was a systematic way to eliminate most of the black people that could have been on Diddy's jury, they wanted a mistrial. It wasn't granted, but there was case law that matched that if the prosecutors go through a way to try to eliminate anyone that could match the defendant's phenotype, racial background in any type of way, that would be a way to prejudice the trial, right? Now, obviously, certain things, if someone says, yo, I'm a Schmirk fan, you can be black, and you can say, I'm a Schmirk fan, man, it's OTF for life. They're not going to put you on there, okay? Anyway, so they seated a jury on Friday. Opening statements was to start today, and it did. They had a few little issues, and I'll play the videos of the people who are there in a second, but they had a few little issues. For example, and I asked about this when I was thinking about going. I asked Trap Lord, I said, Trap, if I come in there, how much like certainty that I'm going to have a in-court seat? Because I know, as you know, remember they reported back in the day, they said, oh, well, there was a hearing and only India showed up. Well, India wasn't at all of the pretrial things. But you think India was going to be there this morning, first day of trial? Of course she was. There's cameras capturing her coming into court. A lot of people, the families of Lil Pop is in the court. There's so many people, and from what he told me, he said, yeah, it's getting a little bit tight, but there's still a little bit of room. Shout to Trap Lord. He actually applied for months ago, like this journalist type of thing, and that's another thing about journalism. The sheriff approved his press pass, so like he gets preferential treatment. So shout out to him. But for everybody else, apparently they're complaining today because there isn't enough room in the courtroom and there wasn't an overflow room. Keep in mind, when it came to the Diddy case, there were 2 to 3 overflow rooms. So there's a main courtroom, and then they send the video feed from that courtroom to 2 to 3 separate courtrooms that people could watch. Remember, these trials is for the public justice and the public good. So if there's an overwhelming demand of people wanting to see the trial, granted they can't record it, the judge has to take that into consideration and make amends. So apparently today, based on everything they've seen so far, and maybe that's them underestimating how popular Durk is, they did not have an overflow room. So a lot of people were not allowed in. I believe Mo Gagnet was not allowed in, or at least that's how it sounded. I'll play what he had to say. I see Seti Nash out there. I want to give credit to all the people who are putting boots on ground. And if not for anything, let me tell you, whether you like me or not, new media, I'm a strong advocate and proponent for these guys who are going out there. Like, y'all could keep y'all Rob Markmans and whoever else that y'all claim do journalism. I'm gonna keep the people who I'm seeing put the work in. So if it's Armand Wiggins, if it's Milagro, if it's motherfucking Trap Lord Ross, even Seti Nash, they're out there boots on ground. Y'all could keep shorty name that says, hey, I called around for a statement. I'm good off that. Anyway, shout out to even Mo Gagnet, and this is what he said about what happened this morning. So if you don't know how these trials start, the judge usually welcomes everybody there, describes the process and the charges really quickly, and outlines the process of what's going to happen. Opening statements, you have the defense and the prosecutors who go. You have the prosecutors who go first. So this is how the game is played. The prosecutor go first. They lay out a case that they have now got a grand jury indictment, actually 4 indictments. It's 4 superseding indictments, then a criminal complaint at first. And now these indictments are the probable cause that have these guys arrested, and they are going to explain, just like how, remember I did a whole little almost like documentary just talking you through the whole thing. They're going to do the same thing in an opening statement to say, this is what you're going to see when we're done proving this case. So it's important for anybody who's never like watched the trial, or you're a little bit new to this court stuff. I'm here to break it all down for you. In opening and closing statements is the only time the attorney and the AUSA, basically, they're damn near addressing the jury, and they get to editorialize. Other than that, they can't just go with a narrative. They have to bring witnesses and evidence. So you have at the beginning of the trial to kind of give your story of what you are going to prove. At the end of the trial, closing statements, you're going to sum it up and describe what you said you were going to prove and kind of showcase how you did prove it. And then it goes to the jury. That's it. So opening statements are very important, and also closing statements. One of the reasons I think Diddy's not, wasn't convicted of RICO and even sex trafficking, they said that his lawyer for the closing statements bodied that junk. He was telling jokes. He was like a comedian out there, which again, that's the time you get to address the jury. Before then, you're addressing the witnesses, and it's not about your narrative. And, anytime you inject something that might not be backed by fact, you could be objected to. But in opening statements, you could tell your story. Okay? All right. Anyway, it started today, and Mo gave us an update about how crazy it is at the courthouse. Check this out.
Major controversy outside the courtroom in the Lil Durk trial. Too many people, not enough seats. The court should have known that this was going to happen, and there is no overflow room. Typically, federal court proceedings open to the public. What they have, main courtroom, everybody can go in there. There's more public than can fit in that courtroom. They open up an overflow room. The overflow room is reportedly starting to be open, but opening statements are starting. Good chance this trial will start without all of the public that wants to attend and see it being able to attend and see it. This is not a surprise. They knew this was going to happen. On Thursday and on Friday, when the jury pool was going to be in the room, they had to move the reporters out and the press and the members of the public because the room could not fit everybody. There is a bigger courtroom. There's a courtroom on the first floor. That first floor courtroom is a ceremonial courtroom, lots of seating. It could have been used on Thursday, could have been used on Friday, accommodated the jury pool and all the people. It definitely should have been used.
Now, I want to put this in perspective. I'm not sticking up for the judge or even the court system of LA, even though it's a federal infrastructure here, not even state. Well, there was a federal infrastructure in the Southern District of New York. The press was staked out outside the courtroom with tents the week before. It's been pretty quiet. It's not a lot of paparazzi and like ABC News and this and third. It's a lot of independent journalists, but there's not that much hoopla as they came into the trial. So I could see why the court said, okay, yeah, there's interest, but we could deal with it within this one courtroom. We don't got to go like Diddy shit. There was people like camping out. Okay. There's a video real quick of, is my man Cousin Tino out there? If y'all don't know, man, Cousin Tino, chat nigga all day. You know, he's part of the squad. I think he might be out there too. Like, that's my guy. I seen him. By the way, I met Cousin Tino at AccompliceCon last year, man. Real chat nigga, been rocking with us. Of course, locked him in with Grand, and he been a good nigga, man. Okay, yeah, it's my man. My man's out there. Perfect. Y'all want y'all niggas to go check out Cousin Tino too. You feel what I'm saying? We gotta empower everybody that fucks with us, man. That's our guy. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is a video, but he did post it. This is India showing up to court today. So, okay, everyone's gonna mute the music, but this is India showing up to court. One thing you'll notice that's different from this case as opposed to like the New York case with Diddy is that when Diddy walked up when Diddy's family walked up, they had to come with a Sprinter. Keep in mind, from what I looked at, where this court location is at, it's not as like, New York City's really like narrow roads, not really narrow, but it's just like, it's in the middle of the city. It's not as spread out. LA, even though just as bad traffic and it's kind of horrible when it comes to shit like that, the courthouse is a little bit better, suited for this type of stuff. But remember, like Diddy's mom or like his kids, when they got out, there's a million like paparazzi. It doesn't seem like that's the case. You see India walking up, she's alone. I'm very interested who's going to show up on his side. He has several baby mamas. He has several kids and his own family as well, but also his guys. Now, shouts to Bands. He hit me yesterday. I didn't get a chance to answer, but I wanted to ask, is the guys going? I don't know if I wouldn't take it either way if his guys show up, if that means they're supporting him or not. If the feds is investigating the whole gang, I don't know if I want to show up to the trial, even though Durk's my mans. Let's say I'm part of the gang, right? So we don't know. Is Duty Low going to be there? Is DJ Band's going to be there? Is 100K Track going to be there? There's a bunch of people arrested. I don't want to really go through everybody who's kind of like a part of their movement that might be not arrested because you never know what the feds has going on. But I don't know if they're going to show up, but we'll see. But of course, his wife shows up. And again, she shows up, not with like a sister, not with a cousin. She walks in, looks like she's flanked by security, and yeah, she walks in by herself, it seems. It seems pretty calm, too. It seems pretty calm. Okay, these are the lawyers showing up. Okay, let's see. Is this the AUSA's? This might be the AUSA's, or it might be Durk's lawyer. I'm looking for... Durk has more lawyers than just Drew Finland and Brian Steele. Let's look. Okay. Yeah, we don't know who's who yet. Okay, Drew Finland's here. Big Bad Drew. And I think one of these women are Marissa. She comes out of the office of Drew. So Drew has this woman who, her name is Marissa, which, by the way, thanks to Seti Nash, we're about to play his video in a second. She's the one who did the opening statements. That's kind of shocking. When you have Drew Finland, you have Brian Steele, you think one of them are going to do the opening statements. Because remember, no disrespect to any woman, right? We love our chat queens. But a lot of women attorney or female attorneys took a lot of lead in Diddy's case. You know why? They always say if you catch a domestic violence case or it's something against a woman, it's better if you have a female attorney speaking on your behalf rather than a male, right? Because if the male says, yo, she's a lying bitch that just wants money, right? It's going to seem just misogynistic, right? But you have a female lawyer saying, come on, you know what you wanted. This is why there was a female attorney who grilled Cassie, okay? And I believe even Jane Doe got grilled by a female attorney, both of them. It's now eluding me. I'm so sorry. It wasn't Mark Agnifilo. It was Tenny Garagos. We had Tenny Garagos, and then we had, I forgot the other lady who did the other one. So they kept the women on the women to make the jury feel good. Here's the thing. This is a murder case. People don't care. This is not about, is he nice to women? So usually you want the bulldogs out. You want the pit bulls, right? This is the time you got to get Pluto. When I mean Pluto, I have a Rottweiler called Pluto. You want your attack dogs to basically kick this shit off saying, yo, they're capping. Like, my guy's a good guy. They're saying he's a murderer. Like, he's paying. That's all not true. However, they didn't start with Drew Finland. And Drew Finland, I got to imagine, he's Bill Belichick here. He's Greg Popovich. So he's calling the shots. Now, this might be a strategy. This might be a strategy that we saw, even though that was more of a female case with the Diddy stuff, we saw Mark Agnifilo do that too. Mark Agnifilo did interviews before. He didn't do opening statements. Mark Agnifilo did not do opening statements. Instead, he had a dream team of lawyers. He called this guy for that, called this person for that. There was this one smart kid that he had for like all the technological stuff. He was over here just plugging and playing, and I got to be honest, he was really good. He brought that African-American woman from the YSL case who was a lawyer, and he put her in there, and she dropped 55. Can't even lie. So he played quarterback and coach. So Drew Finland, billion-dollar lawyer, he's showing up. But he's showing up with two people that works for his firm, and apparently he doesn't do opening statements. One of them do. Okay? They show up. It's game day for him. It's game day. Now, his rate is through the roof. They're saying a guy like this, $3,000 an hour. 3 bands. 3 bands an hour for the billion-dollar lawyer. If he beat this case with Durk, just transfer all your assets to him because $3,000 wouldn't be even the worst. I mean, Brian Steele already is just seen as, and remember, listen, this is such a super team. Imagine putting, this is it right here. Imagine putting SGA, that's Shea or Gilchrist, whatever, Alexander, who's the MVP guy. Imagine putting him on the same team with Wemby. That's kind of what this is. This is already. You have Drew Finland and Brian Steele. And then you have a shit ton of other attorneys. He has his his Chicago attorneys. You know that girl that looks bad that people are like, damn, that's Durk's attorney. He has her. Everybody's on the field. I'm going to tell you why. Because there's going to be some detective that comes up. They've been wanting Durk for 10 years. They're Chicago detectives. Remember in 2019, Chicago detectives flew from Chicago to Atlanta to testify about how much Durk was in gangs and he was a bad guy that would shoot someone. Chicago couldn't get him. They only got him on gun charges. So when they saw that someone got him, which was Atlanta, the detectives took a flight trying to get Durk convicted. Obviously, that case was dropped. We all talked about it. But now it's in federal court. You think them the same detectives ain't going to be there? Of course. They're going to be. Now, granted, they can't bring in the gang element too much. I'm going to tell you why. There's a separate case, which is going to be the second case he's going to fight. That's the one with the, they call it the Vicar or the Vicar or whatever. That's the one that's more of the conspiracy with gang violence. It's basically a RICO. It just takes out the money portion of it, right? So essentially in racketeering, I'll just use 2 popular racketeering examples. They would claim that, okay, 6ix9ine and 9 Trey got a racketeering. Why did they get a RICO, right? RICO is racketeer and influence corrupt organizations. Now, in both a RICO and a vicar or a vicar, there's still organizations or enterprises, but in a RICO, everything is done to advance position, keep the position of the gang, and also keep money. So money is a necessity. Because they're accusing Durk of just killing niggas for revenge, and they actually don't tie it to say, oh, when he does kill people for revenge, his music goes up and he gets more money. They actually say there's no money portion in this. They just basically said this was a ruthless guy. And by the way, that makes it even tougher. It's actually almost tougher than the RICO. You know why? In a RICO, you could be like, bro, we were just doing business. The nature of hip hop business is whatever. That's how money comes in. When they say a vicar or vicar, they're basically saying that all of this was just senseless violence that had nothing to do with trying to make money, keep money, gain market share. None of that. This was just violence. Anyway, that's gonna come in. And by the way, all the Chicago detectives are going to be on that. But that's not this case. They got severed. So that's the second case if he beats this. You know, again, it's like Durk is down 0-2 in a series to 3. Okay? He's down 0-2. The way how you win in a 5-game series and you're down 0-2, you got to start one game at a time. Right? You got to win the next 3 games. Durk has to first win this case, then think about the next. And then afterwards, I'm pretty sure the government will have like a 5th game trying to throw at him, but he has to beat this case. Okay. If I'm talking too much, if I'm over-explaining, I know you guys want to get to it. Remember, we don't have actual in-court audio. I'm trying to give you as much details as possible, as much as I can. But if I'm over-talking, please be like, yo, Act, play the video. Shut up. It's cool. Somebody says, how is he down? Well, he's down by the fact that he has 2 indictments, right? So you have 2 indictments. So essentially, if anything goes wrong for him, he loses a series. That's the point I'm trying to say. The indictments are essentially being down a game. What I'm saying is he can't get convicted of anything, and he has to beat 2 convictions at least, and probably one more is going to come. Okay. They get into court. Oh, and here's Brian Steele. Big Brian. Big Brian. I've seen this lady before. What's her name? I forgot her name. They work good in tandem. Okay. So we're seeing some smiles from Durk's attorneys. They are showing up for court. This is seemingly good. Let's go back to the video of what about the lack of space, and then we're going to get to some updates because, yes, they have started.
News today. Major controversy.
Okay. Now, shout out to Seti Nash. He is on the scene, and he is reported, okay? By the way, I do want to also say, for all these content creators, I value them a lot. If I showcase, whether it's, Trap Lord Ross, I don't think Lauren Collins is going to be on this. I'll talk to her about it. But anyone who I do showcase, feel free to ask, oh, who is that? And you guys should feel free to go check out their channel and, maybe they have more info and they probably do a end of day wrap up or whatever. We're going to call a lot of these guys as time goes on because if I can't be there personally or, we're going to use them as fucking pundits and hopefully they could get some, cross collateralization in terms of promotion. Okay. All right. So we have Seti Nash, who just did a video. But before that, I think we played this video. This was Trap Lord Ross, who was doing an update outside. I talked to him. I said, what's up with the suit? He says, Act, it's time to level up. And I'm out here putting in that work. And I made sure I got my suits ready. I'm leveling up. And I loved what he said because I keep telling y'all, chat, all of these old niggas, and I shouldn't even say old niggas because, age is a thing. We're all going to get old. But all these people from the past era of media, they're going to look up. And it's all the people that right now, I feel like we have a good group. People are putting in the work way more than them. Shout out to Trap Lord. He says it was time to level up. He's getting suits. He know you don't got to wear a suit, but he's doing it. there was a person outside of court that was trying to, trying to troll him a bit, and he rolled with the punches. He has security, has an assistant with him, so he didn't feel like in threat, but, people are going to try to get their clips off.
Fly, bro, can I ask you a question? When you gonna stop doing the police job, bro?
I already thought the police doing that job.
Nah, bro, you be doing police job. Hell nah, bro. And they be doing police work. Nah, for real though. But you gotta stop talking about people murder trials like that, bro. That shit fucked up. Free Smirk, bro. And you say that, at least?
Bro, keep moving.
Free Smirk? Bro, you ain't nobody. I can talk all I want. Huh? So what though? I'm not committing no crime though. Huh? I'm not. I'm just saying, you taking a picture of bro, but you know what he be on.
Okay. I also want to just caution. I want to caution Durk fans. I've covered when X went to his trial. I know y'all think it's everybody else's fault and everybody else is doing too much and they're speaking bad on Smirk and they're doing the police job. Smirk fans, do not fuck this up for him. I'm going to tell you right now, at this point, Lil Durk fans are fucking his own case up for him. I'm going to tell you how. In court, a couple of days ago, while they were just about to do jury selection, there were some advocates for Durk, we're just going to call them Durk fans, that went in the courtroom and started passing out pamphlets. In the pamphlet, it said, "Free Durk." That is not allowed. That could be seen as even trying to taint the potential jurors who are about to come in. It could be seen as trying to sway the audience. The opinions of people are not allowed in that courtroom. It's all about facts and what the jury takes from the facts. So the judge scolded everybody. The judge actually referred to it as common sense, saying, I shouldn't even have to tell you this is not allowed. Now, let's be very clear. The people who are doing that are fans of Durk. If you're a fan of Durk, you could go outside the courtroom in whatever area that is designated or allowed. You could have your signs up. Free Durk. We love Durk. Durk is innocent. Fine. But if you go in that courtroom, number one, be on your goddamn best behavior if you like Durk at all. Number two, your opinion has to stay in your brain. When you pass out stuff like that, you're going to now put the judge in a situation where he's going to make some rules that's going to hurt Durk. So don't be the person who think you're helping Durk and hurt Durk. The next thing, if you are a Durk fan and you think you're helping out, okay? Let me just be very clear to the Durk fans out there that's going to be showing up to this trial. If you feel that strongly about it, nigga, walk into the LA County DA's office or the FBI field office out there and say, listen, Durk didn't kill that nigga. I did. Put me in cuffs. What you cannot do is sit outside that courthouse and intimidate others. You're proving the point. You're proving why the judge doesn't want the jurors to be known. You're proving the point why when Durk was trying to get out on bail, they felt like there were people that's going to threaten the judge. You're proving the point. Keep that hood bullshit away from if you claim, there's so many misguided Durk fans that claim they love him. They're showing up to the court thinking, okay, this video is going to be seen. You even posted. It's not even like Trap Lord posted it. This is going to be seen. You think the judge is not going to say, all right, who did that video? Make sure that person's not there again. Anybody who is, having altercations, they're banned. They're barred. Matter of fact, let's start pre-screening people. Don't fuck it up for Durk by you thinking you're doing your big one. If you want to do your big one, go down there to the FBI field office and tell them, put the cuffs on me. Durk didn't do it. I did. Go give a confession, motherfucker. Do not sit here and think you're helping a man by fucking up in his case. Okay? There's a gag order on his attorneys. His attorneys can't even talk. Don't show up there on some ghetto shit. On phone and grave, don't do it. This idea, because I start to see Durk fans are trying to blame everybody else and think they're supporting him by acting up. No. It's going to look horrible. And even though they're trying to protect the jury from that type of behavior, at some point, the jurors are going to realize, oh, there's mad people who either love Durk or they're gang members, they're circling around the courthouse, they're being mad aggressive. And shit, yeah, that might even scare me, but it probably does help prove the prosecution's point, which is that this guy's pretty evil and he's dangerous and he's violent. So please, Durk fans, it's in court. It's in the court hands now. I'd rather you go home, make your video, cuss Trap Lil Ross out. You could cuss me out too. It's cool. But don't bring your bullshit to the courthouse. Please don't do it. If you claim you love Durk. Okay. Let's get to what Seti Nash said. He did an update outside court. Shout out to Seti Nash. Crystal clear camera. Look at my boy.
All right, man. Live from the Lil Durk Trial, man, here at the Fed building. And we've been tossed a whole bunch of lies. So let me get to my notes. Y'all know we're going to do notes out here and everything. So Durk didn't have Drew. He didn't have Brian. He didn't have any of that. He had none of those individuals do his opening statement. He had Marissa Goldberg. And the way that she crafted it.
Okay, I hate to keep pausing it, but we got to figure out all these people. Marissa Goldberg, okay? I believe she works with, yes, this is her right here. So this is who Smirk put his future in her hands. She works for Drew Finland, okay? She's a criminal defense lawyer based out of Atlanta, Georgia. She's a partner at the Finland Law Firm, okay? So Finland Law Firm, when we look that up, you're going to see Big Drew right there. We're going to see Big Drew right there, and here's a team. Drew Finland, Marissa Goldberg. Okay? Yeah, I think we saw him walking in too. Zach Kaleher. Okay? These are the best we could get, people. Drew Finland and, I guess, Marissa. I will read her background for a second. She's a partner at the firm. She represents clients in a highly complex and sophisticated criminal matters in state and federal court. Since joining the firm in 2011, she's won many highly publicized acquittals in courts across the nation and earned a reputation as a legal triple threat. She's a great trial attorney, a great appellate attorney, and a great writer. She earned, okay, all right, cool. So this is her. Wow, very interesting. Now, as we get along, you guys are going to know the prosecutors just like how we knew I forgot Shorty. She got fired after the Diddy trial, but we knew the prosecutors in Diddy trial. We're going to get to know the prosecutors here, but in due time. Okay, so cool. That's the person who does the opening statements and look like said he has some more info on that. Here we go.
She already exposed that the feds were lying about the text messages. So when you say, don't book no flights with my name on it, that wasn't even about nothing about LA. That was about some shows and some other shit. And she said, what sense does it make for him to book it anyways? What got revealed is that Vonnie is the mastermind. Kayvon Grant is the 100% mastermind of all this shit. Him and Jim,
now chat. Of course, I'm pretty sure, I know Seti Nash does his thing. He's going to do a longer video. He was probably just out of court for a second to make this video. Let me say this to y'all, chat. Let me say this. Durk defense. Remember, it's incumbent on the government to make a case against you. It's not on you to show up to tell why you're innocent. Now, with that, some people, like, for example, Diddy didn't have that much of a defense. Like, Diddy kind of brought up a couple people, but that's it. It was like, hey, our job, we felt we did by just playing defense and batting down everything the prosecutor said. We brought up reasonable doubt in everything they said, job done. We don't have to put on a case if that's the case, right? Durk says he has 25 witnesses. 25 witnesses sounds like you're trying to put on a case. It doesn't seem like you're trying to just kind of button a few things up. Sounds like the government got 35, Durk got 25. Now, what did I just learn from what Seti Nash just said? Seti Nash said Marissa Goldberg, who's doing the opening for Durk, basically lays out that the government has stuff wrong and basically says the mastermind is Kayvon Grant, a.k.a. O.T. Avani. What does that tell us, chat? It tells us that Durk's defense, we don't know if he's going to put on a full defense case, but he's already framing this as, why y'all saying Durk is the mastermind? It's Vonnie. Now, for the people in the back, he's not pointing fingers. What he's doing is what's called an alternate theory defense, right? An alternate theory defense is like, say me and you at the park. Somebody get killed in a park. They arrest me because they claim there's evidence that I did the killing. We've seen this with Rondo number 9 and C-Day. It's kind of looked at in certain senses as snitching, but it's looked at as trying to figure out, you use an alternate theory to get reasonable doubt. So Durk, rather than saying, this ain't got nothing to do with me, I don't know nothing about it, it looks like he's saying, based on the evidence, that's the mastermind. So Vonnie, he's claiming, obviously Durk's not going to take the stand, but his lawyers are going to take all the evidence, all the discovery, and make a case of defense for Durk to say, the mastermind isn't Smirkio. He's not Dirk Banks. It's actually O.T. Vonnie. Interesting.
Turn snitching. And it's crazy because they admit that the day before, the early morning, they had the location on Quando Rondo, Jim and Jim and Vonnie. And what ends up happening is they decide not to. So what happens is we find out that your boy Jim, his mouth don't stop working.
Oh.
Your boy done operated and cooperated in over 30 cases.
What? Wait, you tell me Jam got niggas jammed up 30 times? Chat, am I hearing this right? They said Jam got jammed. Yo, 6ix9ine is on this case. Yo, 6ix9ine want to cover this case with me so bad. He just tagged me on something. Yo, 6ix9ine want to cover. We didn't get to, we're going to listen to Trap Lord Ross afterwards. Yo, 6ix9ine. You want to cover this case so bad with me? You could come cover it with me, brother. But you got to come to LA too. We got to go to LA. You got to go. Is 6ix9ine allowed in LA? Look, he just tagged me on this shit. So chat, it looks like Durk is not pointing the finger, but his lawyers are using what's called an alternate theory, which means they're going to say, why do you think my client did it when there is as much proof that guy did it? Yeah, 6ix9ine, he's going to have a ball with it because, to me, it's not snitching, right? That's not snitching. It's a legal maneuver to say, if we need to create reasonable doubt, it's a legal maneuver to basically say, hey, the evidence y'all think y'all got on me actually supports someone else. So that, by that definition, if it also supports someone else, you don't have beyond a reasonable doubt. Let my people go. Let me free. Let me free. Now, in the streets, which has always been so stupid, any type of defense, once I heard Whack 100 told me that if you call the cops after you got shot, right, and say someone shot you and you shot them back and you blew them down, you killed them, if you call the cops and told the cops, yo, he shot me, so I shot him, which is clear self-defense, you're snitching. I'm like, what? Like, the streets are meant for you to lose, if you ask me. Let me call 6ix9ine real quick. This guy's livid. 6ix9ine needs Jesus, by the way. He'll call back. Hold on, Chad.
So you have that. Then you have Kayvon Grant being the one who did all the drilling and all the setting up. He's the one who did the black shear shooting and all that, who's saying, hey, basically, bro, check this one out. I got something for y'all. I know how to do the stolen cars. I know how to get the guns. I know how to get the ski masks. I know how to do all of that stuff.
Okay, so Durk's team is positioned as Durk wouldn't know how to set this up. He's a big multimillionaire celebrity. It's Kayvon Grant, O.T. Vonnie. He's a mastermind. He tells Durk, yo, I know how to get the ski mask. Matter of fact, I'm going to go get them the gloves. I'm going to go get them the guns. I know how to do all that. So essentially, they're going to try to paint, this is the defense team opening statement. They're going to paint Durk as I didn't know what was going on. I got the bread. I always pay for the guys. They misuse, if money came from my credit cards or OTF credit cards, they misused it. Yeah, I ain't like the nigga, but I never gave them explicit direction or I wasn't down with the plan. Now the music is going to come in at that point. I ain't gonna lie.
So you have that. And the way that he told on Lil Durk was simple. It wasn't no, hey, bruh, Durk told me to do this, Durk told me to do that. No, he gave the feds a breadcrumb, and the breadcrumb was...
By the way, could we put out an APB, or not an APB, but I need, I want to give this guy a lot of credit. I went back and watched a lot of his videos, and I'm just not a fake nigga, so I'm going to give people the credit. Trenches News, he's out of here. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Trenches News got everything. Trenches News is like next level, okay? I want to give him that credit, but Trenches News, I need you. Okay, we got 20,000 on here. I need you on this broadcast with me. Let's figure out some dates and times, because I'm going to be honest with you. I went back and watched 2-year-old videos of what you were talking about, and goddamn it, nigga, either you're a prosecutor your damn self or you got a lot of this motherfucking shit right. So Trenches News, please, I need to get you on here, okay? Trenches News, I need you. We're going to bring in as many people, and also, I also want to ask if there's any pro-Durk people. Pro-Durk people. I'm going to try to get Mo Gagnon on, because he's a defense guy, he's a lawyer. He usually takes the side of the person that's being accused. We need to get some people who could try to explain alternate theories or whatever for Durk. This is not a Durk bashing session. We love Durk, but we trying to make it fair. So Trenches News, I need you. We also need someone, maybe if you have some criminal, lawyer experience, maybe if you know the guys, obviously I don't want none of his immediate guys on here. None of them, okay? So with all love to Duty Low, and you guys can't be on my stream, just for, we know that, right? So, but if anyone kind of looks at this and say the government is reaching and you're pro-Durk, I want you on the stream too, okay? This is not a Durk bashing session. I know 6ix9ine doesn't like him, but I refuse to just only have one side represented.
Simply this. Hey, how this happened? Check them credit cards. So that's why the credit cards became so goddamn important. But what they did reveal today was that, hey, man, he had access to them dang credit cards because they were under what's called astro sounds or astronaut sounds. So he had access because of his little shit and everything that he had going on. It was not what they try to portray. So the feds, we didn't get to hear their opening statement, so you had to check on Trapper Ross for that. He got into the courtroom. It was crazy, bro. It was a lot of people, Durk's family, a lot of media who just decided to do whatever they want to do. That's on the feds to do. But they say basically that Durk's family and everybody was already in California. I'm not going to say where Durk...
Okay, so Durk's team is positioning, why did he go to California? These are questions that the jury is going to have questions for. Well, if you're claiming, so you could tell what their defense is. Hey, we didn't know what's going on. If anything, this was planned by OT Avani. So, the jury's going to say, well, why did Durk go to California with them when the murder was committed? They're claiming, oh, Durk was going to his family. Durk was not going for no other reason, just to his family. Now, Durk supposedly did a podcast, so there's a little bit of alibi there, but they're trying to make it clear he did not go to California to support, to watch, to help, whatever, with the murder of Lil Pop. Remember, he flew on a private jet with OTF Vonnie, who's now being angled, or the elbow is being pointed that he is the culprit, or he's the crime boss.
Lived or anything like that, but you won't see any money. They said no money evidence, no bounty, no reward. And yeah. And then D-Ski's lawyer came out, bruh, and I ain't gonna lie. If there's somebody who possibly might get away as far as nothing, bruh, it would be D-Ski's lawyer. D-Ski lawyer basically dropped a bombshell that said D-Ski has literally, bullshit you not, had nothing to do with none of this. D-Ski just got shit told to pull up, and they talk about him pulling up to a bunch of places, and he was just hungry. He is a hungry OTF artist and all that. So basically, that's why he didn't have a mask. He didn't have a gun. He didn't have nothing. He don't got no text messages going against Quando Rondo or any of that shit. That doesn't exist. And then you had Brown Eyes. And basically, his lawyer might destroy the murder for hire part of it, because he basically say, bro, no money was ever given before August 19th and after August 19th. David Lindsay, Brown Eyes, is not a rapper. He ain't in no goddamn videos. He ain't in no raps. He don't do any of that shit. Now, once again, I was not able to look at the opening statements from the DA, from the Fed prosecutors, because basically we weren't in there. It got crazy as hell this early morning, but there y'all go, man. The early shit from the Lil Durk Trial. Day1 opening statements, and we about to get back to it.
Okay. Now let's get to Trap Lil Ross. Apparently Trap Lil Ross got the shit. Oh my God. Let's see. Wow. Whoa. A barrage of videos from 43 minutes ago. A barrage of videos. Let's hear. We're going to listen to all 4 videos. Shout out to Trap Lil Ross. Let me tell Trap Lord, call me when he can. If he has a moment. Call me whenever you can. When you have a moment, not doing updates or something. I'm on stream. Okay, we've hit him up. Okay, here we go, chat.
Opening statements have now officially taken place in the Lil Durk trial. It's now officially day 3, and there was some very, very interesting updates. So the first thing I'm going to...
Now, it's day 3. He's saying it's day 3, but it's actually day 1 of the trial. I'm going to call it day 1 of the trial because I'm not going to count the jury selection. So because jury selection and instructions and, you know, some of the pre-trial stuff, I'm not going to go with that. They did 2 days of jury selection. I'm going to say this is day 1, but if you do hear later on that our timing isn't right, add 2 days to what I'm saying. I'm going with trial, first day opening statements, okay? He's going with day 3. It's all good. Just nomenclature at that point.
I'm going to tell you guys about is the prosecution's opening statement. They started extremely strong, and I'm not going to lie, they had a bunch of evidence that they already showed simply in their opening statement that hadn't been seen before. They basically are making it very, very clear this is all about King Von. It's all about revenge for Von, slide for Von. They showed still images of, you know, the fight between Quando, Rondo, and Von that led to Von's death. They talked about, you know, the plans to stalk Quando, Rondo all across the country to try and kill him multiple times. They didn't show footage, but they showed still images that apparently showed the first time they tried to kill Quando, Rondo all the way back in like 2021 and that situation. So that was kind of interesting. They basically from there they went on to show multiple angles of the footage of the murder of Lil Pab. They actually did eventually later on during testimony, which I'll tell you more about in a minute, show full-blown 4K footage of the Lil Pab murder. Straight up 4K. You could see they had ski masks on. You could damn near see their eyes crystal clear. It was pretty tough evidence, but what was really shocking is they made it very clear OTF Jam was one of the shooters in the Lil Pab murder. He is willing to testify. He's killed multiple people, and he is now working with the government, and he is going to explain that he is one of Durk's hitmen. He was contracted to come out there and try and kill Quando Rondo that resulted in Lil Pab's death, and basically he is going to be working with the government. They also confirmed that Vonnie was basically Lil Durk's personal assistant. He was with him for everything, with him constantly, all kinds of stuff that they were doing, and he basically helped organize and orchestrate the whole thing while Lil Durk was chilling in a luxury property. One of the crazy things that they brought up during that was the fact that apparently the stolen car that they were using to slide around LA, the BMW that apparently Vonnie was driving, it had a tracker in it, and they tracked it to the murder, to the In-N-Out, and back to the house that Durk was staying in. That was very, very bad. So all of that really wasn't sounding too good.
What the fuck? Hold on, chat. I can't rewind it here. Maybe I could. Oh, let me go to Trap Lil Ross. You know, on Instagram, you can't really like hit the replay button. Did he put the same? Oh, he didn't put the same stuff. Fuck it. No fucking way. Give me 1 second, chat. We got to get into everything, chat. If I just heard right, Trap Lil Ross is saying in opening statements, by the way, this was never mentioned in any of these lead-up documents where the government was laying out supposedly all they knew. The government clearly had way more. And by the way, this is the difference with playing with the feds versus playing with the state. The government got it all. They're not here trying to make it up. They got it all. So they got some shit. We thought they gave us all the stuff. We feel like we're reading text messages. Don't put my name into this. Blah, blah, blah. They got these accusations. They're saving the gut punch. This is the uppercut. They saved it for opening day. And what opening day we find out probably like 10 minutes into trial as they're laying out their case, they're saying that the car that was rented to do all of this shit, and it was rented by Vonnie, that Vonnie's going to testify he rented. If Durk is going to say that he ain't got nothing to do with, which by the way, we just found out from, you know, Seti Nash, and, you know, I'm pretty sure Trapler is going to tell us, that car has a tracker in it that tracks back to exactly where Durk is at. So Durk's defense of, oh, I just went to see my family. Well, if you went to see your family, now I'm not saying this is just hook, line, and sinker, he's done, but you're not going to have to explain why, if you only went to LA to see your family and do business, why does that car come back? Now, I'll give you an explanation what he's probably going to say, right? Or what his lawyer's going to say. Well, hey, that's still his friends. Of course they're going to come see him. Doesn't mean that he knows about it. Doesn't mean that he co-signed it. Do you believe that? I don't know. Let me play this one more time because that's crazy. Hold up.
Opening statements have now officially taken place in the Lil Durk trial. It's now officially day 3, and there was some very, very interesting updates. So the first thing I'm going to tell you guys about is the prosecution's opening statement. They started extremely strong, and I'm not going to lie, they had a bunch of evidence that they already showed simply in their opening statement that hadn't been seen before. They basically are making it very, very clear this is all about King Von. It's all about revenge for Von, slide for Von. They showed still images of, the fight between Quando, Rondo, and Von that led to Von's death. They talked about, the plans to stalk Quando, Rondo all across the country to try and kill him multiple times. They didn't show footage, but they showed still images that apparently showed the first time they tried to kill Quando, Rondo all the way back in 2021 and that situation. So that was kind of interesting. They basically, from there, they went on to show multiple angles of the footage of the murder of Lil Pab. They actually did eventually later on during testimony, which I'll tell you more about in a minute, show full-blown 4K footage of the Lil Pab murder. Straight up 4K. You could see they had ski masks on. You could damn near see their eyes crystal clear. It was pretty tough evidence.
Those killers must have not realized this is the gas station in Beverly Hills. If you guys have never been to the Beverly Center, that's one of the biggest malls. You could go there, get everything. You could bump into anybody. When you at that particular mall, okay, that's as high profile as you could get. If you think you about to have grainy cameras and just motion detectors, you're tripping. You're going to get the best cameras. This is, imagine, how we talked about, or actually, we've talked about it times. So FBG Duck got gunned down in what they call in Chicago's Gold Coast. That's where it's a downtown area that is affluent. It's not O Block. It is not 63rd. This is not where lawlessness happens. This is not where niggas just pull out guns and go shoot they ops up and niggas. It's not that. This is why the feds came in. Because anytime you start bringing violence to where white people are supposed to be at and money, real money is supposed to be spent at, you did it at some, was it a Dolce & Gabbana store? Or was some high-end fashion store? Once you do it there, you're saying, feds, come on in. You're fucking up millions of dollars of business because you want to be gun happy? Oh, you said you could only catch your op in front of the Beverly Center? You might as well kill them at the Hollywood sign. You might as well kill them right outside LAX. You're saying, feds, come over here and go. So you hear what Trap Lord is saying. The cameras they got is not some bullshit. They got the shit that gonna see the pimple on your face. They gonna see what eye color you got, even with the mask. That is problematic. Not saying that means Durk is cooked, not saying it's Durk, but he's describing how clear you see stuff, and he's almost basically describing to say, we could see the guy dying in court. Which, by the way, I don't know how, well, obviously they tried to eliminate some of this footage in the motions eliminate, right? Which is try to eliminate certain stuff that couldn't be shown in court. Imagine first day of court, you're watching somebody die. If you think they're going to be like, we're not holding nobody accountable. I'm not saying it's going to be Durk, but if you think nobody's going to be held accountable, you're cooked.
But what was really shocking is they made it very clear OTF Jam was one of the shooters.
Once again, co-conspirator 2, who we didn't know. Actually, I was in denial that it was OTF Jam. OTF Jam is co-conspirator 2. He's not only co-conspirator 2, he is testifying and possibly going to be talking about several other murders. Here's the thing. This is what should be understood. I hear people keep saying these guys are uncharged. OTF Jam has murder charges. Guaranteed. Has maybe not a RICO, but he has the Vicar charge, and he definitely has his murder for hire charge. What happens with co-conspirators, what happens with snitches, is that they seal all of those things. So they charge them, they seal it, and what happens, it happened with 692. You plead guilty. That's how you can't do the YSL Woody. OTF Jam, I will bet $1 million on it. He has a case. He pled guilty. It's all sealed. You'll never see it till later. In the federal government, you plead guilty, they got you by the balls. You can't do nothing. Because now when you pled guilty, what you pled guilty to is automatic life. But it's with the thought that you're going to go snitch to get what's called, there's only a few ways to not, so in federal court, there's what's called mandatory minimums. A judge in a federal case doesn't have as much, it's not based on his discretion compared to state. The mandatory minimums dictated. The only way they could depart from the mandatory minimums is, well, it's a few ways. First is what 6ix9ine did. That's called a 5K letter. Okay? When you get a 5K letter, it's a letter from the government that says, yes, this person, and by the way, they get it and you plead guilty. So 6ix9ine pled guilty facing 46, but he knew he was going to snitch. After he snitched, he knew he was going to get a letter, and that letter could have the government go all the way down to even time served. So a life imprisonment could go down to time served. The government also could chime in on how well you cooperate. Oh, this guy was great. Imagine what they said for like Sam DeBull. Oh, this guy was amazing. This guy was like the best. Give him extra credit, a couple extra stars in the refrigerator. So when you hear facing life, a life sentence could go down to a couple years. And that's why all these cooperants want to drop 50 on the stand. Because not only you want to get the letter, you want the government to tell the judge, hey judge, not only did this person cooperate, they helped us on several other issues, several other cases, several other bodies. This person was an excellent cooperator. They look like they are trying to pay their debt back to society. Don't give them life. Actually, don't give them 20. Give them 15. We're going to have to provide them with, witness protection anyway. 15 is like a good thing. Or let's give them 10. I would imagine if someone's snitching, they want 10. Unless you have like priors like Jam. I think Jam wants 20. Jam wants 20 or 15. Vonnie wants time served. Or he wants 3 to 5, but he's already locked up for 2. People say he's down with getting 7, which means he'll be locked up for 2 more years. He gets out. So everybody's playing this game, but in federal court, you cannot wiggle out. So Jam, I'll bet anybody any money on this. And I'll call 6ix9ine. We'll talk to him about this too. And I know some of y'all hate when 6ix9ine chimes in on this. Yes, he has an angle. He hates Durk. But he has been through the federal system where there are cooperants, and he knows that system way better than even me. There's a couple of people we might have to drag in for this trial. Please, it's not about do we like him. It's about us having the best information. We're going to have the best coverage on this no matter what. We might have to pull in Myron Gaines at a point. 6ix9ine, he's been a cooperator. Remember, he was facing 46. He got out in 2. Right? We're going to have to get some of the lawyers. We're going to try to get everybody possible. By the way, Bradford Cohen, my man Bradford Cohen, if you guys could clip this, send it to Bradford Cohen. I'm going to need him at some point. By the way, Bradford Cohen, I believe he was either consulted for this, but we did see he was the lawyer on Pooh Shiesty's case. He recused himself afterwards. But he's very familiar with these type of cases. Pooh Shiesty's case, a federal case, even though nobody died, kidnapping. This clearly is a murder for hire federal case as well. So we want to, there's a few people, Trenches News, I need you. Bradford Cohen, I need you. Everybody else, I think they'll kind of fall in line. All right. Okay. Interesting.
In the Lil Pab murder, he is willing to testify. He's killed multiple people, and he is now working with the government. And
multiple people. Remember I told y'all that OTF Jam signed what's called a queen for a day? He walked in there and got immunity, and he told on every murder he committed. Everyone. Not only Lil Pab, every single one. Here's the thing. He has to tell every murder. Remember, he pled guilty already. If he left out a murder, that plea deal evaporates. So whether it's murders connected to this Durk case with Pab, the future case with Stephon Mack, basically we have realized when he said he's Sammy the Bull, He's cleaned his plate. He told the government about all his murders for whatever deal he got. Let me keep it going.
He is going to explain that he is one of Durk's hitmen. He was contracted to come out there and try and kill Quando Rondo that resulted in Lil Pab's death. And basically, he is going to be working with the government. They also confirmed that Vonnie was basically Lil Durk's personal assistant. He was with him for everything, with him constantly, all kinds of stuff that they were doing. And he basically helped organize and orchestrate the whole thing while Lil Durk was chilling in a luxury property. One of the crazy things that they brought up during that was the fact that apparently the stolen car that they were using to slide around LA, the BMW that apparently Vonnie was driving, It had a tracker in it, and they tracked it to the murder, to the In-N-Out, and back to the house that Durk was staying in.
Wow. The car went to all of those places. Crazy.
That was very, very bad. So all of that really wasn't sounding too good. It was quite a lot of stuff, quite a lot of evidence, and we're really just at the tip of the iceberg with this stuff. So I would say that the prosecution's opening statement was very strong. They basically explained all the different people that they had helping them out. So they've basically got 3 trusted OTF lieutenants that are expected to take the stand. The government have got a whole bunch of evidence. They've got footage, they've got lyrics, they've got music videos. They showed stills of some of the music videos that they're going to be showing, and it's a lot. It's a lot that they've got. So I feel like the prosecution's opening statement was very strong. I'm going to do another video telling you all about the defense's opening statement, and to be honest, Durk's strategy really caught me by surprise. I don't know if it's going to work, but it definitely wasn't the defense that a lot of you guys were expecting, and I think it's going to blow your mind. So stay tuned. I'm going to do another video updating you on Durk's defense.
Okay, I wasn't shocked by this Durk defense statement. You know, if all the shooters and people around you are admitting that there was a plot to do the murder, except they're all claiming that you made up the plot, at some point, your defense has to be, hey, well, if they're saying that there was a whole plot, they're all admitting to a plot. And they're saying, I'm the mastermind. I just have to take the facts of what they're saying and basically say, no, I was oblivious to this. I was oblivious to that. I didn't make the call on this. I wasn't a shot caller here. It was somebody else. Now, is that snitching? We're going to talk about it. Here we go.
Man, so the feds just revealed something about Lil Durk that had never been heard before. Now, there was all these rumors that Lil Durk was trying to flee the country when his homeboys started getting arrested. They're saying he tried to get on a private jet. He was booking all different kinds of flights and going on the run. He's denied this, but we now heard for the first time, allegedly, according to the prosecutors, this blew my mind. Not only was Lil Durk trying to flee the country before he could be charged in the murder for hire for Lil Pab, but apparently, this is crazy. They're saying that when he arrived to the Clearport, the private airport where he was trying to get on a private jet to flee the country, he said that he saw the FBI.
That was Opelika Executive Airport out of Florida. That's where most of the private flights, including, I think, Rick Ross either has a hangar there or Rick Ross has a hangar there. I ain't gonna cap.
FBI there, and he tried to run from the FBI and escape the FBI at the airport. And then he said when they finally closed him off and boxed him in and stopped him.
Wait. Smirkio try to run? What?
Bruh, they said that he refused to get out the car. They saying Smirk was holding himself, barricaded himself.
Okay, this sounds cap. How is he running? But then when they boxed him off, he was in a vehicle. So it seems like the vehicle just wasn't stopping, right? But you gotta listen to these word semantics. They say when I hear running, I imagine Durk like. That's clearly not what it is, right? They're basically saying that the police, they're trying to pull him over, right? They probably pull up right where, he's about to drive onto the tarmac or whatever. It's a private jet airport. And Durk sees it, and Durk's like, nah, keep going, folks. Like, now, granted, Durk probably is trying to buy some time. He got shit on his phone. He's probably like, yo, delete, let's break the shit, whatever. But they're saying he didn't stop immediately, but they're making it seem that they were chasing him. But when you hear chasing, you think Durk is running. Durk is not on feet.
Off in the car, basically, he wouldn't get out the car.
So they said Durk then wouldn't get out the car, which I would imagine he's clearing his phone or doing whatever, which, as bad of a situation, I think that would be smart.
He didn't want to get out for law enforcement. It was crazy. I never heard that before. It sounds to me like he was trying to get out of here. Obviously, the defense, they're claiming the other side. They're saying, no, look, what was really interesting was when the defense addressed this, they didn't outright deny it. They said, look, he was looking to get out the country. He wasn't going to run. He's internationally famous. He was just trying to get out the way. I think they said specifically, the way they phrased it, they said, look, he wasn't trying to flee the feds. He was just trying to get some space. Apparently he was just trying to get some space when...
Wait, what? No, Schmirk, you don't need some space. My boy almost healed. What you mean?
He went to the airport trying to get some space when he was trying to get some space from the feds to get away from them. He was trying to get some space when he refused to get out of the car when the feds boxed him in. So, hey, I think we might actually end up seeing eventually some body cam footage from the arrest when they caught him at the airport. I don't know for sure.
I think that's a moot point. They don't need to show that. Like, if anything, them mentioning it, oh, actually, they might show just to say, oh, this guy was pretty desperate to not get caught. He knew it was coming.
But obviously, I'm very interested to see that. I think the fact that somebody would try and flee definitely does add an interesting dimension to the proceedings. But I'll let you guys know as soon as I hear. There's a lot of other stuff, and I'm going to break down Durk's defense that his team put forward in their opening statement that was very interesting, very unexpected. So I'm going to update you guys on that as soon as I possibly can. But there has been an insane amount of updates. It's been back to back to back in court today, both opening statements, and we're now on the witnesses. It's wild.
Okay, so let's hear what Durk's opening statement is from Trap Lord Ross. By the way, if there's any other court reporters or, independent media that's out there that's giving updates, please let me know. We want to watch their videos as well, all right? Obviously, we trust our man Trap Lord, shot to steady, but we want to get everybody's opinion.
I cannot believe what Lil Durk's defense is. We have just heard his defense make their opening statements, and I'm not going to lie, I'm absolutely floored. You know what they're trying to do? They're blaming it all on Vonnie. Now, I don't know if people are going to go as far as to say that he telling on Vonnie, but he basically is blaming everything on Vonnie. They're basically making this whole case. They showed the entire opening statement, right? Bear in mind that the prosecution, they showed various pictures, videos, still images of multiple attempts on Quando's life, the actual murder of Lil Pab, the footage of that, footage from Durk's music videos, footage from apparently still images of them when they tried to kill Quando in Waycross, Georgia. It was a whole presentation. When the defense were up there, they basically showed only a couple pictures, and the one picture they showed the whole time was just a picture of Vonnie with King Von. They said it's all Vonnie. Vonnie was King Von's cousin. They said his nickname was Cuz because he was King Von's cousin. His whole identity was based around the fact that he was King Von's cousin, and he was the only one pushing slide for Von. They're all literally directly pointing the finger at Vonnie, saying Vonnie did it. Vonnie's admitting to the government that he did it. He's turned snitch to try and save himself.
Wow. Interesting. Now, this is going to be an interesting strategy. And I know, I apologize if I'm pausing a lot, but it's to give y'all details. So if Durk is saying Vonnie did it, remember, there's a couple layers to this. OTF Jam is also a snitch. So OTF Jam is a shooter. According to how it's written in the indictment, OTF Jam was recruited by Booney Mo. Booney Mo supposedly spoke with Didi and Durk, and that's how they got OTF Jam. Okay? So Booney Mo told Jam to go there. So here's the thing, which, by the way, we're going to see how Booney Mo plays into this. This is going to be crazy. But even without you saying or us thinking that Vonnie, here's the thing with also, it's a tough sell saying Vonnie is the mastermind. Yes, Vonnie is supposedly the cousin of King Von. Apparently, this was a slide for Von thing. Vonnie does not have a criminal record. Vonnie has no history of supposedly calling hits. There's nobody going to testify that, oh, he called for this person to be murdered. Oh, he set up this murder. There is none of that for Vonnie. This is where a clean record is going to help him. Will that be believable? How could you sell that this guy's a criminal mastermind? He never did no crime. Okay?
Had nothing to do with it. They're saying that Vonnie had the most to gain by sliding for Von. They're saying that Vonnie was the guy that was driving the Hellcat away from the scene when King Von got shot. They're saying Vonnie tried to speed King Von to the hospital the day that he died. They damn near said Vonnie was holding King Von in his arms, telling him he loved him before he took him to the hospital the last time they ever spoke.
Oh, so they have painted that Vonnie felt so guilty for King Von dying. King Von died in his arms. This is what emboldened Vonnie to become a mastermind criminal.
They basically said that it was Vonnie that has the motivation to slide. It was all Vonnie's idea. Vonnie was organizing everything. Vonnie got the guns. Vonnie got the cars. Vonnie got the sliders. Vonnie got the killers. He did everything. And Durk did nothing. They're blaming it all on Vonnie. I couldn't believe it. Now, look, I'm not sure what people are going to categorize this as. I mean, is it telling if somebody is already cooperating with the state against you? Is there such thing as reverse telling? Can you tell back if somebody works with the state?
So that's going to be a street issue, and that's what 6ix9ine was trying to jump in on. For me, I look at it in a court setting. It's called alternate theory, right? You're basically saying, hey, this guy's telling on me, and he's trying to say I'm the kingpin because I'm rich and famous, but really he's the kingpin. Okay? Now, here's the thing about telling. No matter what Durk's statements are, Vonnie can't get charged because he signed an immunity deal. Just like how Jam signed an immunity deal. They have admitted to what they claim they've done. And as long as the government can't prove that they've lied, no matter what Durk's defense is, they can't say, oh, Durk, you know what? You're right. Actually, Vonnie, fuck your deal. You're going back on well, actually, he pled guilty already. Like, you're not going to know it, but he pled guilty. We're all going to see as soon as this trial ends. Actually, it might not even happen then because they're going to need both of the guys. The thing with the feds, this is different from state. You don't get sentenced till you work your time with everybody. 6ix9ine, not only did 6ix9ine had to tell in the RICO case, there was a severed RICO case with Harv and Nuke, the guys who kidnapped him. He had to testify, or at least be available to testify, for both. Okay? Now, he only had to testify with Harv and Nuke because everybody else pled out. No one on that original 9-tray indictment took it really to trial. Okay? Everybody copped out. Only Harv and Nuke, who supposedly kidnapped him, took it to trial, and he was forced to testify. Until the government uses you like a cheap whore, you don't get your sentence. So the idea with Vonnie is that Vonnie not only has to testify here, he probably has to, at least definitely Jam. He has to wait until all of Durk cases is solved before he gets out or gets a sentence. Obviously, he's doing time served now anyway. Probably in some like cushy jail. When we call 6ix9ine back, we'll ask him what he believes the jail situation is for like Vonnie, given the fact that he's cooperating.
Tells on you, can you tell back? But basically, Durk and his team are making it very clear it was all Vonnie. He's saying it's all Vonnie. Apparently, when they arrested Vonnie, he was staying in a suite at a hotel in Chicago with his girlfriend. He said the cops busted into the suite and arrested him. And the defense is saying, oh, when the cops interviewed him, they basically said, you're the leader until you put someone else in charge. You're the one that was in charge of all of this. They were saying Vonnie and King Von go back decades. Their fathers were friends. Their dads just like went back years. Vonnie was, doing personal shopping for King Von. They even said, yeah, Vonnie was so locked in with King Von, they had a shared bank account. He was managing all of his money. That was his closest guy. Bro, they even said, I don't know how true this is, but they said that when King Von died and he was in the car on the way to the hospital, he said to Vonnie, why did you let me get shot? Why didn't you do something?
Now, that's going to be important. You can't just claim random shit. This terror is back. Oh, my God. Now, again, you could tell stories in your opening statements. Anything after this, you're going to have some proof. So going forward, they're going to have to prove that who else was in the car that heard Vonnie, right? That heard Vonnie say to King Von say to Vonnie, damn, why'd you let me get shot? So somebody must have been a witness to hear that for Durk's team to use. Who will that be? Okay, I'm on 1%. I'm always like scuffed here, huh? Okay. I'm back on the charger. My other charger that was here is like, it's like done. Shit. Where's my other? It's not working. Okay. We'll get to it in a bit. All right.
And they're saying that devastated Vonnie. He couldn't save King Von, and basically he planned to slide for Von that night. Nothing. They saying Durk didn't do nothing. It was all Vonnie. I don't know if that's going to be believed, but that's the defense. It's insane. I cannot believe what Lil Durk's.
Okay, so that's part of his defense. Let's keep it going. We have another. Oh, apparently now he's talking about. So the government got off a few things that was accepted into trial. Now, a lot of times, like, for example, in the YNW Melly case, the prosecutors wanted to do a field trip. I know, this sounds crazy. They wanted to do a field trip to bring the jurors around the car that's still in evidence that shows the gruesome scene of all the blood splatter, of basically the bullet's trajectory through the headrest and everything. And they wanted to kind of like have the jury be in the presence of a murder and to say, this is what we're having the case about. The judge struck it down. Also, the defense team of Wyneb and Melton, hey, no, this is too much. And it's important to like argue those things for a defense attorney, because a lot of people who would be on a jury have never really been around death. And if you shock them to the point of now they're seeing blood that's been dried up for years, they're seeing bullets, like that's going to be a thing where they're going to say, I got to do something. If I'm the last resort to do something, I got to make sure this never happens again. So they fight, a defense attorney is going to fight for that not to be admitted. The defense attorney is fighting for you not to see the gruesome images of Lil Pop being dead. They don't want you to see the bullet through the head. They don't want you to see the bullet. Apparently there's a bullet through the heart. They don't want you to see the autopsy. They don't want you to see this guy lifeless and saying, damn, all that rapping about this and all that this and slide this and slide this. This is what sliding looks like. They don't want that. However, the judge actually allowed it in, and the government hit them with it early. You see, the government is throwing big punch. The government's coming out Mike Tyson. They're coming out like Mike Tyson. They're coming with the big punches early, and apparently they showed autopsy photos, and apparently showed a bullet he had in his heart and his bicep. Check this out.
Man, we just saw some really horrific evidence in the Lil Durk murder case. I'm not going to lie to you. What the prosecution just showed sent chills down the spines of the jurors. I'm not going to lie to you. They played the 911 call of a woman that actually witnessed the murder of Lil Pab in Beverly Hills at the Beverly Center. Basically explained that, you know, it was a frantic 911 call. She said, oh my God, I can't believe it. Someone's shooting machine gun. Somebody's been hit. I'm in Beverly Hills. I can't believe this. And then they're saying, where are you? What's going on? What do they look like? She said, I don't want to be involved. I don't want to say anything. I don't want you to have my information. She was scared. These guys, whoever did this, struck fear into the residents and the visitors of Beverly Hills outside the Beverly Center. That was harrowing on its own. They then played unseen video footage of the murder of Lil Pab. Straight up 2 camera angles, one that we've never seen before. One of them was straight up 4K, crystal clear. You could damn near see the sweat dripping from their heads to down their eyes in front of the ski masks. It was so clear what was going on. It was over in 2 seconds. Like the doors open, somebody's pumping gas. They basically pop out from the alleyway from the car, all start shooting, shoot off the switches, automatic gunfire. There's no audio, but obviously we know it's automatic gunfire. And then very, very tragically, everyone just jumps in the car, dips off and slides away. They haven't shown the TMZ clip of Quando screaming no, but they went even further. They showed the body cam footage of the person that pulled Lil Pab's body out of the car.
Wow.
And it was just horrific. He's in the car.
That's gruesome.
You can hear him sort of taking his last dying breaths and moaning. It's really, really tragic. I'm so sad that Pab's family had to see.
I ain't gonna lie. By the way, Pab's family's there. Somebody going to jail. I ain't gonna cap with you. When the jury sees that, somebody's going to jail.
That they were in the courtroom and they were distraught overseeing this. That was then accompanied, obviously, the body cam footage picked up that moment of Quando screaming no from a different perspective. It was just so much more chilling to see what Pab was going through, what was going on inside that car. We even saw the images of them at the Bathing Ape store before. They actually told us what hotel that they were staying at before it all went down. It was crazy. But even more tragic, then they had the medical examiner up there on the stand basically showing the autopsy. It was just one autopsy photo, but it basically confirmed that Lil Pab was actually found with a bullet in his heart. He had punctured lung, it punctured his heart. He also had a bullet that was lodged in his bicep and another bullet that went through his bicep that came out the other side. It was just really, really horrific stuff. And interestingly, there was no cross-examination from the defense. The 911 call was played.
Wow. So it says the government is swinging for the knockout first day. It's impossible to really have a good cross defense of what the medical examiner is saying. Usually you cross-examine the what the examiner is saying when you could be like, well, you know, did they have underlying medical factors that could have affected their death? Okay, how many calibers of, you know, bullets was he hit with? Does it actually match up with the amount of shooters that might have been? Like, just try to create some doubt. When it looked like the prosecutors is swinging like knockout shit at Durk, and Durk's lawyer said, yeah, let's just move on. Let's just move on. We're not going to say, like, we're not going to counter the point about did he die? We know he died. We're not also going to count, because the medical examiners are going to come with, well, it appeared that the caliber of bullets that caused the punctured lung, that caused through the bicep, that was found in the heart, were a 5.56, was a 2.23, was a 9mm, was a 40 cal. Like, it appears that Durk's team says, we're not going to contest that one, which is interesting. The first government witness, supposedly is a medical examiner. Well, I don't know if it's the first, but it's the first one that we've heard these guys mention. Durk's team says, let's move on. Let's move on. They're showing videos of the guy with bullet in his heart. Let's move on.
And the call operator.
I'm trying to get... Is 6ix9ine a lost cause, y'all? Is he a lost cause? Is he a lost cause, y'all? Okay. Let me throw up Attorney Jasmine. I think she just made something an hour ago. By the way, if anyone's in court that has updates, please let me know. We're down to watch anyone. There's a guy, his name's like Do Not or something. I'm not too sure what his name is. I'm not disrespecting him. I just don't know his name. But he did do an update. I seen it on my feed earlier. I would like to play his stuff, but just remind me what his name is.
Thursday, Durk's judge, Judge Fitzgerald, told the jurors that all the defendants had pled guilty, and only after...
Oh, no, okay. So she's talking about a Freudian slip that happened on Thursday. Okay. If she does give us another update, I'm guessing she's there. By the way, she acknowledged that we shouted her out. Shout to you, Attorney Jasmine. We appreciate anybody who's on the ground. Okay, we do appreciate you a lot.
On Thursday, Durk's judge...
Okay. Maybe we could go back to Seti Nash. Please tell me, who else is at court, chat? Who else is at court? We want everybody. We want everybody. Lawyer for Workers has another update. If you're new to how we cover the trial, we get all the latest updates, but then we kind of systematically use what's being presented in court to connect to things that happened in the past, and also probably what's being shown in court if we have those particular videos or whatever the case is. So we'll get to it in a minute. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, it appears that Lawyer for Workers is he's correcting Traplo Ross, because Traplo Ross basically tweeted Durk just blamed everything on Vonnie. What the fuck? And I think he's doing a little bit of correcting. Remember, your Lawyer for Workers is going to slant towards the defendant. He's more, I don't know if he's officially a criminal defense attorney at this point, but he usually takes the side of whoever is being accused, because I think that's just in his profession, okay?
So this headline and this tweet from Ross, I got to talk to Ross. This is not a story. Durk did not just blame everything on Vonnie. What the fuck? Vonnie got picked up by cops, admitted to everything, admitted to getting the cars, arranging the flights, admitted to getting the guns, buying the...
Okay, I like what he's saying too. He's basically saying Durk didn't just randomly blame it on Vonnie. Vonnie admitted to the cops all these things is true. However, Durk is the one who told me to do it. So Vonnie admitted all his role. He just brought in Durk. And Durk is saying, no. If this guy told y'all he did it, why the fuck are y'all bringing me into it? The evidence kind of supports that he did it. So let's leave it at he did it and leave me out the group chat.
Ski mask, admitted to getting Sprinter vans and taking everybody around. And then he said, I did all of it while facing life in prison. I did all of it because Dirk Banks paid me to do it. And now Dirk Banks is in court saying, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. And to put out a headline that says, oh, Dirk just blamed everything on Vonnie, what the fuck? No. Putting that out, what the fuck? So this headline and this tweet from...
Okay, all right. Let's play another video. Here we go.
Lil Durk Trial, the opening statements are done. 4 government witnesses have testified. Let's get you caught up on everything you need to know.
Wait. Whoa, what do you mean 4 government witnesses? They already testified?
No. So the government went out, they laid out their case, the motive, the beef between Quando and Lil Durk's camp, this concept that Durk is the leader, OTF is a gang, they're involved in killings. They laid out the text messages, the music videos, that the cooperator is going to explain exactly what Durk's role in all of this was. I thought the strongest thing the prosecution did is they laid out the timeline that predates this August 19, 2022 shooting at Quando Rondo, and that in fact there were prior shootings, and all of it kind of really lends to itself to building the story that these two camps hated each other and they were going after one another, as I'll discuss.
Now, that's going to be so interesting when they get to those messages. Remember, there was a conversation about Quando's team hitting up Durk saying, hey, listen, we want to squash this beef. Let's dead it. And essentially, Durk says, man, nah, it's all good, man. Just go do a show. Right? So supposedly Durk tells Quando, nah, bro, nah, we ain't got to talk about it. Just do a show, bro. Just do your thing, bro. You could do a show. So Durk's response was more like, oh, you're scared to do a show. Bro, it's fine. Like, I ain't tripping. You could keep doing shows. And then the first show that Quando does, nobody shows up. Quando gives a speech at the show saying, I know what, blah, 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 da-da-da, I'm also getting blackballed, da-da-da-da. And then when he's leaving the show, he goes to a gas station and 100 bullets rain out. Okay? So, I'm going to keep this slide up. But I don't know if y'all remember, Quando Rondo show, it was somewhere in Georgia. It was like empty. Empty. Here we go. I remember him giving a speech at the show. Here we go. It was pretty empty. Here we go. Was it this? Yeah, see, wasn't that many people there. Look. Yeah, it was pretty empty. Now, he also did say at the concert, he said, yo, I don't care if there's 10 people in here. I'll act like it's 10,000. Fuck it. You know, he was trying to be optimistic. Let me see if I can. I think I did a video on it back in the day. Quando Rondo show gas station. This is in that Georgia. I'm trying to find it. Sorry. This is when they got shot at. I'm going to play this in a second. But I want to show at the show how it looked. Didn't I do a video on it? DJ Akademiks. Sometimes I got to Google myself. I got to Google myself just to like figure out what videos I did back in the day. Okay. Maybe I don't have a video for that. Let me find it. Oh, no, I do. I just seen it. Yes. Akademiks reacts to Quando Rondo first show. Here we go. Okay. So people were scared. And it went like this. Now, also applies. He had like a speech there too. Basically just telling people like, yo, y'all know what it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, I do have a video about it.
That shit crazy as fuck. Y'all, it's got...
Yo, I kid you not, old Akademiks is the GOAT. I don't know about this new Akademiks, but old Akademiks is a video of me doing everything. Huh? Okay, so yeah, this is 5 years ago. Here we go.
Quando.
So this is when he was leaving the show and the gas station got shot up.
It is, cause I had went to the other Circle K and they were like, everybody kept talking about the shots that they heard. So evidently what the niggas hit them with was some big shit. Cause niggas were way down the road and they were like, shit, we heard the shots. I said, how the fuck y'all heard the shots way down here? They were like, hey, whatever the niggas had was big shit.
Check it out now. God damn it, man. Remember when... Okay, all right, let's go. talked to the people in the crowd. He said, yo, thank you for showing up, whatever, whatever. Then he dipped. Now, listen, if you... Wait, I didn't play the video? Some people say wasn't hit. Third time where he only threatened pray for people. Man, third time he's been... And they said that was the third time he got shot at. All right, I want to try to hear Quando Rondo explains show. Like he was on the mic. That's a still image. I just can't find it. It was empty. Uh-huh. But essentially, he basically was like, yo, listen, I'm going to turn this bitch up. Now, some people had believed that what happened with the show was on some 50 Cent shit, which means Durk and them allegedly bought the majority of the tickets that he thought it was going to be turned. So when he shows up, he's a little bit shocked, like, damn, how? There ain't nobody here. Ain't nobody really here. You get me? Which supposedly was like a lineup to get him there. Okay?
Big shit.
Okay, not that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in there to see. He had no V. Outside, do nothing.
Yeah, I can't find that video. Y'all know what video I'm talking about, though. He addressed it. He addressed why the show was empty. Where was this at? This was at some show, right? It's Blackshear. Quando Rondo Blackshear, Georgia, or something like that. And he's going to speak to it about why his show, he was on stage at the time too. I can't find it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to slow up the live by like keep searching. If anyone has it, just send it to me. But he's literally on stage and he says, yo, whatever, y'all know what's going on, like, yo, they trying to blackball me, this and third. I know this ain't that many people in here, but we gonna turn up like it's 10,000 people in this bitch. Fuck it, right? And that was him trying to just rock out with the crowd that was there. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay, anyway.
In a moment, the defense had a good response to that, which is drawing this division between OTF Vani and Durk Banks and putting all the prior attempts that the prosecution spent a lot of time planning in the jury's head on OTF Vani. I thought that the defense's opening was a lot stronger. They had the great quote, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you're trying to follow the money in this murder for hire trial, you will not be able to, because this is a murder for hire where nobody got paid. Durk Banks' lawyers, and it was Marissa Goldberg, not Drew Finling, who did the opening statement in this.
Now I got to pause it here. Under the murder for hire statutes, even though on face value it sounds murder for hire, how could you get hired if you don't get paid? Payment is not required. An agreement of possible compensation is required. So if you finesse your shooter, it's still murder for hire.
This case, and I thought that made a lot of sense. Most of the jury is women, a lot of white women. Marissa Goldberg is a white woman who is cold as ice, stone cold serious. Not the type of showman Drew Finling is. There's a time and a place for the showmanship. But when you open up in a case where the jury's going to see the autopsy videos of a young man with bullet holes riddled all over his body, you need a very, very serious tone. That's the exact tone Durk Banks' attorney struck. I thought she gave a tremendous opening. I thought most of her opening was built on directly rebutting everything that the prosecution had just showed. So this concept of cooperators, she pointed out, hey, look, these are admitted murderers who are going to get convicted and sent to life, and the only way they can get out is to use Durk Banks as an insurance policy, somebody to pin the blame on. She talked about the first cooperator, OTF Jam. A lot has been said. She labeled him a quote-unquote massive cooperator who gave over 30 interviews to law enforcement in the very short time. He had spent 12 years in prison. He got out. He's only out for about a year.
Okay, now, you see, this is why we got to go to different sources. So we now hear from Law for Workers Sorry. It's not that Jam cooperated on 30 different cases. He gave 30 different interviews. So it could have been 15 for the same case.
He's already talked and started trying to give up information 30 different times to police. Some of the times he knew nothing about Durk. Later, when charges and cooperation were on the table, he all of a sudden had all the goods about Durk. There was also a lot of talk about OTF Vani. OTF Vani, one of the cooperators, Durk's lawyers pinned him as the real ringleader, that Durk's not a ringleader. They said, look, if you look at the evidence, you're going to see Durk tells people to do things. They're not doing what Durk says. They're stealing from Durk. They're talking shit about Durk. Durk is his own little world, doing celebrity entertainment things. He's got a lot of stuff going on. It was OTF Vani who not only this murder, Lil Durk Trial, the opening.
Okay, let's keep it going. There's another video.
Things. He's got a lot of stuff going on. It was OTF Vani who not only this murder that he orchestrated, not only did he get the rental cars, the guns, the ski masks, arrange everybody to be there, pick them up, take them to the scene. This wasn't the first time he did all that. He has a modus operandi, and he has done this before in an attempt to get at Quando Rondo, including in Georgia, including other occasions. And so the case is really going to boil down, as it always was, the cooperators versus Durk. There's some evidence in there, but a lot of it is explainable. For example, there was that text message. Durk says, hey, don't book no flights under my name. His lawyers pointed out that when you look at the evidence, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that text clearly had nothing to do with this murder, and what Durk was talking about was a completely different event. And oh, by the way, the guy Vani did end up booking the flights using a credit card connected to OTF. So to the extent Durk, as the ringleader, is giving instructions to people, they're not following them. Ultimately, where is this case going? This case is wide open.
Okay, that's a good flip. Well, if Durk told him don't book anything and these guys are not listening, how is Durk the mastermind?
The prosecution presented a narrative. The defense presented a narrative. The narratives do not matter. What matters is the evidence. I don't give a shit what you guys think you heard in music songs. I don't care what you think you saw on the internet. The jury is not going to hear any of that narrative. The jury is going to hear evidence from witnesses on the stand. I will say, I think the biggest problem you're facing if you're Durk Banks' defense team is trying to present a picture to the jury without them getting thrown off by the co-defendant's defense team, because there's actually 3 defendants in this case, not just one. And the 3 defendants, they tried to sever the charges and have only a single defendant. However, that didn't work out. And so now you have 3 defendants, and their stories kind of complicate things, and they don't make a lot of sense. For example, one of the guys, OTF Didi, he said, and both the co-defendants said, hey, we never agreed to a murder. We didn't even know there was going to be a murder. Okay, well, why are you there? Didi said he's there because he heard the OTF was going to be there, and he's found that it's a good idea to be around. You might be able, he had a music career. He was a budding, aspiring rap artist, and so he likes to be around and try to get some studio time, try to get into a music video. The other guy, his lawyer went up there and said, hey, he also didn't know anything. He didn't agree to anything. Why was he there? The other guy didn't explain why he was there. He just said, oh, well, he was there. He never kind of explained that. And so it's an interesting case because you have this celebrity superstar powerhouse legal team that's defending the case. And not only do they have to defend the case against the prosecution, but they have to deal with the co-defendants' cases, which all of them kind of are telling slightly different stories while they're all trying to throw a perfect pitch down the middle to proclaim their innocence. This trial will continue. In my next post, I will explain to you some more of the details that came out in the opening, as well as the first 4 government witnesses. Stay tuned.
Okay. All right. It's going down, y'all. It's going down. All right. So it appears that they're rolling out witnesses. The government isn't trying to slow cook Durk. They're trying to immediately jump with the BS. Somebody says, check whose Twitter? Check whose Twitter. This is day 1 for the trial. Yes. Young who? Yeah, literally just told me who's who should I check their Twitter, please? You Vect Mel? You Vect Mel? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. All right, we got somebody here. Okay, good. So we got some updates here. Let's see if it says at the courthouse to account to earlier than usual to account for all the people. To account, okay. At the courthouse earlier than usual to account for all the people expected to attend day one of the federal trial. Last week, the judge said that the courtroom is larger than the one in the hearings have been in, so I expect many of us to get in. It says all three men pled guilty and will testify. Okay, so just like what I said, they pled guilty. Obviously, we can't find their case. We cannot find their case because it's all sealed. Okay, they got severed. Not only did they get severed, in the form of a superseding indictment, they got severed and they got new indictments under seal that they pled guilty to. So essentially, you can't do a YSL Woody. They got you by the balls. They have a guilty plea that carries life. Government opening statements. This is a story of revenge. This isn't about music. It's about murder. They detail King Von's death and Durk's alleged determination for revenge. There's a presentation that included pictures, text messages, etc. We're on lunch. The confirmed cooperants are going to be OTF Jam, Kevon Grant, and Keith Williams. Okay? They also lock our phones away, and if you unlock it, you may not be able to get back in. Okay? At the court, okay, what else? All right. I think, do we got everything? Do we got everything? Okay, give me 1 second. I'm dealing with a lot of info here. I'm trying to make sure I get it to you in the best way. By the way, ironically, some of the feds' videos that they had for the death of Von is now coming out. So when Von got killed by Lil Tim, ironically, they brought both of them to the same hospital. They claimed that Von, despite what was being heard in the past, there was this folklore rumor that when Von woke up in the hospital, he said, "Where my gun at?" And obviously builds onto this lore that Von is just this big demon. Apparently, they claimed that was not the case. When Von was brought to the hospital, he was already dead on arrival. Lil Tim was brought there. He was shot. It actually showcases Lil Tim getting arrested, or not arrested, but they handcuff him to the bed. All right? Lil Tim, hospital. That video, I believe, is new. Let me see if we can find it. Here we go. This is new footage of King Von rushed into surgery. And again, if you're wondering how does this play a part, I just came here to watch. How does this play a part in the trial of Durk? You got to remember, the entire government disposition is that Von dying made Durk feel like he had to get revenge on the guys who did the murder. And yes, that included Lil Tim, but it absolutely included Quando Rondo, the person he was fighting with before he got shot by Lil Tim. So this is when Lil Tim got sent to the hospital. Remember, he just killed Von, and he was lucky enough not to get executed. I think it was either Muwap or someone else tried to execute him, and the gun jammed. And he was shot, and he collapsed, but he was just laying there. The police at that point interrupted. People left. They tried to bring Von to the hospital. Von died in the car, supposedly. And now the police brings Quando Rondo, which, by the way, I'm not Quando Rondo, sorry. Lil Tim, which, by the way, it might have been a blessing. I know it's going to sound crazy. It might have been a blessing he was shot, because some of Durk's homies that then pulled out their guns and started shooting, there was some cops that was around the corner. They don't know what's going on. Their job is just to neutralize anybody with a gun. They end up shooting one of Durk's guys in the head. They shot him in the head. The guy subsequently died like years later. But you guys know, you know who I'm talking about. He got shot in the head. If Lil Tim was still actively with the gun and no one shot him, the cops could have just skulled him. And by the way, he could have got skulled and killed by Durk's, not Durk, but by Von's people too. So he's really lucky. Okay. Yes. OTF Louis got shot by the cops, supposedly, because he had a weapon in his hand. That's supposedly according to the story. Anyway, this is when Lil Tim gets brought to the hospital. Let's kind of hear this.
Shit on you, but I gotta cuff you to the bed.
Now, this right here is the body of King Von that has been transported to the same hospital and has been rushed through the hallways for them to try life-saving measures, but apparently he didn't have a pulse before he got to the hospital.
15-9-3 You got. Yeah, I got one. The one for the rehab. Gentleman in here is deceased. Okay.
So they said the gentleman here is deceased. They're actually talking about King Von. Mr. King Von. Okay, before we get to that, again, we are going to play it. Let me play this really quickly. I found the gentleman that's outside. His name is Donut or Dunnit. This is what he is presenting as part of his report. And he's there. He's at the courthouse as well. Let's hear what he got to say.
What's up? It's your boy Donat. I'm here.
Okay, Donat. Sorry.
At the federal court building in downtown LA for day 3 of Lil Durk Trial. Today we're gonna hear opening arguments from
okay, so that's in the morning, and then he goes with, he said it's limited, and then he says Durk was set up. Let's hear his opinion.
What's up? It's your boy Donat here on day 3 of the Lil Durk Trial. The defensive strategy is to say that Vonnie, who happens to be King Von's cousin, set up Lil Durk by using his credit card and making it look like there was an unalivement for hire.
So Durk's team is going with Durk is framed. Interesting.
They also are pointing that Vonnie might have been, jealous or felt some type of way by the OTF family and Lil Durk using King Von's death to sell music and so forth. And also explosive. According to the defense, Jam actually met with the feds over 30 times, and only 3 of those times are recorded. He's expected to testify. Now, Brown Eyes has already pled guilty to the unalivement. He has not been sentenced, and I feel like Brown Eyes might actually be the defense's rebuttal witness to discredit Jam and others that are pointing fingers at Lil Durk.
Wait, so Brown Eyes pled guilty. Is he trying to take the rap? Interesting. All right, let's keep going.
What's up? It's your boy Donat. Day 3 at the Lil Durk Trial. There was a very heavy moment just happened. We saw the officer's body camera footage of Lou Pob taking his last breath in Quando Rondo, screaming and yelling no. Then a doctor came to testify and showed images of Lou Pob's injuries. 3 gunshot wounds to his left arm and a gunshot wound where the bullet entered and lodged into his heart. Gun violence is not the answer, y'all. Be safe out there.
Okay. Another update.
What's up? It's your boy Donat. I have an update for day 3 of the Lil Durk Trial. Listen, there's some misinformation going on right now. I know you guys are down with that rat lantern talk, but it was not Vonnie who cooperated and talked to the feds 30 times. It was OTF Jam. Now, Vonnie did talk to the feds, according to what I heard, twice. And on the second time, he was telling the feds whose cards were used to book these rooms and so forth.
Now, apparently, OTF Jam was a volunteered snitch. When he was arrested, apparently, he wrote a note, a handwritten note, and he told the police that he was aware of a larger scheme and more murders, and he could, if possible, he could help himself by giving up information. But there's a handwritten note that got admitted. So it is going to be as evidence on the exhibit. And with that all comes from this particular note.
Which leads me to believe that Vonnie conspired against Durk. I mean, Durk hired him. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. Durk is from Chicago, an outsider. There's different gang politics happening in Atlanta, Georgia, and Durk was just the fall guy. But enough about that. Let's get back to OTF Jam cooperating with the feds 30 times. You want to know why he cooperated with the feds 30 times? Because he actually is one of the 3 men that hopped out the car and was shooting at Quando Rondo and Lou Pab. that has just been revealed. I know he hasn't been publicly indicted and all this other stuff.
He's indicted and he pled guilty.
Because he's in that U program, which requires full cooperation.
Okay, all right. Mr. Donat has a little bit wrong here in his understanding of the Fed case. This U program that, you know, we've heard publicized where people talk about Shea, who is 21 Savage, a U visa that supposedly requires cooperation has nothing to do with this. This is for a 5K1 letter. So when you plead guilty to a crime, the only way you could go under the sentence and minimum is having a 5K1 letter, or after sentencing. So before sentencing, it's called 5K1 letter. After sentencing, which people accuse Big Meech of doing, which is, say they gave you life, you could come back and say, I know where 10 bodies are buried, but I need my sentence shortened. You work out a deal. They give you, well, not give you, but they use what's called a Rule 35. And that Rule 35 is a resentencing. And the resentencing could go below your mandatory minimum because now you have provided substantial evidence to an ongoing investigation, or somehow help the detectives, or the federal agents, in figuring something out, and they could go below those sentencing guidelines. So you get resentenced. But those are the only two ways. This U program, there is no U program other than if you were shot. If you were shot or you're a victim of a crime. Let me tell you what the U visa program is. And that actually is meant for non-citizens. So if you are a victim of a crime and you aren't a citizen of the United States, you get what's called a U visa as long as you have provided, to the best of your knowledge, the information to help the investigation go on. Which means if they said, who shot you? If you don't know them niggas, you better tell what they were wearing. You got to tell whatever they want you to do. Okay? But that's how you get in the U visa program. So he's mistaken that a little bit. But, he's obviously in court, so you got to trust what he hears, maybe not exactly fully what he knows.
To keep his case from being filed and him being indicted, even though I believe it's going to happen.
Again, I keep telling you, Jam has already been indicted. Not because you can't find the case doesn't mean he is. This is how they get people in federal court. He's indicted. It's all sealed. You can't find it. And we're going to see that later time, and I'll bet any money on it, is going to say he pled guilty 6 months ago or longer. It was done all under seal. Remember, the next step for Vonnie is going to be him getting sentenced, which means he already pled guilty. And at sentencing, he's doing the snitching to get what's called a 5K1 letter. And the 5K1 letter, when submitted by the government, will allow the judge to go beyond the sentencing guidelines, which he would be facing life. So he pled guilty to get life. That's auto life. But because of his snitching, no prior criminal background, and because he's going to do an A1 job on the stand, and they realize he's not the ultimate target, and maybe he could BS to say, hey, I was just playing my part. I wasn't the guy who ordered it. He could get about 5 to 7 years. Okay?
But that's why he hasn't been mentioned. So he's one of the 3 guys that was doing the shooting. What's up? It's your boy.
Okay. There we go. So let's get back to this video where we're seeing King Von being rushed into surgery. Apparently he was dead on arrival, and Lil Tim getting arrested in the hospital. This is after November 6, 2020, where there was an incident outside of a hookah lounge where King Von and Quando Rondo got into a fight. There was a damn near all-out brawl. Lil Tim hopped out of the car with a weapon and shot King Von several times, point-blank range. And, the rest is history.
Now, shout out to Collab. I can't even pronounce the name, so pardon me, but the platform that usually gets all the drill body cam videos first. Here we have the body cam footage of Little Tim in the hospital. You guys could couch. Now, this is why I say their entourages had to cross paths. I'm pretty sure they were in the lobby or something waiting to hear what's going on with Vaughn, and Little Tim had to come in shortly after, being that he was struck 3 times. But let's get into the body cam footage of Little Tim as he was arrested while laying in the hospital bed. Y'all check this out.
Okay, so
boy was in there.
This is the next day then. Remember, this happened at very late in the night, 3, 4 a.m.
Killing, huh? Look at his face.
Okay, with all due respect, I want to hear the officers speak. So, oh, there's no audio? Oh, there is no audio. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Yo, look at Lil Tim's face when they woke his ass up. Look at it. Look right here. That nigga had to look like he just saw King Von again. Like, yo. So that's the cops. The audio's gonna turn on now.
I don't know the scenario you were in or anything like that. I just came here to watch, sit on you, but I gotta cuff you to the bed. I'm sorry? Like I said, I didn't work last night. I don't know what's all going on, but apparently you're in custody. You were hitting the legs, right? Okay. Just making sure. All right.
Sir, here for the multiple shooting victims? Yes, sir. Okay, so y'all got one, the one for the room had gentleman in here, deceased. Okay.
Now the GBI is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Clearly they were on this case already, which is I believe it's a state organization that's like the FBI, but it's just statewide for Georgia. So interesting. We're seeing GBI immediately get involved with this as opposed to just local Fulton County detectives.
It's King Von.
What, the Trump phone?
Yeah, the one that...
Oh, my God.
I don't know.
King Von. V-A-U-G-H-N?
Sorry?
V-O-N. V-O-N?
Atlas now is all about.
No, I don't think he's a rapper. He's a famous
You
rapper.
can get that from one of them or...
Gotta get some vitals on you. So if you want to stick your finger in there, that's
Yes.
Nothing else in the zone that's known about.
That I know about him now. Not really.
This is not take your blood pressure.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was in here until the nurse told me that he was in.
So I think they have his information.
Okay. Yeah. He's got the guy in Trump 6, and I got the guy in Trump 7.
The other one? Okay.
Put this under your tongue for me. Is it under your tongue? Okay, close.
Not yet. He's barely low. So he lives in Chicago. So Sarge says stand by for the detective.
What are you talking about? What?
Because they can't get
I have no idea. I didn't even know there was a girl in that car.
I'm notified. Of course, that's been recruit. 6'4", 2'5", S-L-O-W-E Avenue, apartment 7, Chicago,
Appreciate it, Clark.
Illinois,
Right.
60612.
Okay.
Okay.
Chance. 7293. Hold on, brother. This is the interrogation.
I never did it right there, man.
Okay.
Okay, because they got this guy's stuff, King Von, his jury and stuff, and the guy from Day1, they got his jury, so just make sure I decollect it whenever they get it. I don't know if GBI.
Yeah, I'm gonna interview. There is one now. There's
You got
down
two.
at the end. It's from Midtown. So
Okay. All right. So that pretty much happens. Is there another video we could kind of get at? Okay. 100K Track, who was the manager, he's the one who actually confirmed to me that King Von had passed. He also subsequently did do an interview with me afterwards. He was shot in the leg. And I know people keep calling OTF Vonnie the manager of King Von. The manager of King Von is 100K Track, who also is the manager of YNW Melly. So just to be clear, OTF Vonnie was not the manager of King Von. OTF Vonnie was supposedly the cousin, maybe acted in a road manager capacity, but not the manager. He was more of an assistant, okay? The actual manager was 100K Track. He got shot, and he's also manages YNW Melly, and yeah.
Can we get a chance to talk to them when you guys are ready? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that same is turn quad. They got it.
Now, I don't know if he got shot directly, but there was like either a bullet that ricocheted off the ground, but he definitely got hit in the leg.
Exactly. Okay, you got your ID on you?
1168 straight up, 503. You're close. You go to Free Street,
Kimberly Boulevard, is that your address?
X-ray has some business there. Trying to get out.
other office. My home address is different.
You said do you want this one or you want
Yeah, investigative room should
What's
check
that
it out
one?
like they want to apply.
Okay.
SCOTT.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have health insurance?
Hello?
Health insurance?
Yeah, I do, but I don't have the card on me.
Okay. You know who it's with?
Now, I'm waiting for the cop to try to like figure out some info.
Okay.
Okay, here the cop. The cop is now talking to him.
You're just a group of people following you because they know you the man.
Oh no, not me.
Okay.
I'm talking about it's 3-4 cars. Like,
Okay.
3-4 cars.
Yeah.
So just following the gentleman. Everybody in the parking lot waiting on the artist to pull up. And then out of nowhere, you just hear gunshots. Everybody started screaming.
Who's the artist?
Huh?
Who's the artist?
It was a couple artists there.
Okay. So you were waiting for the artist to pull up at the business and just gunshots start ringing out?
No, I think we were just waiting for everybody to get there.
Okay.
Everybody else, because it was a party. It was a group of people.
Okay.
And just waiting, and then gunshots rang out.
Okay. Did you see who was shooting?
So
I just gotta ask,
shooting.
I gotta ask.
Probably went in, just let my leg running.
Okay, so how bad was your injury in the leg?
Not too bad. I kind of ran on it for like 15 minutes to find shelter, and then 15 minutes back to my security.
Okay.
Really kind of bad.
So where'd your security go? How your security let you get shot, man? What kind of security they are?
No, that's the thing. It just started. It's a group of people outside waiting.
So they weren't trying to get to you.
Oh no, hell
Okay.
no. I'm
just happened to be in the mix.
Yeah, a couple.
Weren't trying to get to your homeboys, nothing like that.
Nah, not at all. We have no problem with nobody here.
Okay.
I hope nobody else.
So you live where?
In Florida.
Oh, so you were just up here for the event?
Business.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
It was a paid gig at Opium.
Okay. Opium, isn't it the same place that's up the street, up on West Peachtree, right? Oh, you from Zone 2, you don't know. Never mind. Yeah, it's on West Peachtree. Kara.
Kara.
How you doing, Kara?
All right, how are you?
Another day in paradise, Kara.
I hear ya.
Okay.
First time being shot, last time being shot.
Well, yeah, bullets are fun. I hear. Excuse me, I'm in your way.
You're good. Can I borrow your license again?
Now, I don't think that the manager knows that King Von has been deceased yet. I think he might be told at this point.
Okay. So, is it okay if we get your information off your license as well? You already have it, though, right?
Everybody like the line going in.
I know. Trust me.
I don't even think that spot was. I think it was like
something stupid.
Opening? No, I don't know anything with the incident. You know what I'm saying? The spot was opening, so everybody was just coming. Like, it was like not just our people, just everybody, like the line going in. So I don't know what the fuck happened. All you hear is gunshots in the parking lot, and it's over.
Okay. So the only other question I have for you is, would you like to speak to an investigator about the incident? No. Okay.
It's not. All I can tell them is which way to run in Atlanta next time, so you don't get shot at all.
He goes,
real street nigga. You want to talk to an investigator? Hell nah.
The reason we're here is because in every state in the union, if you get shot, the police have to come out and talk to you. Okay, yeah. We don't think we clearly know that you weren't involved in anything. Yeah.
I'm
So
just happy that I could have freaking ran to safety and ran back to my damn security place to the car on a shot lane.
Yeah.
That's how I know I didn't really get shot too bad, because it didn't stop me from moving.
Well, I'm glad you made it through it, brother, man. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that it happened. Okay. So that's it. You have any questions of us? Anything?
Oh, man.
He doesn't have your ID. The nurse has your ID.
Oh, that's
okay.
cool.
Okay. So that's it. So that's pretty much it. The girls that were with you?
The girls are probably here for other people too.
No, they're not here for you?
No, I'm saying there's a couple other girls. I don't know how many girls out there.
They were cute.
How many girls?
It was 3.
I'm trying to fuck.
Me, I ain't really
Trying to fuck them girls.
They just probably because they brought me to the hospital.
Right, yeah.
Group of people.
Okay.
So my wife's at the house.
Okay.
Yeah, stop snitching on me on body cam, gang. My wife at the house. What you mean bitches is here? W Track. Track is like, yo, what you mean bitches here for me? Hold on now. You know, my wife crazy. She gonna pull a body cam later. What you mean? Nah, them bitches is for everybody. What you talking about? My wife home, nigga.
All right, sir. Thank you for your time. All right, rest. Yes, please. Yeah, we need it. Not here until clear. Does the dispatcher know you're here?
Yeah, dispatch on 5 now.
Your dispatch is on 2 or is on 5. Good looking out, though. Appreciate you.
Give you a come so I get all the information?
Interesting. All right. And then Boss Top gets arrested. Like a couple minutes later. I think we've seen this before.
Here, I've got him if you want to.
Yeah, hold me. Everybody hold me. Everybody just hold me. What a pace. What a pace. Everybody hold me. Sir, what a pace. I got things split up here. What a pace. It's tight. It's right. This guy right here got sprayed. The guy shot over there. He's over there.
Oh, so he got pepper sprayed.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy's 23. I'm gonna find out where guys who
right. Wait, Boss Top's 23? I thought he was like 43.
23, all right?
That nigga lived like 10 lifetimes. That nigga stole Chief Keef's diaper. He been on a couple. Like, damn. Nigga only 23?
I got asthma. Please.
Yeah.
Help me.
You need me to do what? You or her? All right.
Hey, this week I'm having an asthma attack. I swear to God.
Here, I'll try taking his sweater off. If you hold this on
Take the cup off me. Y'all can hold me, please.
Dude, we got
That pepper spray is burning that nigga.
you. We got you. You ain't got to do that.
You want me to take it?
No,
Yo, phone him grave. You better take that nigga's sweater off, man. Stop fucking playing with that nigga, man.
Cuffs ain't coming off.
Please, I get on my knee. I'll lay down. Just take the sweater off me, please.
Nah, cuffs ain't coming off, bro.
I'm gonna get the sweater.
All right.
Can't breathe. I'm gonna have an asthma.
I know. Look, man, we've all been sprayed. We know what it feels like. Okay?
Cap. Yo, these cops, they have no humanity. Yeah, we're not taking nothing off, nigga. Fuck you. We all been sprayed. I bet. You get sprayed too right now that we could both have the same pain.
I ain't even do nothing. I'm getting sprayed for nothing.
All right.
With an M&M's.
Yo, get Benjamin Crump on the case.
It's coming, man. It's coming.
Can I just sit on the curb? Can I lay down?
I know cops get maced in training. What I'm saying is that, like, they're acting like they weren't panicking like that. And by the way, when cops get maced in training, they're not fucking handcuffed, bro. They're not fucking handcuffed. When cops get maced in training, they're not handcuffed, bruv.
Cause that car shot me face. All right, you sit down in the car. All right, here, watch your face. Watch your face. All right, go ahead. With your butt first. Go ahead, have a seat.
Can I just sit like this?
Just back up.
Please, I'm asking you, please, sir.
All right.
It's killing me.
Yeah, just let that nigga he needs some fresh air on his fucking face. It's burning that nigga, bro.
Bro, dude, I know. I've been there.
Please,
we all
sir.
had to get sprayed with
I
that
just need
stuff.
some air.
He needs some. Nah, he does need some air. I ain't gonna go cap with you. He definitely needs some air. Just yo, he's in cuffs. He's sitting right there. Like, what do you think he's gonna do? Now, granted, obviously for like officer safety and shit like that, the back of their car is like it's basically a jail. It's like it's a detainment thing. So they need to lock that door. So they're gonna try to do their job, but like it's kind of inhumane. The nigga is fucking going through it, excruciating pain.
Sir, just please.
I'll leave the door open.
Thank you. You can watch me.
But pull your feet in.
I'm
All
not
right,
going
pull your feet in. We're not gonna.
Watch.
I can't breathe like I'm having asthma.
I'm gonna leave the door open. Yeah, all right, nigga. Thank you for putting your feet in. Block. Let's see if he does it.
Hey, sir, I swear to God, I got asthma.
All right, just hang tight.
Yo, cops love telling you hang tight, bruv. Yo, what's up with these niggas? You can tell he want to close that door. He's like, yeah, this nigga not even looking right now. Fuck him.
Jesus Christ.
I need an ambulance.
Look, we know, man.
Okay?
Huh?
Is he okay? I can't
Yeah,
breathe.
he got sprayed. He's
I got
all right.
asthma, I swear.
Now, there's a couple bad bitches walking out of this shit. Like, hold up. Yo, hold up.
Okay?
Oh, bad bitches rolling out of here.
Is he okay? I can't
Yeah, he
breathe.
got.
Nah, she got that. She got that. Oh, shit. Okay.
I got asthma, I swear to God, I got asthma. Can you please just...
We're doing what we can, guys. We're doing what we
I'll stay
can.
back, but can you please press milk? I can't breathe, I'm telling you. Can you take this off me, please?
It's not going to help to take your clothes off.
It is, bro, please. Can you please put water on me? Put more water.
We poured as much water as we
Please,
could.
more water, please, my face.
Nah, they don't give a fuck about a nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Cops.
I ain't going to do that much for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, when cops use pepper spray, I get it. It's a non-lethal method to try to get someone in, detained or whatever. Don't they have like a fucking reverse antidote that you could be like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna put this like to help you out? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, like, again, I've never been pepper sprayed, but I've been in the vicinity when pepper spray is sprayed. Bro, that shit fucking hurts. Now you're handcuffed, you're sweating, like, yo, he's going through it. If I'm him, I would just say, ambulance. Yo, you got to get them to get some help out there to you. Because I'm telling you, they will literally just sit there. These cops are fucking heartless. You know what I mean? Like, they don't give two fucks.
All right, you need to hold still, but you got to look up. You got to look up, okay? Yeah, but you got to hold still. The water's not going to help you if you don't look up, okay? Well, yeah, it's not going to be that much help.
I know, but...
You got to look upwards. The water's not going to help you if you don't look
You
up.
look like Chris Bosh. I ain't even going to hold you. You got, fuck it.
All right? All right. I have it. Look, guys.
What's lost in this, and I hope you do kind of, there's humans involved in all this. Whether you think he's a bad guy or whatever, these are all humans,
No, man, we've all been there.
Please. I got asthma. Okay. I never been maced. The ambulance.
All right.
Just the
Hey,
heat on.
Sarge!
This the heat, sir. This the heat is killing me. Can you turn the air
Well,
off?
sit back. You got to pull your feet in and sit back.
This the heat.
I'll
is
turn the
killing
air
me.
on. I'll turn that shit up full blast.
Please, the
All
air.
right. I'm gonna put the air on full blast. All right.
Look, he just threw that nigga in there, bro. I'm gonna put it on full blast. Get in there, nigga. Fuck, look.
I'm gonna put the air on full blast.
Yo, he just slammed the door on his foot.
I'll turn that shit up full blast for you.
Yo, these cops don't give a fuck, bro.
All right.
Please, sir. Please. That's all I'm asking.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Man, that car is turned off right now, nigga. That shit is not on no. Yo, who's this? Who's this little baddie right here? Hey, yo! You know how pissed I would have been if I was at the hookah club, nigga? I'm over here, like, jonesing with this bitch. Like, I'm like, oh, she about to suck my dick, nigga. Like, she about to be licking on my gooch. All of a sudden, Quando, Rondo, and motherfucking King Von shoot the spot up. Yo, I hate you niggas for doing shit like that. I'm trying to bag a little baddie. Y'all niggas is shooting in the parking lot. The bitch is running. Ah! Ah! Nigga, you done fucked up my pussy for the night. Nigga, I would have been in the spot. Nigga, I don't even do hookah. Nigga, so I be just taking shots. She gonna be on the hookah. You feel me? I'm trying to bag her. I'm trying to fuck. Wait. Nigga, wait, hold on. Let me see. Am I tripping?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I definitely fucking the first night. Is this a champion? A champion sweatshirt? Yeah, I'm definitely fucking her on the first night. Nigga, she wearing a champion sweatshirt to the club. Nigga, I'm fucking first night. Look at this little baddie over here, too. Look at Shorty right here. This is Aloe before Aloe, gangy. You feel? Oh, you said be careful, that's Atlanta? You're right about that one. I'm about to hit that, too. All of a sudden, I'm like, yeah, baby, I got a spot up at the DoubleTree, you know what I mean? Like, what's up? Bah, 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 bah. What the fuck? King Von and them done shot the spot up. Anyway. She got some cheekage, though. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Christ. Everything here is going to be a crime scene.
These cops okay, though.
I'm having an asthma attack. It feel like chill. Please.
Why they treat my boy like that? He having an asthma attack.
Don't let me stick my face out. Just let me stick my face out the door, please. Wait till this guy goes by. There's a guy going by who's a lot worse off. I just want to stick my face out the door, sir. I'm not getting out. I'm not gonna stick my feet out or nothing, sir. There's a guy that went by who has a bullet in his head. So,
oh, that's how OTF Louis.
Sir. He got sprayed, Captain.
What's the best method to get rid of, like, pepper spray? Is it milk? Is it like wiping your face? Because he's sweating too. It's hot out there. It's humid out there in Atlanta, huh? By the way, this is 3:37, nigga. It's 3:37.
Put your fucking gun away.
Did you say to another cop, put your gun away?
That's all I got.
As soon as you get the unit, at every midtime, please advise what unit they are, for who's accountable.
Okay, let's speak through this a bit.
Can help you out. Stay in the car, do it.
Now, granted, what's also happening is that you have several people shot. You have victims showing up to the hospital. Lil Pab was transferred. Not Lil Pab, sorry. Lil Tim is transported to the hospital. Quando, not too sure where he's at. Actually, wasn't there a video of Quando bringing... Was this... Quando bringing Lil Tim to hospital? Wasn't that on video, or am I tripping? Was this on video?
I just keep breathing a bit, bro. Come on. Just keep breathing, cuz.
Hold on, you can't move on that
You got it, my fault.
Yeah.
Man, he shot. What you mean wrong side? Come on, please.
Is that when he's bringing in Lil Tim?
Come on, all right.
Okay.
Get him a wheelchair.
Okay. That is very tough, chat. Very tough. Oh, here's Lil Tim speaking about him getting arrested in the hospital.
Right. Like a couple days later in the hospital, they come chain me to the bed.
Okay, so now you're chained to the bed, you're shot, 2 bullet holes in you. And what are they charging you with at that time?
They don't even tell me what I'm charged with. He just come in there. I see the handcuffs. I'm like, oh, I know what he finna do. He like, what did he say? He say something like, you're not charged. He said, you just detained right now. You just detained right now, but you're not charged. He said something like that, but in my head, I already knew what was going on. So I was like, yeah, all right. Like, whatever.
Okay. Depending on how things would have worked out, it could have went very different directions. So you're being charged with murder in the worst case, right? Potentially.
Yeah.
So how are you holding up knowing that, man, I might catch a murder charge over this and I might have to spend the rest of my life in prison?
It's like, damn. it's like, boom, I don't really find out I get charged with murder until I get to Fulton County, because they never told me what I was charged with. So when I finally see my charge, I'm like, damn, they charging me with murder. Like, it don't say first degree, it don't say this, it just say murder. So I'm like, damn, they charging me with murder. I'm like, I finally chop it up with my lawyer. He telling me like, man, you got so many people who trying to take your case. You got this, and this. This a high profile case. He like, it's beatable though. He was like,
yeah, everybody's gonna try to take the case pro bono. You know why? Because it's a case you could get a name off, and it was a pretty self-explanatory explanation. As much as we love Vaughn, this was self-defense. The stand your ground law, it says you could not only protect your life with deadly force, you could also protect the life of someone with you with deadly force. He was with Quando Rondo. Quando Rondo was getting attacked by Durk. I know a lot of people would say, oh, well, he was just punching him. Here's the thing. King Von had about 30 people with him, and some of the people with King Von had weapons in their hands. So if it was just a fist fight, it would be a stretch. But when you look at that video, I don't want to comb through it again, but I can. If you look at that video, the niggas that was all walking behind King Von, some of them had guns in their hand already. And that's one of the reasons the prosecutor said we can't prosecute this. Because what the defense for Lil Tim was going to be, I'm sitting in the truck, I see a bunch of people walk by, and I see people with guns in their hands. And I hear an altercation, my cousin or whatever, no, my friend is getting beat up. So, of course, I see people with guns. Remember, when it comes to like a lot of these things, is what you know at the time. I see people with guns. They're jumping him. I see guns. I come out with my gun to defend him. Open and shut. He was not going to jail. He was not going to jail, unfortunately. All right? Well, not unfortunately, but, you know, it is what it is.
like, I watched the video. You could get self-defense off this and that. So he telling me that, this and that. I'm like, all right, like he telling me good news about it. And me knowing how it happened and how it went down, I'm like, yeah, I really could get self-defense. So I'm knowing like they probably gonna come at me with a couple of deals or something, but I'm knowing like if I take this to trial,
you beating it.
12 jurors all along gotta say the same thing. I'm knowing they saying like they looking at this like, hey, not saying I know, I'm just saying like from my own perspective, I'm like, if 12 people look at this, all 12 of them is not gonna agree that I should get life about this.
Yeah.
Interesting. Chat, it looks like not only was 6ix9ine insane, it looked like people, and it's gonna kind of come back to Durk doing that interview with me, and well, not only just the interview with me, he said his demeanor was, I don't like rats. Let's look that up. Lil Durk rats. He says, I'm gonna look into the camera. I hate rats.
I hate all rats. If you ever told, you ever tell, I hate you, like with a passion. That made me who I am today. That took away half of my life. Motherfucker telling on my pops. So I was raised by a woman. So I really hate rats with real passion. I hate all rats. If you ever told.
Okay. Now, because of his demeanor, and they do this to everybody who kind of like says that stance, they can't wait for them to get in a real criminal situation that their court documents or their arguments in court could be called ratting. And we just seen 6ix9ine, he called in, he's like, nah, Durk is ratting. I don't think that's ratting. Vonnie, here's my disposition. Vonnie went in there and he told first. I'm not saying, oh, because he told first, you can't tell. If someone took responsibility of the crime and then says, but Durk told me to do it, part of your defense has to be, hey, why are y'all bringing me into the group chat? He took responsibility for it. Just go on with him. I didn't do nothing, and y'all evidence match him, not me. I don't think that's ratting. But the streets is stupid. The streets is stupid. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, the streets been dead. But if people run with that narrative that Durk is telling, why would he tell like this? Why wouldn't he just take a deal? Why would he's fighting the case. Why would he tell like this? Why would he not do what Vonnie did, what Jam did, and all these other niggas did? So I know people are trying to they're trying to kill the myth of Durk by saying he told, but why would he tell by taking it to trial? Nigga, you tell in the interrogation room to get a deal. Okay? But whatever, I get it. There's some irrational street rules that says you say nothing. You tell the police to do their job. Well, the police said they did their job by getting someone to blame you. So you're saying that if 10 people that was around an incident all blame you and you didn't do the incident, you can't even say, okay, obviously you're going to say I didn't do it, but you can't say, yo, you know why that nigga's saying it because he's charged with murder. He's saying it because he cooperated. Yo, the evidence matched these people, not me. So you can't defend yourself, and that's why the street is stupid, in my opinion. Okay, King Yella has jumped in the group chat, and he's on Durk's bumper, okay? And I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of guys from Chicago hated the fact that Durk had this Teflon Don street image. What do I mean Teflon Don? Other than them saying he got choked out by Lil Reese, any nigga that done play with Durk ended up clapped, nigga. Anybody who done kill somebody or did something to people with him ended up as a pack. That's a fact. Whether he did it or whether he paid for it, I don't know. But let's keep it real. There's a lot of Chicago niggas that's kind of envious of how the internet looks at Durk, because even with all due respect to even Keith, you can't even mention Durk and Keith in the same. Durk is as close as you get to King Von. King Von's just a killer. But Durk is the closest you get to it. We're having a little bit of being a boss and being that guy allegedly. There's a lot of Chicago guys that want to ruin his legacy and act like he's just one of the other people. Oh no, he's ratting now. If he's ratting now, why he ain't rat before? Why he ain't rat when they first caught him? But again, maybe that's me defending Durk. So it's okay. So let me play King Yella, okay?
Look, I don't want to hear nothing. Durk just blamed everything on Vonnie. Vonnie is the only one that want to slide for Von. Why? Because that's his best friend. He booked the flights. He did this. He did that. Hey, listen, you dealing with some Chicago slime ball ass niggas. I don't care what y'all talking about. Vonnie was never Durk's homie. Guess what? Them niggas all congregated, came together, and said, fuck it. This the only way we gonna get Durk home. The only way we gonna get home is we blame it on this outside nigga. He's not a member. He never was a member. This was Von, homie, best friend since they was kids or whatever. He brought him around. Never one of them niggas.
Yo, it's interesting that, King Yella, and by the way, King Yella, we're going to have the biggest coverage of this case. You could hop on here too, and me and you could debate about it, okay? We could exchange numbers, get you on Discord if you do all that. We could do that. But King Yella, I do want to point this out. You're claiming that Durk is telling. Ain't you reverse telling? So say Durk is telling, but he lying, right? So he's just saying, oh, blame it on Vonnie. Ain't you doing this video to correct the whole picture to say Durk is lying, Vonnie wasn't a member, Vonnie didn't do it? So you're basically saying, Durk, you know you did it, nigga. Don't blame somebody else. So ain't you telling? This idea of telling, we got to get back to the fundamentals. You're not getting it. This is the feds. This ain't no pointing the elbow, dry snitching. If you don't got a 5K1 letter, nigga, you basically doing whatever you can with your attorneys to try to get out of this. You basically would say, hey, maybe the facts fit somebody else. If that's what telling is, basically, y'all should all stop doing crime because there's zero way out. What could Durk's defense be? The guy who rode on the plane with you is claiming you did it. He already took a deal. He already pled guilty. All Durk is saying, all right, well, if the nigga took a deal and pled guilty and is about to testify against me, the guy ain't doing none of that shit. If he said he did it, look at the evidence. The evidence match that he did it. What the fuck that got to do with me? How is Durk telling? I'm not going for that. But that's me personally, and that's why I said King Yella could come on here and we could debate and we could do whatever. And even 6ix9ine, but more King Yella, because there's a Chicago element to this where there's a lot of niggas that, and I'm not speaking about Yella in particular, but there's a lot of niggas in Chicago that Durk was applying heavy dose of belt to ass to, that because y'all couldn't get him because he was this rich, famous, whatever, now y'all could be like, y'all could play on his name. Be like, oh no, he's just kind of telling now. Y'all could, come on. Okay? Come on. So I am kind of looking at these guys who are fellow people from Chicago, y'all couldn't say nothing to Durk. When niggas was saying shit to Durk, they ended up dead. Straight up. Rest in peace, FBG Cash. When niggas was over here bucking at him when Durk was out, niggas is getting wiped off the face of the map. Now Durk is obviously caught up in some shit. People are judging his situation and ready to call him a rat because they know he can't do nothing no more. It's over. And when I mean it's over, like, he's in the custody of the federal government. You know what I mean? If the hair on King Yellow was ever hurt, not saying that would be the thing, but like, everybody's cooked.
Niggas owned each other loyalty. All them niggas was fake. So guess what the slime ball niggas do? We gonna get Durk home. Fuck it. Let's put it on the weakest link.
You know another reason I don't like, and that's what I'm saying, King Yella, you are invited to come on here. King Yella, you come from the streets. I'm not from the streets. So that's why I want to talk to you, because I want to debate you on your own street politics. Y'all claim that y'all have codes and this and third. Ain't the whole goal of like this street shit be like, yo, let's protect the bag? If 5 niggas in the car and Durk in the car and there's a gun in there, let's say it's Durk gun. Don't it say in the streets the real member's supposed to step up and take for? So why are you mad that let's say what you're saying is actually going on and niggas is trying to protect Durk and niggas is down to blame it on Vonnie? Why are you acting like that's not street nigga behavior? You protect the bag. You protect the kingpin. You protect the guy. I'm not saying that's what it is, but if you're claiming that is, what is the streets about? The streets have always said, yo, you protect this, you protect that. Yo, keep lawyer money for that. Like, when I realize about like some of the street shit is that the street niggas mentality come back to civilian mentality when they don't get their way. Right? How could King Yella, a nigga who been in the streets, seemingly be upset that Durk's guys is trying to figure out any way than to blame Durk? Nah, Durk ain't it's Vonnie. Ain't that the streets, nigga? It's the streets. Durk is the money. Durk is the voice. Durk is the bread. Ain't they supposed to? If they're not supposed to protect Durk, what's the fucking point of the streets?
Put it on the Goofy. The Goofy did that. He did this. They gonna try to say, oh.
I've heard street niggas say the opposite argument. It's not about put it on the Goofy. It's not on some, like, let's bring it back with 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine couldn't walk up in there and be like, yo, Ak did everything. You know what they're gonna say? Akademiks wasn't in the car with you and Shotty when Shotty hopped out and shot at niggas in the middle of Times Square, like literally I'm down the block from the bar. None of that. Vonnie, yes, he wasn't as involved, but Vonnie did choose to get in the car. That's why, as a street dude, you shouldn't be defending Vonnie, because Vonnie isn't me. Vonnie got in the car. Vonnie went and got those gloves. Vonnie got the mask. Vonnie booked the Airbnb. Vonnie orchestrated travel to and from the airport, got them going back to San Diego. Vonnie was as involved as anybody else. I don't care if you call him a goofy, a broofer, whatever. That nigga was involved. What are we talking about?
Oh, the lawyer's doing that. If you allow your lawyers to blame something, you is the snitch too. Even if you didn't get on the stand, you will.
See, bro, Chicago, with all due respect, they were jealous of Durk, bro. They're desperate, trying to act like Durk is the snitch. Vonnie is not me. Vonnie is a co-conspirator. Vonnie accepted by the way, y'all use this argument with 6ix9ine, which I kind of actually agree a little bit. Now, granted, 6ix9ine tries to counter with, they fucked my baby mama, but Shotty's a murderer. Like, love Shotty, but Shotty's a shooter. He's a killer, nigga. 6ix9ine agreed and utilized Shotty. Yo, Shotty, let's flock at this nigga. Yo, Chief keep coming. Let's flock at him. At that point, you're not some person getting taken advantage of, even if you didn't grow up in the streets. Now, we could blame niggas for having you in the mix. Like, yes, Shotty deserves blame for having 6ix9ine in the mix, but Durk and everybody else deserves blame for having Vonnie in the mix, but it doesn't absolve Vonnie or 6ix9ine. Vonnie and 6ix9ine are kind of like the same thing, in a sense. Actually, not really, because 6ix9ine was calling the hits. 6ix9ine was saying, yo, Chief Keef, put a 30-pack on that nigga. Send some shit at him. Vonnie wasn't doing that. But did Vonnie set it up? Yes. Was Vonnie the closest to the nigga who had the bread? Yes.
Agreed to let your lawyer say that. It's simple as that. I don't want to hear the world saying, oh, Durk not it. Nigga, Durk told them that Durk agreed with this.
You know the funny part about this? Bro, how could Durk tell on Vonnie when Vonnie already gave full statements and has immunity and told on everything already? So the idea that Vonnie has already confessed, now you can't mention his confession because you're telling? That's all, in my opinion, that's what Durk is doing. Vonnie confessed. He's pled guilty. He's waiting to snitch to get a 5K1 letter. It's not that he's fighting for his life. Vonnie already admitted, I did that, I did that, I did that, I did that. So Durk referencing what he already admitted to have done, how is that telling? The idea of telling is like your man didn't admit it. Your man is over there fighting it. Vonnie said, I did it. I did it, y'all. I did it. It's me. It's me.
Shit, nigga. Trial is going on and Durk blaming everything on OTF Vonnie. At the end of the day, is he wrong? He ain't wrong. Fuck him. This is what people do. The streets are dead. This shit is over with. It's been over with. It's either your life or my life. And guess who life I'm gonna pick? My life, nigga. So a lot of these niggas be doing all that. You a real nigga, you gonna go down and da-da-da. These niggas not going down. It's a new day, bro. It's not back in the day. These niggas don't have morals, principles. It's your life or my life. And my life come first, so fuck your life. And that's what Durk just did. That's gonna be the only way Durk gonna come from this shit. All them niggas, Ace Boogie, OTF DD, all them niggas done set back to, you don't think they were sending kites to each other? They sending kites to each other. How we gonna come from under this? Ain't no way to come up from under this shit unless we blame it on the goofy. And guess what? They blaming it on the goofy. I told y'all this shit is crazy, but your favorite rapper not as gangster as you think he is. Simple.
This is Lil Tim reacting to Durk getting arrested for murder for hire.
Which probably means he's 2022, which is one day before the murder.
So this is after Lil Pop got killed. He's reacting to Durk getting arrested for that murder, but this is Lil Tim. Remember, Lil Tim killed King Von.
OTF members learned that Quando Rondo was staying at a hotel in L.A. from a longtime OTF affiliate, co-conspirator 4. So his name is...
Hey, chat, why he got a wheelchair chain? Is it because he got shot in the leg? The hell?
Being, secret, which probably means he's cooperating to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
Without naming any names, do you think you know who co-conspirator 4 is? Because this is the person who backdoored Quando.
Yeah, nah.
I'm not going to ask you.
He know. You can tell you know.
Who it is. I'm just going to ask you, do you think you know who it is?
Nah, I don't think I know. Because I don't really know them guys.
I'll be honest with you, Lil Tim is a real street nigga, though. I think Lil Tim's a real street nigga. He's just not a demon like King Von. King Von was the closest thing to Satan we've ever seen. He was Satan doppelganger. Okay? We've never seen a type of evil demonic force like King Von. But it don't mean that there weren't other niggas that weren't real niggas. Lil Tim's a real nigga. King Von was Satan. Straight up.
Okay. Well, as soon as they find out where Quando Rondo's staying, they booked a one-way flight, which had OTF Didi, OTF Boogie, Flocka, Brown Eyes, and co-conspirator 2. They had one-way plane tickets from Chicago to San Diego, and it was paid by a credit card by someone associated with OTF. A number that they say is associated with Lil Durk sent a text message to the person booking the tickets that said, "Don't book no flights under no names involving me." Which, of course, they end up booking a flight with a credit card involving him. The same day those 5 guys got flown out, Lil Durk and OTF Vonnie flew in a private plane from Miami to Los Angeles.
One thing I'll say I like about Lil Tim, he's mad reserved. Bro, he got mad opinions about all this. You know what he's not going to do? He's not going to get online and woof it.
The paperwork, OTF.
A nigga like Lil Tim, you got to be careful of. He's a real nigga, but he's a nigga you could tell operate with certain level of discreetness. King Von going to tweet you and say he going to kill you and then kill you.
Avani rented and paid for a room at the Sheraton Universal Hotel using a credit card in Durk's name. And at that hotel, Flocka, Brown Eyes, Dee, Boogie, and Co-Conspirator 2 all stayed at this hotel. Right around the same time, OTF Avani gets a white BMW from a rental company and a white Infiniti with fake license plates.
Now, chat, there's an update we didn't get to yet. Apparently, Lil Durk took a picture with one of the people who supplied the hot car. So the hot car, the striker, the slider, whatever you want to, these random terms, it describes a car that doesn't have that. Blame it on the goofy. Your chat, which I like that. Is that a good strategy? Blame it on the goofy. By the way, this is a video right here of King Von. This is back in 2020. This is about 8 months before he died. Not even 8 months. This is 6 months before he died. No, actually 8 months. 8 months. 8 months. This is 8 months. This is Vonnie right here. This is Vonnie right here.
Calculator. I don't need a calculator.
This is Vonnie right there. He was right next to Von on every single thing. Von clearly trusted him. Now, I don't know if Von trusted him in terms of killing niggas, but Von definitely trusted him. Feel me? I think this is OTF Louis right here.
And we'll give you some badass designs.
And they went to Icebox a bunch of times. This is another time they're there. One thing you're gonna realize, if you've seen Von in these situations, you're probably gonna see somewhere Vonnie was gonna be around. Vonnie was gonna be around some way, somehow. That's when they were making the O-Block change. Here's another one. I think, yeah, this was when they first went in. You see Vonnie again right here. This is Vonnie. People also liked him because there was a time where he was haggling for prices with Von. You know, Von was rich already, so Von don't give a fuck. But he was like, nah, let's go with this amount of money. Now, I ain't gonna lie, the way he kind of represented himself in these clips.
Man, dog, you came a long way.
The way he represented himself, I'm not saying a street nigga can't be smart, but he always came across like, you know, one of the most, whether it's financially prudent individuals, but like he was not a dummy.
Oh, wait, man, for real.
So that means you giving us the watch for how much?
That's Vonnie, by the way.
However you look at it. Yeah.
So you just give us the watch for $5 then, and then you just keep the earrings. We don't want them earrings.
No.
That makes sense, don't it? Just give us the watch for $5 right now.
This is May 2028. Basically, in 5 months, actually less than 5 months, it was 4.5 months, or actually 4 months in a week. 4 months in a week, their whole life would change. Von would get killed. This is OT Vonnie.
It's the same. So how much you tell?
A lot of people look back at this video and be like, damn, Vonnie was holding it down. There's another video here.
Yours can
make me a O-Block change.
What is that?
That's cap. I'm still waiting on the OTF chain you was talking about. You said buy one, get two. And it's on camera.
Did I say that?
On ice.
So Vonnie looked like he was like a haggler. If maybe not a gangster, he's a hustler. If not a gangster, he's a hustler. Oh, let's look at these two videos. Yo, King Von was at the Icebox place a lot. Huh? A lot. We're going to look at...
I don't even care if you got a blue check or none of that.
Apparently, this is when Gunna meets King Von at the spot.
He was like,
All right. Back to the town.
Okay. This is Gunna, and this is King Von right there. Gunna runs into King Von.
You with it? All right.
Okay. Look at that.
Will you have been?
Okay, we watched that video. This is when Lil Durk and Von go to Icebox. Obviously, this is before 2019, because in 2019 they get caught up for the shooting, and the judge on releasing them claimed they can't be around each other. So we never seen Durk and Von publicly around each other again.
Or just Durk?
All right, Durk. It's a monumental moment.
By the way, here's the funny part. Vonnie's right here again. So Durk fucked with Vonnie. I think he probably looked at Vonnie as Vonnie's smart. Vonnie, like, you know, he's a little bit street smart, but he's book smart too. So he got him. He's not the manager. Track's the manager because Track no more industry shit, but he gonna kind of like chime in on shit because they're street niggas. They're kind of stupid. I ain't gonna cap with you, right? But you see Vonnie, like, you know, Durk is now getting used to Vonnie. And this is what kind of surprises me a little bit. Durk got to realize, all right, Vonnie a little bit book smart. He kind of this and third. Yeah, he not street dumb, but he not a shooter. And that's what's a little bit shocking to me. But I'm pretty sure Durk probably looked at it like, nigga, that's his cousin. So even if he's not a shooter, he got all the incentive to slide. It's like, yo, you probably would, even if you're a street nigga, if you lost somebody and his brother came to you and be like, yo, we got to go kill him niggas. Even if you're like, nigga, you know you're not like that. You're like, well, you going to be like that for this situation because we're sliding for your brother. We're sliding for your blood. You right?
You don't. So this is our gift.
So you see Vonnie right here. Look, ain't this ironic? We got Durk right here. This is 2019 before the shooting in Atlanta. This is Vonnie, and this is Von.
To you.
Look, Vonnie smiling and shit. Look.
Yeah, no, everybody tell us this the best boxer.
Somebody said something? No, I guess.
And Banks, I'll invoice you for the this.
Let's go.
Yeah.
One thing I'm gonna tell you about niggas like Vonnie. Vonnie a professional dick rider. Like, you know, whenever Durk smile, he smile. Watch how you look at Durk. Anytime he just want to be in the mix, so he's just trying to not fuck up the apple cart. If you know what I'm saying. When Durk smile, he smile. When Durk laugh, he laugh. It's funny too. You know.
Nah, it's like he's like, let's do it. All the rings, you know,
we'll drill this shit.
Look, whatever Durk say to him, he grinning.
I ain't no people in here.
I know you about to eat.
Yeah, he got the baguette.
Yeah.
They fuck with him a bit. I think they thought, like, you know, he knew a little bit. Oh, look at this guy. Nigga even look like a rat right here. Just put a cheese in front of him. Come on, man. Give him 2 ears. Give him the cheese. It's over, bro. Give him the cheese. Give that man the cheese, bro. Only thing we should ask is it cheddar or is it provolone? This nigga, man. God damn. Give him the cheese. Chat, this is crazy, man. This fucking shit is ridiculous.
That's easy. When next take that right off. Yeah.
One day.
Yeah. Hey, check this out. Yeah, you want to record this? Yeah. You know what? I like.
Nah, you could tell why when Von died, Vonnie kind of just went into the crew with Durk. Why? Because Durk kind of fuck with him. Like I guess he had a personality where, like, obviously you have your hood niggas and killers, they around, but like hood niggas and killers are usually stupid. Then you have this one guy, he's a little bit street smart. You know he's not a killer, but he knows enough that he could kind of help out and bounce around in positions. Right?
I think I like. Yeah. And then we're gonna feel this.
Look, you see, you can tell Durk is looking at him like, you know, like he kind of cares about his opinion. This is not just a random shooter. Now, if we look at Lil Durk performance, there's a few performances that Durk had after King Von died. And I remember there's one with Muwap on like stage or whatever. I want to look if Vonnie was kind of around. I want to know when he kind of got in the picture. They said this was, okay, here we go. Let's look at this. It said this was, this got to be 2021, I believe. Yep, 2021. All right, so Von is dead. Other ops. Okay, we see Duty Low. Here's Muwop over here. Y'all see Muwop? This is Muwop, Duty Low. Is that Ball Stop over there?
Let's get them leave them. I told my P.O. through the gate that I get high as fuck.
The voices in the building, you know what it is. Someone trying to sing the shoe in this motherfucker one time.
Well, I like that song, The Voice. I'm just kind of looking who was around him, y'all. Switch up his nerves. Tell me if you see Vaughn anywhere.
He was dissing on my cousin, now his ass in the wood, huh?
Will come. Yeah, I'm looking for some of the usual suspects. Because Durk got locked in 2024. He must have, like, over time got really close. Okay, let's go to Cool Kicks. He's at Cool Kicks. This is 4 years ago. This is him 4 years ago. Durk been dead 2 years.
We got a legend in the building, man. We got Durk in the building.
By the way, this guy got locked up for fraud at Cool Kicks.
How you been,
Is
man?
that Didi? I see Didi in the back.
Shit. Blessed, man. Another day on the block. I see you killing shit.
Too crazy.
How was the show last night in LA? Movie? Shout out to LA, man. We at Cold Cakes right now.
How are you guys?
Get up.
Okay, he has security.
What the hell you on? Yeah. Like Don. I don't know if you got these already. These just came out. Santi, I love these joints. Side. We got a bunch of shit. Which ones? These two? The heat that we got in stars.
I'm just looking at the people around him.
What we doing?
Okay, let's look at another video. Trying to see who Durk was really rocking with, man. Let's play this Trenches News. Hey, Trenches News, we need you, brother. Where you at?
You want to support me? Go to Nene Marie 37. But 800 likes on this video, I'm going live. All right, he ain't had no lawyer, and plus, you know, his daddy, they already knew that Durk them lawyers. Anybody know that? Durk, he used the credit card and shit. Durk them, that's his way out. Viney did it. So Viney saying Durk did it. You hear me? I already knew that was going to happen. But before we get to that, we talking about OTF Jam. According to Marissa, which is Durk attorney, says that Jam been to the feds, talking to the feds 30 times, 3 involving this case. And they saying that Jam is a killer. And, you know, basically, he did it on his own. He did it for Vaughn. You know, they going to say that. That's what they going to end up saying. He did it for Vaughn. And most of all these guys did something, and they did it on their own because they knew Vaughn just as well as Durk. That's what I see. But the thing about OTF Jam is you was there. It's like a camera, man. You can't beat it, man. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Now we're going to go to Flocka. Flocka was another shooter. Jam was co-conspirator too at that time. Flocka was never a co-conspirator. He was never a co-conspirator because he had flipped or whatever. But Flocka, he's a shooter, and he going to testify not for Durk, but he going to testify for Didi, saying that Didi hired him. So that's what they using Flocka for. And whoever he ran into and talked to, then a lucrative deal. Remember they said that Lil Durk had front row seats and backstage passes at Lil Durk concert. That's called lucrative opportunity. So that's what he gonna talk about. And then we got Vonnie, man. I told y'all the story about Vonnie. Vonnie knew that they was gonna blame everything on him. Vonnie used the credit cards. He went to go and handle the business, man, after him and Lil Durk flew on that private jet. So you know what Vonnie did? He talked to his daddy, man, and you could tell through the text messages that I put out that he talked to his dad. He said, "You got everything under control, son?" He said, "Yeah, I'm trying to cop out to a 35 or 32 or whatever." And he said 5 to 7 years at the bottom of that. And he said he ain't trying to get no elbow like dude now. You hear me? So Vonnie already was ready. Vonnie don't have a record, so they can't attack too much of a record. But they saying that Vonnie was his personal assistant and that Vonnie, he did it on his own. He was like basically some kind of Vine, and he did it. He stole Vine music, if I'm reading it right. They saying that he stole Vine music. Now, my whole thing is, Lil Durk shouldn't be in this, period. If he stole Vine music, why is Lil Durk hanging with him? That's just like the same thing we said. And I need y'all to get in the comments and asking it. Because this real. Now, the lawyers for Lil Durk saying that Vonnie was selling Vine music. Basically, like he was stealing it or some shit. So
so they said that like, okay, so these guys, remember, Von dying now puts a lot of Von's right-hand people like, damn, how we gonna make money? Of course, Durk started fucking with some of them, but now they gotta make ends meet, and some of them are kind of like doing some predatory shit in terms of trying to take advantage of the fact that maybe they had unreleased music of Von, and they're now trying to sell it or do other shit with it.
Why was Lil Durk still with him? If Baylo and them come out and the whole family come out and say, Vonnie cleared out Vine bank account, why is you still with him? You hear me? So that was weird on Lil Durk part, man. But Lil Durk and them, they saying that Vonnie is the mastermind. Vonnie had the more of a motive to do it. Plus Vine, his family, I've been told y'all all this. So when you ask me, why didn't you go to court? Shout out to the people at court, though. Shout out to them bloggers that's at court. Attorney Jasmine and the guy Don, he hit me up. I don't know his whole name, but shout out to Mel. Shout out to all of them who at court, bro. For real. They putting on for YouTube. They giving us what we can't reach. So they giving us. But I told y'all this, man. They gonna blame Vonnie as the mastermind. I told y'all that shit 18 months ago. All this, you know? So, yeah, Vonnie did it, man. Durk should have listened to me the whole time when I was telling them Vonnie did it, man. You hear me? But they saying the whole time, the phone call, don't book nothing in my name. According to Durk lawyer, they saying that text didn't have nothing to do with the plane. They said that was for booking the shows. And he was saying don't book.
Which, by the way, they might get away with that a bit. They might get away with that because, listen, it's frequent that celebrities might be like, yo, don't book the hotel room in my name. Why? You don't want people to be able to call there. Is Durk Bank staying there? And then, they got to drop on Durk. So a lot of times there's a way to book hotels in fake name, right? So they're going to have a name there, but that's not going to be the name. Okay? So maybe he was reminding his people, hey, book some shit where they can't identify that it's me. Now, obviously, when it says don't book no flights under my name, that's you could read into it a lot more, but you could be like, well, technically, why would a flight be in your name, right? Like, when we all know with flights, when you book someone, you can't even transfer flights. You can't be like, oh, no, it's not my name, someone else. When you book a flight for, I don't know, Michael Smith got to get on that plane, right? So what's he talking about? The payment method. Don't book nothing under my name. Don't book nothing that's trackable and traceable to me paying for it. Don't book nothing where you got to put in my information to say I am the purchaser or it's my company. Now, granted, they still booked it under OTF. They use an OTF credit card, but the credit card, even though Durk owns OTF, it wasn't Durk's credit card. It's an OTF credit card, but it was a credit card for co-conspirator 3. So, like, for example, I've the company DJ Akademiks. I could get business cards and give it to my employees, and they could buy things that ultimately I pay for, but it's going to be the company pays for it, but it was purchased by this employee. So I think that's what they're kind of talking about, but they're trying to like spin it now to be like, oh, you know, this was not about booking flights for the murder. This was booking maybe flights for an Airbnb, maybe it's for some other shit. But he was trying to just make sure no one could identify that it was him booking stuff because of his privacy, not necessarily because he wanted to kill people.
No flights under my name. So they saying that the feds got that wrong. But Lil Durk angle is to basically they blaming everything on his co-defendants that they did it in their own mind, their own right, and everything. So we gonna see. Now that's gonna hurt Didi now. Cause if you saying that Flocka, if you saying that Jam, if you saying that they did it on their own, and how did they get there? How did they get there? How did they know that Quando Rondo? See, they could talk a good game and make it seem like it's good, like they doing something good, but really they hurting Dirk. They hurting his co-defendants. His co-defendants saying Didi saying he wasn't there. So if you saying that Vonnie did it on his own, and Vonnie saying that Didi was in a car with me and we ain't hop out, we just trailed them, and Boogie, Jam, and Flocka and Brown ass, Boogie was driving, the other three hopped out. And they got down on Lil Pop and Quando Rondo and them killing Lil Pop. You hear me? So they trying to say everybody, all this shit was in play on their own. But they used their credit cards, man, doing this, man. So, you know, we gonna watch this trial, man. We gonna see, you know, Lil Durk fans, they still got hope, even though they saying all these people. Now, it's weird that they saying...
Now, I want to keep reminding y'all, they're saying Lil Durk credit cards. I really have a sneaky suspicion that it's not Lil Durk credit cards. It's a company card. Durk owns OTF, so they're going to call it Durk's credit card, but it's company cards that's assigned to his employees, right? He assigns it to his employees. Now, here's the thing. The thing about when you deal with hood niggas and these niggas are wannabe criminals, none of them got a credit card. None of them got... Listen, I heard Charles and White say the same shit. Let me tell you this. You know, I love my team, so no disrespect to them. If I show up to motherfucking a rental car spot and my car don't work, ain't no car getting got. Nobody got nothing. It's a reality. Charles and White said the same thing. Nobody got nothing, my nigga. So again, when I'm thinking about Durk, and I think it's the same thing. These guys, Durk says, don't book it under my name. What they do, because they're not going to use, they don't have no regular credit card. The only credit card they got is what Durk gave them, which is an OTF card that's in their name. But it's an OTF card. So they say, all right, bet we won't book it under the OTF card in your name. We'll book it under the OTF card in our name. Here's the thing. Durk owns OTF. So it just comes back to them. What should have happened is that somebody, if y'all all getting money with Durk, y'all fork out y'all MasterCard, y'all fork out y'all American Express that don't connect to Durk or your business. It says your government, Kavon Grant or whoever. If supposedly you know it's that type of situation. But you know what they did? They thought they were being slick. Oh, I'm using the OTF card, but it's the OTF card that's assigned to me. Well, here's the thing, dummy. The bill is paid by one guy. No matter if 10 people got a card, it goes to one account. And that account is paid by usually the person who's the owner of the account, which is Durk. So thank you. Even if you book the thing, it's still you booking in Durk's name. According to how the feds are going to see it.
That they had 35 people, which we know 15 of them is like ambulance, first responders, forensics, all that. Then 20 is substantive witnesses, right? And they only saying 3. So I guess they not going to put out the paper. They not going to put out the names. They not going to drop the names in the paperwork. They just going to out them during court. Or they might put the names in the paperwork, you know, tonight. Or they might, I don't know how they doing it, man. But they doing everything different. But that's Durk fight right now. Durk is blaming everything on Vonnie. Vonnie is the mastermind. I told y'all that. Get in the comments, man. If you remember me saying Vonnie did it. Hey, look, I appreciate everybody who support me, man. Everybody who rock out with me, bro. And I
want to give credit again. I think of anybody who have spoken on this topic, Trenches News has gotten the majority of what at that time we thought was speculation. He's gotten spot on for over 2 years. Whether he got it from listening to guys on the ground or he just put it together, he's done a phenomenal job. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a bit shocked that everything he done said is all right. like everything he said was right. By the way, him and you know who? You know who else? FBG Butter. FBG Butter, he put this shit, this is before Durk even got charged. He was doing interviews and dropping heavy hints to say, why is Durk not charged? He's like, remember when the O Block 6 got caught? He said, yo, they're wrong about people ran up in their house and caught him. They got caught, the O Block 6, they got caught at a private jet hangar. Vaughn is dead. They got caught at a private jet hangar. Who could put these guys in a private jet? Durk. How come everything is happening? But listen to him. I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
I'm sorry for your loss, man. I like that.
And I'm going to be honest with you. This is why I've been leaning on FBG Butter. FBG Butter and Trenches News. I'm not saying Butter is a cooperator. Is he? I don't think he is. Trenches News did cooperate with the government and whatever. But like their insight on shit, I don't know if the government told them some shit, but these niggas be knowing. Listen to this.
You know, I mean, I've always said it. I didn't get to hang out with him like that, but I did interview him twice, and he seemed like a good dude.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, man.
But Duck one on Tuka, Duck one a motherfucker that you put $250K on. Sorry. Or $100K. Duck, he wanted to kill a gang. Who putting that much money on a motherfucker who ain't never killed nobody, gang? It wasn't, but in real life though, let me drop these jewels. It wasn't about the killing. It wasn't about the street shit with Duck. With Duck. Duck was a fucking threat, gang, with the music. For real, for real. Now listen to this though. Duck finna get ready to get signed with Rap a Lot, right? Jay Press coming to get ready to sign Duck.
Okay.
He getting ready to take Duck out the Sony deal because he telling Duck, showing Duck, oh man, this deal, they got you on a fucked up deal, shorty. I'm finna get you out this fucked up deal and give you a bigger bag. On Tuka grade, and they knew if that boy got that money, a lot of shit was gonna change. If that boy got that real key to the industry.
So he's talking about Duck here.
He
all right, watch him talk about Durk though.
Group chats don't say Butter, but motherfuckers ain't talking about how they people, they the motherfuckers who they locking the gates for David or opening the gates, whatever they doing for King David upstairs, right? Them is the motherfuckers who came and got down on them boys for real. Them is the motherfuckers who gave them boys text messages, group chats, to they people. Not my side. My side, how the fuck we gonna get our hands on these type of information? Right? Everybody arrest video coming out from when they got arrested for this Duck case.
Yeah.
They ain't showing Moowop yet. Or C-Murder, have y'all saw Moowop or C-Murder go to jail on camera yet? Because everybody else involved in that case, arrest footage is on camera. No bullshit. Y'all ain't seen Moowop and C-Murders, have y'all? Y'all wanna know why?
Why is that?
Because they got locked up with the fucking informant himself. On Tuka, shorty. They got locked.
Very interesting. So he, at the time, so remember, there's been two big federal indictments. One that came out at O Block 6, that was the death of FBG Duck at the Gold Coast in Chicago, which is the downtown area. They killed someone, or they killed Duck while he was shopping at a high-end luxurious clothing store, which I think is Dolce & Gabbana. The feds got involved immediately. They indicted 6 people. It was alleged that Vaughn was going to get indicted on similar charges on some murder for hire shit, except Vaughn died. Okay? There was rumors that it was not only Vaughn, but Durk, but they didn't really connect Durk too much. Vaughn is out the way, and what happens is, according to FBG FBG Butter, he's saying the Fed's been starting to crack people. Pause. They've been trying to flip people and starting to get cooperants and informants. And that's how they were built. Like, since Vaughn is dead, they said Vaughn was going to be locked up. But since Vaughn is dead, they start working their way to Durk. Okay? Hear how he puts it together. And he's a little bit conspiratorial, but can't lie. Like, he's kind of making a little bit sense in hindsight.
They ain't show Moowop yet. Or C Murder's happening. Have y'all saw Moowop or C Murder go to jail on camera yet? Because everybody else involved in that case, arrest footage is on camera. No bullshit. Y'all ain't seen Moowop and C Murders, have y'all? Y'all wanna know why?
Why is that?
Because they got locked up with the fucking informant himself. On Tuka, shorty. They got locked up with the FBI biggest informant, gang. Think about it. They got snatched off a private jet. Dude, them niggas ain't even had no real good ass lawyers. How the fuck you think they paying for a private jet, gang?
Well, right after
Von did.
Von had what?
Von is dead, right?
Okay, well,
how the fuck is these niggas paying for a jet?
At the time, yeah.
Who the fuck got a jet fueled up and got these boys flew to Chicago in 5 hours? Who got money to do that? They ain't got no jet money, gang.
I don't got jet money.
Come on, bro. Them boys got snatched at the airport on a private hangar. Come on, bro. Stop playing. Think about it. They called Durk, hey, you get them fucking guys here. We're going to come get you with them.
So, obviously, in his original story, he thinks Durk was telling, but he was saying it was just interesting that the old block guys get locked up on a private jet and a jet that most likely Durk paid for. Okay?
Because just like the evidence they had on Shorty, they had on Durk too, that you just paid to get your fucking brother killed. How you not in jail?
No, not his brother killed. Even though I think FBG Butter kind of goes into this theory that Durk wanted Von killed, which is cap, clear cap.
We ain't talking about this shit. This shit just ain't happening in our face, huh? Guess what, bitch? Bugs Bunny back again. The rabbit got the gun, and I know what I'm doing with this bitch, bro. Y'all, I quit. Now, seriously, though. This is a real fact, though. Really think about this. Who the fuck you know name get brought up and with actually proven facts that you done paid me some money to go kill a motherfucker. And I done killed the wrong motherfucker, too. You didn't.
Okay, so now he's corrected it. So he's actually talking about the D thing murder, where it was now already coming out. Look, this was a year ago, 2024. Remember, in 2023, they catch the guys who killed Stephon Mack. And in the paperwork, remember, the whole hood was like Stephon Mack got clapped because D thing died. You had Durk, who's rapping about it, about him getting clapped as well. So the whole hood know that nigga dying is because of D thing. When the feds indict them and the paperwork comes out, it actually says individual A gave them money. So Butter is actually accurate here. He's actually looking at it and he's like, so you're telling me that Durk is already being accused by the feds of paying people to kill people and nothing's happening to him, but everybody else is going down? That's kind of his demeanor.
Oh, seriously, though. This is a real fact, though. Really think about this. Who the fuck you know name get brought up and with actually proven facts that you done paid me some money to go kill a motherfucker. And I done killed the wrong motherfucker, too. You didn't pay me to kill. I done killed the wrong motherfucker for me to turn around and go kill the right motherfucker, though. But you.
So there was rumors that after D thing died, Durk authorized a few killings, and not all the first, like one of the killings was one of the killings was not related to the actual murder, so they got the wrong guy. All right, give me 1 second. We might have something. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Chat. Chat. You're not going to get a better breakdown of this shit other than here. You're not going to get a better breakdown of this shit other than here. And when we show up to the trial, we breaking the net. I'm sorry. We breaking the net. I'm sorry. This is just day one on a humble. We got 29,000 people, almost 30,000 people in the building. We're covering this shit daily. So if you're on the East Coast, daily around noon, get your ass on here. We're going to be live. If you're on the West Coast, 9 o'clock, tune in. Chat, do y'all want, we have a possible guest. Do y'all want Mama Duck in the building? Mama Duck is around. I've never spoke to her before. We all have to acknowledge the interconnectivity that's with all these situations. Okay? From the murder of FBG Duck. 2 months later, King Von gets killed. It's a lot of people who died afterwards. Mama Duck was also very outspoken when it was about the O Block 6. She's recently spoken about Durk. Remember when she actually publicly scolded Durk? She publicly scolded Durk about keeping her son's name in his mouth. And Durk responded on a song.
Now he want to get high as fuck. He about to get high like Duck. Durk.
Durk hurt because V-Roy gone. He hurt. He hurt V-Roy.
Well, he better take that shit who made the V-Roy gone. Not my motherfucking son. Because he ain't do it. Remember they had a song together. Remember they had their differences. Motherfuckers study one for the industry. This is proof. Y'all really showing. Y'all rich out mixing in my motherfucking son. Y'all rich out mixing in Tuka. Show your craft. Do something else besides this and music. Show motherfuckers that you really could go pop like my son was trying to do. He was trying to cross over.
Okay, we're going to come back to this in a second. Shout out to my man Bradford Cohen. Bradford Cohen, you know, we need you soon. Maybe not today, but we're going to need you eventually. Bradford Cohen is chiming in. Everyone's trying to switch the narrative. They're calling Durk a rat. He has done a video on this. Is Durk a snitch? Remember, I said, in my opinion, this is what's called a alternative. This is a alternative narrative defense, which means whatever the prosecutor is claiming you did, you're saying the facts and the evidence that they got could match someone else. Now, in the streets, some people believe that if you even implicate, if you bring up someone else's name, even if it's to say, oh, they could have done it too, that's snitching. Let's hear it from a lawyer, a highly reputed defense lawyer, Bradford Cohen out of Florida. Listen to what he says.
Okay, let's talk about Lil Durk update. Here's what's interesting about this case is the headlines today are Durk snitches on Vonnie, which me personally, I'm sure there's a lot of snitch experts out there. I've been doing this for 30 years, so I think I know a snitch or two. Did you like that, Jackson?
Snitch around and find out.
Snitch around and find out. Long story short is, what they're saying is Durk is essentially blaming everything on Vonnie. He's essentially snitching on the snitch, which to me doesn't make any sense. This guy Vonnie went in. I guess he was Durk's right-hand man. He went in and spilled his guts, said that he bought tickets. He drove around with these guys, took pictures with them, showed them where to go, bought the guns, all these other allegations that he admitted to. But he says, but Durk made me do it. And Durk and Trial is saying, hey, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He takes the blame for all this stuff because rightfully so, that's what he did. I didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't pay anybody. I didn't tell him to do that. That was none of my business what was going on with this guy, Vonnie. That's what he's saying. So in my book, that's not a snitch. But like I said, there's going to be experts out there, non-lawyers, jailhouse lawyers, all these guys.
Here we go. Everybody and their mama is calling in today. Everybody and their mama is calling in today. This is You can't find a hotter stream. We are going to use this. This is for Chicago. This is for Chicago. You know, Chicago has been really instrumental in everything I've done. As we watch, and no matter what horse you have in a race, whatever size you come out with, we can't forget and we can't ignore how important Chicago has been. From the artists to the music. And I know Durk, at least at the time before he got arrested, he was working on these albums, Almost Healed, and even hearing Mama Duck, I couldn't really say much. You know, at a certain point, it's like, what you going to debate with a mom that's grieving? What you going to debate with someone who's lived it? You going to debate with someone who's looked at it? You can't. So, you know, as time goes on, we hope to, pay it forward. And I'll say that to Chicago. Should pay it forward. Chicago is an amazing place, a beautiful place. Whether we're talking about Durk, Chief Keef, we're talking about Kanye West, these are people that come from different facets. Their music has been their platform and their voice. And fortunately, we're at a juncture, at least with drill music and obviously with Durk, but hopefully there's a lot more to be said, right? Thank you guys for that. I know a lot of y'all are tired. We've been rocking for about 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's all good. If you're tired, it's okay. Drill. This is where they get tired. They're going to click off. You know, they got to drive home. We're still rocking. Okay? We're going to get some additional updates. Don't you worry. I appreciate every and each and single one of you guys are here. And if you are watching this stream for the first time, this is what you're going to expect every day. We're going to get everything in. Wack wants to call in, but it's not necessarily about this trial. He got some other stuff going on. We're going to get to Wack. 6ix9ine wanted to go do his stream or whatever. We'll see if he's on. We'll get into, we got a debate with 6ix9ine that's obviously coming up soon. Don't you worry. Okay, he's not on yet anyway. Regardless, we are going to do our best job. And for y'all, chat, please just understand from the bottom of my heart, I'm not trying to make Durk look guilty. I'm also not trying to be on Durk's defense squad and just make him look like an angel. If anyone wants to call up, and I'm actually recruiting at this point, I need some pro-Durk people, okay? Not fans. Not going to be like, oh, I just love Durk. You will hear me make a couple arguments that could, establish reasonable doubt that this is not cut and dry. But I would definitely love, as we get a lot of people who feel like, I feel like King Yellow was just throwing him under the bus. I feel like 6ix9ine throwing him under the bus. I feel like, Mama Durk. And these are all people that are Mama Duck. Not Mama Durk. Mama Duck. I apologize. These people are giving their understanding and their perspective, and it's all valid. I can't even say nothing. But I don't want this to be a biased, one-sided stream. We're going to be here for a couple of weeks. It's probably going to be ebbs and flows. And I do think that the Fed started off strong today. We're going to get the update on what happened later in the day. We're going to get it shortly. Everyone should be uploading their videos. But beyond that, we want to get a balanced perspective. A balanced perspective. Okay, chat? All right. Oh, my God. Okay. So going back to this video, this was Bradford Cohen. He was kind of breaking it down. He disagrees with everyone who's saying that Durk's a snitch. Listen to him.
Okay, let's talk about Lil Durk update. Here's what's interesting about this case is the headlines today are Durk snitches on Vonnie, which me personally, I'm sure there's a lot of snitch experts out there. I've been doing this for 30 years, so I think I know a snitch or two. Did you like that, Jackson?
Snitch around and find out.
Snitch around and find out. Long story short is, what they're saying is Durk is essentially blaming everything on Vonnie. He's essentially snitching on the snitch, which to me doesn't make any sense. This guy Vonnie went in. I guess he was Durk's right-hand man. He went in and spilled his guts, said that he bought tickets, he drove around with these guys, took pictures with them, showed them where to go, bought the guns, all these other allegations that he admitted to. But he says, but Durk made me do it. And Durk and Trial is saying...
Jelano Beats, thank you for 20. I see you. It says, is Durk telling on Vonnie Ack? The same Durk that be having tears in his eyes telling you about how he hated snitches?
Hey, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He takes the blame for all this stuff because rightfully so, that's what he did. I didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't pay anybody. I didn't tell him to do that. That was none of my business what was going on with this guy, Vonnie. That's what he's saying. So in my book, that's not a snitch. But like I said, there's going to be experts out there, non-lawyers, jailhouse lawyers, all these guys that are going to say, this is what constitutes a snitch and this isn't what a snitch is. Listen, this is going to be an interesting case. This is day one, really, of real deal evidence. We're going to start seeing more and more every day, and I'll keep up with it every day, give you guys a little report.
Thank you, Bradford. You know we need you on this broadcast. We love you. Bradford Cohen has also sent out a tweet. It's covered on Akademiks TV if you guys didn't see, but on his tweet, here we go. He says this Lil Durk trial is getting more and more interesting as non-lawyer and jailhouse lawyers give their opinions. So he's basically saying the non-lawyers and jailhouse lawyers are giving their opinions on the case and what constitutes snitching. He says when someone takes a plea and admits to arranging everything for a murder, then says, but Lil Durk made me do it. So he's kind of explaining what's Vonnie's position. Yeah, I set everything up. Of course, I'm the reason why Lil Pop is dead. That's what Vonnie has already admitted to. And he's going to testify not only to that, but here's the kicker. He's going to say, not only did I set up the murder, not only did I get the guns, not only did I get the fucking mask, not only did I get the gloves, not only did I get the Airbnbs, not only did I make sure from the flights I got the cars to this. After they killed him, I made sure I showed up to In-N-Out Burger. I got these guys a double-double with animal-style fries after they murdered Lil Pop. But you know who made me do it? Durk. So that's what his lawyers are saying. Bro, you basically admitted to everything. And then at the end, the last two sentences, you're like, oh, but Durk made me do it. So the idea that Durk is telling on him when he's completely admitted the entire crime. And his last two sentences, but Durk made me do it. Should Durk just not say anything about this guy? Should Durk just be like, oh, okay, all right, you know. The phone is going off, y'all. Oh, man. We got another one. Yo, chat, this is the hottest stream we got. My guy, locked in. Yeah, we kind of want to know what the jury's kind of feeling like. Are they like, what the fuck? Like, yo, is that a dead body? You know what I mean? Like, yo, what's the name of that show? Be like, yo, you want to see a dead body? Like, we got to see how they're kind of reacting to this stuff. Like, remember, the way the prosecutor and the government is putting this on, they're kind of like trying to shock the viewing public and the jurors to be like, yeah, we're not going to wait until X, Y, and Z to show you the gruesome graphic stuff. We want you to know that this is murder. This is murder for hire and someone died. And if you got to see a bullet stuck in their heart for you to believe it, here it is. Man. Yeah, he can't speak too much on certain things. And if he can, it's fine. Damn, y'all. Damn. Fuck. Will the Vonnie did it defense work, y'all? Vonnie did it, right? Vonnie did it. He's about to make a few videos, I believe. Oh, never mind. He's already, is he? No, never mind. He didn't put this other videos up. Maybe lawyer for workers. Is he cooking yet? Lawyer for workers. There's a lot of hardworking independent journalists out there. I know my boy Armand is out there. Armand was cracking. And Donat, I see you. Yo, My guy, don't worry. Listen, I appreciate you guys all for being out there. With all, hopefully y'all don't find me using your content, or, whether I've seen you say something and I try to highlight it, I want to make sure I'm kicking back credit to you and also try to help your platform. So all you guys, like, trust me, it's very appreciated. From when I was covering either the Tory trial and other trials, even if you don't agree with maybe even my personal opinion, it's very important what you guys are doing. I honestly and solemnly believe you guys are the real journalists of this game, because you guys are putting your life on the line. And I know people might be like, all right, accurate tripping. But again, this is places where they're claiming the killers is at. Like, shit. Duty Low of them is out there. Like, there's the actual OTF niggas that's not free, or that is free, Big Duty Low. They're outside of that courtroom, and yes, Duty Low is outside that courtroom, right? They're rocking, that's Chucky as well. Shout out to Chucky. But they're out there with the Free Durk shirts.
Pull up, we outside. Yeah.
Now, again, going back from my rant from earlier, love that you guys are out there supporting Durk. Please don't harass other people that they're not pro Durk, or maybe they're just random bystanders. It's the best way you can support Durk by not being a nuisance. Don't interrupt. Don't try to cause problems. And please do not fight out there, please.
We out.
Okay, all right. So Duty Low's out there. Chucky's out there. By the way, both are signed to OTF. They're waiting for or hoping for a favorable outcome for Smirkio. Man, this is one of those, huh? Oh boy, this is one of those. Okay. Okay. Well, we got all these already. Is there any updates that we have missed? We want to get to, like, everyone's making updates now. We're going to get to it. Don't you worry. Could we get some updates? And by the way, I would call Duty Low, but with all due respect for what Durk is going through, I don't even want to put him on that he could say nothing. That maybe someone's like, oh, he said something wrong, and they're like, why'd you even put him on? So I'll play videos like that for Duty Low, but I don't want to interview him. I don't want to talk to him necessarily. If he does want to put out a message, make it rehearsed. Just say Free Durk or something. I'll post it up. It's all good. But I don't want to have you on here where I'm asking you questions and you say anything wrong. Okay? Just being honest, right? So, Duty Low, I see you. Love you. I'm glad you're out there supporting your friend, most importantly, and your CEO. Chucky, glad you're out there too. And it's important that you guys are showing that you're not scared of showing up to the federal building to support your friend because your friend did nothing wrong. I don't think it's necessary for me to call you guys to have you guys speak and anyone look at whatever you might be saying as like an official spokesperson. I don't think that's necessary. So if you guys post videos, I'll showcase your videos, okay? Showcase your videos. All right. Hypno Carlito, Instagram. What'd he say? Whatever happened to Hypno Carlito? The hell? It's a good day to stay sucker free. I don't know where he's at. He's definitely not in Los Angeles, I think. Okay, all right. Here he goes. He did post Durk, and he says, odds against you, shorty, but this ain't the first time. Chin up and chest out. You coming home. Chat, has other rappers kind of like posted just to show that support?
Hey, man, I need the best Caitlin Clark postdoc.
Has Smirk and 7? We could only hope. What about all these other rappers that Durk supported while they were locked up? We had Durk on my damn interview about to cry, talking about I can't fuck with Gunna. I love Thug so much. Has Thug posted? Now, I'm not saying if he didn't post, he's not a real nigga. because apparently I think he might be like contributing a little bit to Durk's like situation in terms of lawyers and stuff. Just trying to see if everybody's paying attention. When I'll say this, when Young Thug went on trial, entire hip hop stopped. The entire hip hop stopped. Everybody said free Thug. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. All y'all rappers who used to be kicking it with him, begging him for features, he did this with y'all. I expect the same thing. I'm sorry. Unfortunately these days you gotta call niggas out for some support. Let me see. I'm pretty sure Young Thug will do it though. I'm pretty sure he will. But I think every rapper who fucks with Durk needs to put up something, at least standing in solidarity, help convince, and galvanize the fans to be really tapped into what's going on here. Obviously, not on some like encourage fans to be toxic or, detrimental, but I do think it mattered a lot when, for Thug, it was seen like the entire hip-hop wanted him home. The entire culture wanted him home. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. If I don't see y'all niggas do that for a smirk, y'all niggas some fake-ass niggas, man. Just straight up and down, bro. Just straight up and down. G Herbo went to court? My nigga. My fucking nigga, bro. My fucking nigga, bro. My fucking nigga. He posted this. What's this? There we go. He posted, come in peace, 3:30 p.m. to support Lil Durk during his trial. Everybody's welcome. We appreciate the support. He said free smirk. Shout to, Herbo. Love you for that. Shout to you, nigga. DJ Bands. I'm going to click on your shit in a second. I don't know if Bands is at the trial or whatever, but, I wouldn't hold it against the guys if they're not there. You got to remember, like, the feds, this is their chance and opportunity to try to get Durk. They're trying to get him by any means necessary. And, obviously, they want to get him, any of their guys. So if they don't show up, I wouldn't believe it's lack of loyalty. I would believe, moreover, it's just not wanting to be in the way when there's so much going on. If I wanted my snake, what? Nobody would be shocked because I've been solid with too many niggas done took from my cause forever. I gave niggas a clothes off my back, my money when I was low myself. I gave everything I done did for y'all. So when I get to saying fuck niggas and I start giving that same energy back to everybody, motherfuckers better not be surprised. Motherfuckers could die today. And on my mama, I wouldn't give two fucks. All of that righteous shit is over with for me. And I don't give a fuck how nobody else feel. I would advise everybody to stay away from me. Don't call me. Don't check in on me. None of that. I don't fuck with nobody. Damn. They're wishing him happy birthday, but it's, damn, today's his birthday, the day when Durk's trial starts. It's fucked up. Yeah. This is Lil Durk's DJ, if you don't know. Yeah. Shout out to Bands. I know he's incredibly hurt going through all this. Shout out to him. Herbo, you a real ass nigga, man. Herbo, you being out there means a lot, gang. I can't even lie to you, man. My phone now. Oh, there's a video of it. Okay, my bad. I didn't know there was a video. Okay, here's the video. Supposedly Durk here. So G Herbo pulls up to the courthouse to support Durk for his trial. Says Duty Low. This is G Herbo. I just see Trap Lord Ross. No, that's not Trap Lord right there. Oh, City Nash right here. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that's Papa Durk, Duty Low, Papa Durk, Duty Low.
Trap Lord!
Were they calling out Trap Lord's name just now? That's kind of interesting to me. Like, Durk is just such a huge figure. Bro, there's no traditional media out here. This is fans and independent journalists and some real niggas. Like, I'm surprised ABC News ain't out here. Like, CBS not out here. Sky News from overseas ain't. That's kind of interesting. Wow. And by the way, to Durk's guys, even Duty Low, bro, you know we all love you, but please don't make it a situation. Don't make it about you. For everybody, don't make it about you. So even if you disagree with how Trap Lords reported the situation or whatever, please don't go to that court and make it about you. You're making it about you if you get into it with Trap Lord Ross. Please don't do it. All right. Lord for Workers has an update. We're going to go to that. Apparently the rental company, which again, I thought it was about hot cars and like basically stolen cars. You don't go get a rental car for the murder, right? I think, right? Anyway, here we go. We have some updates, and this update's coming from Lord for Workers. Here we go.
Update. Opening statements were done. Let's get you caught up on the witness testimony. We had 4 witnesses complete their testimony. 1 witness is still testifying. OTF Jam will be testifying tomorrow. There was an important evidentiary dispute about some of the texts allegedly between Jam and Durk. We'll get into that. First, let's get into the testimony. The way to understand the testimony is 2 parts. First, they covered all the people who could tell you the uncontested facts about this gruesome murder. The 911 call, the crime scene investigation unit, the coroner, the first officer on the scene, and it all established, the 911 call came in, woman crying, oh my God, there's some shooting, they ran into the alleyway, don't give my name, click. Then there was the first officer on the scene. a pedestrian flagged him, said, hey, there's a car shot up. There's a guy that looks like he's in the car laying there. The officer went to the car, tried to pull him out. You see Quando in the body cam footage yelling no. The officers doing their best. They cannot revive the young man. You saw the crime scene investigation unit detective, and he explained the bullet fragments and casings and everything that was picked up at the scene. There was like 16 to 20 shots fired at this Escalade while it was pumping gas at a gas station. And then there was the coroner, and the coroner showed the pictures of the autopsy and the bullet holes inside this young man's body. At that moment, it became absolutely clear that the narratives and all the gossip and drama surrounding this case is really irrelevant. This case is about a cold-blooded murder. This case will be determined by evidence. Then we got into the lead detective, the detective who was in charge of building the case. And when you see his testimony, you understand why there are cooperators, not informants. People didn't inform on what they know about what happened. There are people who were guilty as hell who then admitted their guilt in the hopes of getting a lesser sentence by pinning it on other people. And so you could see their guilt. I mean, this cop, they first they had the surveillance. So the surveillance, they picked up on this guy's pants, and his pants had a very distinctive set of patches and tears in it that spelled out rags to riches. That connected back to a Chicago clothing boutique, only place you could have got that. Once they made the connection to Chicago, they started sharing some of the surveillance and some of the still images of the people that they had caught on camera with Chicago PD. Chicago PD identifies some of these people as OTF affiliated. Then they get onto the rental car. Apparently OTF Vani rented a car from an exotic rental company in Las Vegas, a BMW M5. He used that car thoroughly while stalking and being right there at the scene of this murder. That rental car gave them all the information they needed. I mean, it gave them tons and tons of info. GPS coordinates, this and that. How did this all stack up to Dirk Banks? Well, look, when you follow the detective's testimony, it's unquestionable that the people who have cooperated were in the car, were there, were shooting. You see them on F Jam, will be testifying tomorrow. There was an important evidence.
Here's follow video.
The car gave them all the information they needed. I mean, it gave them tons and tons of info. GPS coordinates, this and that. How did this all stack up to Dirk Banks? Well, look, when you follow the detective's testimony, it's unquestionable that the people who have cooperated were in the car, were there, were shooting. You see them on camera. How does it connect to Banks today? As far as they got, the only real connection they could make is that Banks had been staying at a home that they rented for almost $40,000 a month for long before this murder happened. He's been out there for a couple months. He had planned to be there for a while. Then they've got OTF Vani's rental car's GPS coordinates showing that he would go to that house back and forth. Now, what was said in that house, did it have anything to do with the murder conspiracy? We haven't gotten there yet. So what they've done, what they've established, uncontested facts about the murder, uncontested that Vani and some of these other cooperators did this, you could see it on camera, and uncontested that Vani's rental car was at this home occupied by Dirk Banks. There was a narrative out there, I heard, that, oh, Dirk had flown out to LA at the time of, no, he was already in LA. He was based in LA. He was operating out of LA like many entertainers do, with the rental home and his wife and his kids all staying there with him. So all in all, a good day for Dirk. It's not anywhere where he was really hurt. I thought actually the one part the investigator tried to put a line and a thought into the jury's head. He said, oh, as you can see from these videos, you see OTF Vani and you see Lil Durk, and they're at all these.
Now, oh my God, fuck. We're going to have to play this over. Now, I love Mo, but I will tell you, you know, I always say, let's present our biases. I do like Durk, and there's probably a little bit of bias for me with Durk, even though apparently the Durk fans kind of like, they're kind of mad at me because they're like, oh, why are you saying this other stuff? But I will say, when we're playing Mo's videos, he's a lawyer. And he's, I believe, already starting to practice like defense lawyer shit. When we play lawyers that are defense attorneys, they don't be like, oh, niggas, it's cooked. They'll never say that. What they'll say is ways you could get out of it. They're a defense attorney. That's how their mind thinks. Bradford Cohen is not going to say, oh, shit, I just heard that. He's cooked. You know why he's not going to say that? Why would you ever hire the guy who, when faced with some mountains of evidence, he's like, oh, you're cooked. You don't want that guy, right? So Bradford Cohen is always going to look at the other side. And I expect the same from Mo. He's going to look at the other side. So just to let you know, we're gonna have to balance. And by the way, they might be right. Not saying they're not right. They could be right, but we got to balance what they're gonna say with what other people are gonna say, including the journalists, the independent journalists who are there and like doing their stuff. Okay, let's go back. Sorry, I gotta play this video again. I'm sorry.
Rental car gave them all the information they needed. I mean, it gave them tons and tons of info, GPS coordinates, this and that. How did this all stack up to Dirk Banks? Well, look, when you follow the detective's testimony, it's unquestionable that the people who have cooperated were in the car, were there, were shooting. You see them on camera. How does it connect to Banks today? As far as they got, the only real connection they could make is that Banks had been staying at a home that they rented for almost $40,000 a month for long before this murder happened. He's been out there for a couple months. He had planned to be there for a while. Then they've got OTF Bonnie's rental car's GPS coordinates showing that he would go to that house back and forth. Now, what was said in that house, did it have anything to do with the murder conspiracy? We haven't gotten there yet. So what they've done, what they've established, uncontested facts about the murder, uncontested that Vonnie and some of these other cooperators did this, you could see it on camera, and uncontested that Vonnie's rental car was at this home occupied by Dirk Banks. There was a narrative out there, I heard, that, oh, Dirk had flown out to LA at the time of, no, he was already in LA. He was based in LA. He was operating out of LA like many entertainers do, with the rental home and his wife and his kids all staying there with him. So all in all, a good day for Dirk. It's not anywhere where he was really hurt. I thought actually the one part the investigator tried to put a line and a thought into the jury's head. He said, oh, as you can see from these videos, you see OTF Vonnie and you see Lil Durk, and they're at all these jewelry stores, and he's his assistant. You can see he's negotiating jewelry transactions for him. And then Brian Steele's there. He said, objection. That's speculation. Where's he coming from? That he just saw a YouTube video where the guy's in a jewelry store together. How is he negotiating transactions on behalf of Lil Durk? The objection was sustained. That means that the testimony was not allowed as to that point. Where does that leave us? Well, OTF Jam will be testifying tomorrow. We'll get the rest of the lead investigator's testimony to see if he can build further links to Dirk Banks. And ultimately, we're going to get OTF Vonnie's testimony probably Wednesday, maybe Thursday of this week. Stay tuned. Rental car gave them...
Wow. The feds are coming with the heavy hitters quickly. They're not trying to slow roll this. They're not be like, hey, let's. No, they're coming heavy with this. Okay. All right. So the rental car gave them supposedly all the info they needed. I did see someone post that, no, it was Trap Lil Ross. I should have asked him about it when we had him on the phone. He actually responded by saying, what he said? Oh, wow. All the hitmen's flights were booked on Dirk's Amex account. He spent $150,000 in that month, including $3,000 at Neiman's and $6,700 in Amiri. All the hitmen who killed Pob changed their shirts, but not their... not their shoes. All went to In-N-Out Burger in the same shoes they did the murder in. Looked like Jordans, black, red, and gray. They said Vonnie really camped out at Quando's hotel till 1 a.m. the night before the murder and took the car back to Dirk's crib after leaving. Somebody said, well, Trap Lord says Dirk really took a selfie with the guy who rented the slider car. I mean, you might have to take a fucking selfie with the nigga who got the slider, though. I can't knock at that. You know, sometimes you gotta take a picture with a nigga with the slider still. You feel me? That's insane. Okay, Seti Nash, we waiting on you, Crody. All y'all are out there. Armand is there, too. I don't know why Armand's not kicking up some... Okay, here we go. 5 minutes later. Okay, here we go. It's Seti Nash, y'all.
Y'all ready? Y'all screen recording? Y'all ready? But Trap Lil Ross said it's bullshit. But Trap Lil Ross said it's bullshit. That's not what happened at all. Let me help y'all out.
Oh, yeah.
If Lil Durk would...
Oh, they about to kill Trap Lil Ross at that goddamn courthouse. Because you got to remember, everyone's going... Trap Lil Ross is probably one of the most popular guys out there. If he said, oh, Durk just blamed it on someone else. So everyone's going off what Trap Lil Ross said, and they're then claiming Durk is snitching. Them OTF niggas that's going out there, trust me, they might be down to catch another RICO over Durk's reputation. Because even if Durk goes to jail for life, Durk's reputation of being a stand-up nigga, a nigga who slid, stood on business, got niggas whacked, I know that might send him to jail, but that reputation is going to make sure all of them, these OTF niggas, they could still claim OTF after. Yeah, Durk, nigga, we going to get that shit back on appeal. Like, yo, Durk's a real nigga. He stood tall. If Trap Lil Ross comes out and gives info and now people are running with a narrative that he told, that erupts and erases everything. So I'm telling you, by the way, Trap, I'm going to talk to you probably privately about it, but you got them OTF niggas out there. You got certain niggas out there. I don't want them, like, I know you got security, but nigga, you could tell these niggas, they're trying to bully the situation. I don't want them to kill your ass.
Would have snitched on OTF Vonnie and said he was the one who did all that, that would mean Lil Durk had knowledge of it. That's how that works. If me and you are doing something, you get caught, I get caught, you turn on me, and I say I knew nothing about it, the worst thing that I could do is literally say, well, he did this, and this, but I didn't know about it. So logically, that don't even make sense. And 6ix9ine, shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, shit.
Fuck is you talking about? Ain't nobody crash out because of you, weirdo.
Oh, shit.
But you better go find a stream to do. You better go do a 20v1 or something. Hell is you talking about? I'm not going to call Trap Lord trash, but what I will say is his interpretation is very, very off. That ain't what happened.
Okay.
So we're going to break it down a little bit more, but Durk ain't snitch. That ain't, if understand this, snitches still go to jail. Snitches still go to jail, by the way. And all you Instagram sites that's only posting Trap Lil Ross, but we follow each other and y'all claim to be cool with me? No, y'all not. And y'all just showed me your hands. I ain't in no competition with a YouTuber or Instagram.
All right, Grand, let's get some Seti Nash up there before he start beefing with us, nigga. Grand, let's throw up some Seti Nash. Armand is always good with us. You know, Armand, I really love Armand coverage all the time. Armand is always good. Who else? Seti, Armand, Donat. Yeah, you know, fuck anything else going on in hip hop. Charlemagne, you've gotten a 3-week break. Charlemagne, you've gotten a 3-week break, brother. Okay? You and Alex Media and Taylor and Lauren LaRosa could keep posting on Inverse Wire. Unfortunately, y'all not that important no more this week. Okay? So we're giving you a pass. Keep posting. We don't care. So y'all got the pass. So we're all locked in on Durk. So, Grand, what we're doing, we're highlighting all of our compadres, our counterparts, independent media who's covering this trial. Even if it's, you know, maybe not the most positive thing about Durk, we got to show love to all of them. Again, what Charlemagne and them other niggas wouldn't do, I'm going to hold it down for my new media niggas, okay? New media, look at me and hold me accountable for what Charlemagne won't do. Charlemagne has turned into a liar. He's down to just whatever, get close to Jay-Z. I'm here to make sure everybody who's in new media, let's all come up, okay? And we got, you know, maybe one of the biggest platforms. We not jealous. We not whatever. We want to show everybody love. So, Grand, remember, starting tomorrow, we need everybody's, you know, at least throw up a video here, a video there. Everybody got to get some love. We're showing everybody love. Trust me.
A TikToker, a Twitterer, none of that shit. If y'all watching this or screen recording and you want to use this, use it. Get your money. Get your money. But that whole Lil Durk is a snitch day, that's not even true.
Okay.
See, what the opening statement said was, if you look at the evidence, you won't see anything tied to Lil Durk. You won't see shit tied to Lil Durk. That's what was said. So when Vonnie points this out, Lil Durk ain't tied to it. When I'm not even tied to this. If I'm combating what you're saying, in zero way is that snitching. The hell is going on here? Vonnie said a whole bunch of shit. Vonnie said, I got sliders, I got the guns, I got the ski masks, I got all of that. Vonnie said he said all that. All Durk people said was, we ain't tied to none of this. That's not snitching to say I'm not tied to whatever he told y'all. Imagine somebody told on you and you said, bro, that's not even true. Where was I at in any of this? And everybody come back and say you a snitch. Nigga, what? Y'all make sure y'all follow the channel Seti Nash on YouTube, man. I'm going to break it down even further. I just had to clear that up.
Okay. Right in. Perfect. Cool. All right. So we got that. Apparently Trap Lord did also post. Where the fuck is Armand? Do I got Armand's number? Oh, wait, let me call Armand. That was Armand I seen back there. Let me just call this nigga real quick. I rock with Armand. Like when he started getting his bag, that boy a yapper. I like yappers. You feel me? I like the yappers.
Your call has been.
Armand, man, get back to me, gang. All right, cool. Okay, Trap got a new video. Let's go to Denop real quick before. We showing everybody love, chat. We showing everybody love. I promise you, we showing everybody love. Okay. Is it this? No, okay. Yeah, Denop, as soon as you put your shit up, we gonna react to that too. Don't you worry about it. Everybody gotta have their perspective. Only thing I'm gonna tell y'all, do not jump my boy Trap Lord. He has his own opinion, his own POV. Do not bully him out there. Don't bully him. Especially I'm now starting to see some OTF niggas. They're gonna want to start the bullying shit. Not saying they will, but I'm saying don't leave Trap Lord alone. Here we go.
Okay, so one of the craziest things that we heard in court today really blew my mind. There is a whole bunch of evidence when it comes to these stalking charges and Lil Durk. Now, I could not believe this, okay, but a lot of stuff is being tied around this BMW that apparently Vonnie was driving around to various locations. What is so insane is that they're saying Durk had a house in Los Angeles. They're saying that Durk basically was like, you know, he was living in a house in Los Angeles, $35,000 a month crib that he had for a certain period of time. Vonnie was his assistant. Apparently, they basically had the BMW already rented from some exotic car rental place, and Vonnie was driving the car around. He had driven the car, left it at...
Okay, so let's go back. Cars, Lil Pub, stalking. Hopefully we could see. That's that classic image. Oh, here's the BMW. Oh my God. Oh my sweet Jesus, y'all. Oh my sweet Jesus, it's right here. So these niggas while in Chicago, they're talking about get a hot car for this, get a hot car, a striker, a slider, all of that shit. They go to California and go to the exotic rental place. Now, this is supposedly what the government's trying to say. They're trying to say these guys are just stupid. So if you don't realize, they had a tracker car. The tracker car was the car that's actually a legit car. Like, it's not fake plates. It's real. This car. This Infinity here, that's the murder car. So the shooters that pull up to kill, they're in here. This car is to keep the location, keep the eye on the prize. Quando and them is in this car. So you got this car, legit, just to kind of like, all right, bet they hit it right, let's whatever. But they're probably talking on walkie-talkie, not walkie-talkie, but calling them or texting them, yo, turn off on this street. Yo, here's our location. They gave the location. Yo, just follow us. We kind of trailing them and whatever, right? Now, look at this. Gas station, Lil Pab. There's going to be more. We got to go back to the indictment to see. It's going to show where the guys look. So in here, you see the Cadillac. The Cadillac is right here. We got to show where the car, because so the car that pulled up to kill, the car with the killers pulled up in the alleyway. Okay? The car with the killers pulled up in the alleyway. All right? So let me pull that up. Gas station, Lil Pab shooting. I think we had, oh, by the way, look, god damn, look, you can see the damage right here. It's crazy, huh? Damn, these niggas was kind of accurate. Them niggas hit with the switch. No, actually, oh yeah. These niggas hit with the switch, but they went straight through the window. They ain't even hit the door that much. And he was with a switch. Yeah, these niggas is kind of not that bad. Holy. Was this? That's not that, right? No, that's Philadelphia. Okay. Could we get the Lil Pab thingy? We want to show Lil Pab, and let's see Rondo. We're trying to get the other pictures. The other pictures are gonna show that there was a white BMW in the alleyway. Where is the white BMW? Remember, not white BMW, white Infiniti. So the white Infiniti had the shooters whole time. Whole time they had the shooters. The white Infiniti had the shooters. So they were using the white BMW, that's a legit car with GPS. They were using that as like a tail car, okay? And I'm guessing when they probably was loosely following that car. When they seen that car park, they probably hit them niggas like, yo, they're at the gas station, nigga, go kill them niggas. We're going to keep driving. You go kill them, because it will look pretty odd if there was a car kind of following them. They stopped, the car stopped. So it looked like Vonnie and them is in that white BMW, but they never stopped. They were driving behind the car, waiting for it to stop. It stops at a gas station. They tell the other car, yo, they're in a gas station right now. All right, we gonna keep driving. They come a couple seconds or a couple minutes later. They see the fucking car. Somebody pumping gas. That's how it go down. That's how it go down, y'all. That's how it went down. That's how it went down. What's this? Yeah, okay. Let's see. We might have to watch this video. Yeah. Is it this?
For 90 days or 1.9%.
All right, my nigga. Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv. It's a lot going on, chat. It's a lot going on. Attorney Jasmine on the check-in. Shout out to Attorney Jasmine, y'all. We are locked in. We might get Attorney Jasmine in here. Attorney Jasmine. Okay, so we've seen that part. Oh, that's all the extent of the video. Never mind. We're just going to not even. But there's more surveillance video that shows the white Lil Pab white Infiniti. The white Infiniti. Oh, Lil Pab. Shit, you can't even find nothing here. Lil Pab. Gas station. White Infiniti. There's one. It was used in one of the indictments. So, yeah, the shooters come out here, but the white Infiniti is parked to the right behind them. It's parked to the right behind them. I might have to look at the initial indictment. Okay, here we go. Ooh, all right, here we go. I remember seeing the white Infiniti. Okay, that's not using. Okay, give me 1 second. Durk all day. I'm gonna pull up the indictment in. Like, I'm gonna show you where the white Infiniti is. The BMW never stopped. So Vonnie and them was supposed to be in the BMW. Vonnie and Day1, allegedly, they never stopped. They were trailing Quando, and then they gave the call, or they said, "Yo, get him over there." and then they dipped. There was 4 people in the car. They pulled up, 3 hopped out. There's a nigga that stayed in the car. There's one nigga who stayed in the car. All right, this is the indictment. Let's look at the pictures. They're going to have some pictures in this. Okay, see? All right, so cool. BMW, this is from, which, by the way, is crazy. Y'all in Chicago using hot cars, and now y'all use y'all exotic car dealer car to do the trailing. Now, granted, no shooters hop out from it, but you got to imagine you did this a block away from the Beverly Center. That's doing it like basically in Times Square. They're going to follow the car of Quando Rondo all the way back from the hotel. You know what they notice? There's a BMW who's kind of loosely following it. Now, Quando Rondo and them was probably too drunk, too high. They don't give a fuck. They're not realizing there's a car trailing them. This car is not where the murderers is in. Apparently, Vonnie, apparently Dee, and them were in it. So this is to drop the low, to keep, okay, we know what's going on. The murderers were always back here. Remember, they're turning on the street. The murderers are back here. Let's see if we can find, okay. Here's a Cadillac. They're running out over here. Okay, I thought there was another picture. Am I tripping? No other picture? Maybe not. Okay, I might be tripping on that one. Let me try to figure out. That's the first indictment. Let's see the Durk complaint. We're just looking for the pictures. Okay, there was no pictures there. Superseding. Maybe it's in superseding 1. Okay, that has that picture. I thought there was a picture of the white vehicle in the alley. I might be tripping on that then. It's all good. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's all good. Durk arraignment. No. Let's see. Durk detention. No. Order continuing. Nope. No. Reconsideration for detention. It could be one of these, but like I'm not gonna click on every single one. Second superseding. Maybe it's in the second superseding. Okay. We're gonna see the same picture again. Okay. Bet. Then we're gonna see this picture again. Yeah, it looks like there's no thing. We could look at third superseding. By the way, there's 4 supersedings. Third superseding. Where's that third superseding? We're gonna find it soon. Third superseding. Okay. I think the picture with that Infinity was because apparently the guy Asa Houston or something I think he was a driver. I can't remember what it was. He was a driver. Motion to sever. Okay. We can't find. Fourth superseding right here. But I don't think it has 2 pictures. Okay, this is... Who's this? Oh, this is Mike from AJ City. This is not supposed to be in it. Not in the 4th one. In the 4th one? It's supposed to be in the 3rd, not the 4th. Because there's not a 5th one. Anyway, let's look at this shit. All right, Durk and them. Okay, we got a picture there. Picture there. No more pictures? Maybe I was tripping, or maybe it was in one of these motions to it would be a motion by the government if it was going to be there. Anyway, all right, cool. Fuck it. The point is the BMW kept the location and gave it to the other guys. Let's get back to Trap Lord Ross. I'm sorry.
Durk's house. They went to Miami for a day right before all of the hitmen came to town on the 18th. They're saying that...
Ooh, okay. That's kind of interesting. So I was thinking that Durk was just in Miami and he randomly just wanted to go to LA. They're saying Durk went to Miami for a day. So that's important. So he could reasonably argue oh, the reason why I went back to LA is that I was already in LA. I went to Miami for 1 day and I came back. Interesting.
Vonnie got back in the BMW. They went and got another slider. These guys were all sliding around together. It had a GPS tracker in it the whole time. Obviously, the hit went down, and they're saying that that BMW that Vonnie was driving, it went from, I cannot believe it, it went from Durk's house to Quando's hotel. They're camping out at night until 1 a.m. outside Quando's hotel. It then went to it's crazy. It then went back to Durk's house overnight, and then the next day when they went to do the hit, it turned up at Quando's hotel, turned up at the Bathing Ape store where Quando went to. It turned up immediately after that at the dispensary that Quando went to. It then was 2 blocks away when the murder was carried out and Savia Robinson, Lil Pab, was killed. It then went to In-N-Out where all the hitmen all linked up, and it then went back to Durk's house. I'm sorry, but that's going to be pretty tough. That's going to be pretty tough to answer for, all right? They're going to say that Durk is, not blaming Durk's blaming this whole thing on Vonnie, right? And so he's going to have to basically explain that Vonnie was out hunting people, going back and forth from Durk's house, going on a trip to Miami with Durk.
So remember, Vonnie's admitting that, this car, he was either in or driving. So he's admitting that, I was stalking Quando. So that's going to help try to prove that with Durk. Here's the thing. Durk's not in the car. But he has to connect it to Durk to say, Durk paid for it. Durk told me to take the car. Also, here's the thing, too. Going back to who made that case? Saying that, I think Trench's News said it, or did somebody else say it? That Vonnie was dropping little seeds that in case they got caught, he could blame it on Durk. Yeah, why would you go to an exotic car rental place to get a car that's going to be following a nigga for a murder? Why would you go rent a Maybach from Maybach Rentals Miami to go follow a nigga to give the drop to a Honda Civic to go kill the nigga? Do you think that there's not surveillance footage? What do you think this is? And then why would you drive a car? Any rental car in 2026, you got to imagine has a tracker. These days, niggas rent their cars, even on Turo. They rent their cars. They got a GPS on that bitch in case you try to steal it. So you know this shit is tracked. But you know it's tracked. You follow Quando to a bunch of locations. You are 2 blocks away from the murder. And then afterwards, I bet when they search somebody's phone, or they're going to say, yo, we had shared their location with the killers. And then what's going to happen is that you then drive the car to In-N-Out. You meet up with the murderers, then you drive it back to where Durk is staying. That kind of seems cooked. Or you could be like, Vonnie's not that dumb. Vonnie did that in case niggas got caught and he needed to, drop some breadcrumbs. I don't think Vonnie's that smart. Okay? I don't think Vonnie's that smart. Okay, here's another video. Sorry. Here we go.
Inside the courthouse, we just got a very, very crazy update about some stuff that OTF Jam's going to say. And while I'm doing all this, we got the Free Durk Brigade out here. They're doing their protest. I'm probably going to go and talk to them at some point soon. But I need to give you guys an update first, because apparently a new group chat is being introduced last minute. The defense are livid that this is being introduced. And basically this follows on from Jam apparently getting pressed in a bathroom at a music video shoot for The Block Is Hot. Apparently they're saying that Durk and others followed him into the bathroom and had a conversation with him about, they were saying that he was involved in another murder in another situation, and that they was basically...
So Jam is just a legit hitman. He just got a bunch of murders. So his deal got to be, I'll tell you every murder, just make sure I don't spend life in prison.
Making it hot for OTF. Apparently it's been alleged that, someone might have said to him in that interaction that they should get out of town. And then after all of that, Jam basically said that he texted a group chat that Durk was in saying he's noticed that he's been getting cut out since that day. And obviously we've heard testimony that Jam was apparently saying some stuff like, he was in group chats and they were saying, yeah, blood's about to snitch, clear as day. So Jam apparently knew that OTF were turning on him. And he said that, hey, ever since that day, I know guys been acting different around me. Apparently Durk replied, look, I get it, but we can't do the Fed's job for them. We got to let them do their jobs. Basically low-key hinting that he knows that he's telling, but trying to downplay the situation. And then from there, apparently...
Wait, why would Durk even put that in text messages? What?
Apparently Jam said, I'll lay it out, gang. MS acting scared to be around.
Now, what's going to be interesting, what I want to know, so Durk isn't your natural dummy. So there's nothing on like any text that says, we killed him. But Durk what he does is that he has his main number, and then he'll have like a random phone, and that random phone kind of does talk shop, but it never is fully incriminating, but it's a burner that supposedly is not in his name, that he just communicates with, that they know, oh, that's Durk's gonna be on that phone, but that's him talking to the guys. Now, granted, because people snitch, the feds figured out everything. They're like, oh, okay, so that's his burner. So his main number he never used. So Durk actually thought he was being smarter than the cops, except the cops have the people who understand the scheme, and they already told them exactly what it was.
Around me, guys act like they don't F with me since that day when he got pressed in the bathroom. Apparently Durk told him, I'm with you 1,000%, use your head, we ain't helping them people do their job. And then Jam basically said, I got you on my son. And then apparently there was another crazy back and forth where Jam was apparently in response to this whole thing with Lamron Richo and what was going on with all of that. I'm seeing something crazy going on behind me, I ain't gonna lie. But basically, like Jam was basically offering, when Durk said, hey, I got him out, multiple ski masks hunting you, blood. Like he was saying that to Lamron Richo. Apparently Jam offered and basically said, hey, I'm down to hunt them. I just need a couple cars to get the job done. He said, I need a few cars to squash the beef with them. Apparently Durk doesn't reply. Jam then replies to a Durk story post where he's sharing some of his music. He replies saying drop, and Durk says, I'm ready on Pluto. Now the defense is saying that the feds are trying to make it look like that, you know, Jam was saying, drop me them sliders. Durk's ready to slide on Pluto, but they're saying, no, he's talking about music. They're saying there's another message they're trying to say is incriminating, but he's really talking about a celebrity boxing match. Everybody's anticipating this Jam testimony being absolutely crazy. I think it is going to be absolutely crazy when it does happen, but even before we get to it, the feds, the prosecutors, the defense, they're all arguing about these kind of alleged messages. And hey, if that's what we got from Jam when he hits the stand, I think it's going to be crazy. But that's the latest update. But literally, I'm out.
So Jam's going to make the movie.
Out here, I'm seeing Duty Low out here. I'm seeing Big Durk. I might need to go and see what's going on, man. People talking about I got a couple fades lined up or something, but you know what I'm saying? I'm out here just doing my best.
Shots to Trapler. Okay. I do got to grab my dogs and let my other dog out. I can't lie, but I want to keep
Okay, so one of
Here we go.
the craziest things that we heard in court today really blew my mind. There is a whole bunch of evidence when it comes to these stalking charges and Lil Durk. Now, I could not believe this, okay, but a lot of stuff is being tied around this BMW that apparently Vonnie was driving around to various locations. What is so insane is that they're saying Durk had a house in Los Angeles. They're saying that Durk basically was like, you know, he was living in a house in Los Angeles, $35,000 a month crib that he had for a certain period of time. Vonnie was his assistant. Apparently, they basically had the BMW already rented from some exotic car rental place, and Vonnie was driving the car around. He had driven the car, left it at Durk's house. They went to Miami for a day.
Okay, we played this already. So Durk took a picture with these people.
So another thing that came out in court today that was very interesting was to do with the flights. Now, interestingly enough, okay, they said that Lil Durk had an Amex account that had 4 different people with different credit cards under it. One of them was kind of like you know, somebody that worked for him.
Chat, didn't I tell you? It's his account. It's his account. He has. So when you have a business credit card, like I have business credit cards, I could assign it to people. Like I could put a spending limit and be like, hey, you could spend this amount a month. It's my card, but the hope is that they're gonna spend on that card for your business. Okay, rather than you having to give them your number every time and you can't really track who did what. Let's say it's 3 people that work for you that's using a business card. You don't know, you could actually put them on there. So I guarantee, I'm telling you, when Durk said don't book none under my name, these dummies took it to be, oh, just don't use Durk's name on his business card. But these other brokies, they got nothing else going on. They're going to use their credit card, but their OTF credit card, which is basically like booking it under Durk's name because he owns the company. So you don't use Durk's name on his business card. If you never see a business card, I got a business card here. I don't want to show y'all because y'all niggas are going to hack me. It says DJ Akademiks, then it says Livingston Island. Now it could say DJ Akademiks and any other name underneath. Those would be employees that I'm assigning a card to. So I guarantee these fucking dummies, when they hear Durk say, don't book nothing under my name, they're like, okay, bet. We won't use Durk Banks' name under OTF. We'll use, I don't know, whoever we are, but OTF. Here's the problem. It all goes back to OTF. Who owns OTF? Durk. Idiots.
Somebody was sort of like a business manager. One of them was his father and him. Now, they weren't booked on his specific card, but they were.
Somebody said 150,000 credit limit is insane. Nigga, that's cheap. Nigga, he's a fucking millionaire. I'm surprised his Amex isn't at like 700,000.
Booked on one of the cards that belonged to one of the peoples that worked for him. All of the flights of all the hitmen was booked on Lil Durk's Amex account by a card that wasn't in his name, but it was...
Exactly. Did I tell y'all, chat? I'm telling you I know. I'm telling you I know.
The Amex account. His company isn't called OTF. It's got a different name. I won't reveal that name to you now, but it's got a name that you might expect for, like, you know, a music company to kind of have, all right? It doesn't explicitly state what he's doing, but it's something sounds. It's obviously a musical company. Now, what's super messed up about this is literally they showed the Amex bank statements, and it showed the name of the person on the flight, where the flight was going to, the price, just all the details, when the flight was scheduled to happen, all on...
These dummies said, and by the way, let me tell you, this is what happened when you deal with broke niggas. Durk is financing the whole thing. He says, don't book nothing under my name. These dummies don't even have a personal card for themselves. Okay? You're booking a flight for murder. Your boss says, don't book nothing under my name. And your genius idea is, well, I'm still going to put it under OTF, but I'm going to put it under OTF my name. Motherfucker, he owns OTF. You basically just booked it on his name, dummy.
On his Amex statement, all right? I didn't know they had that much interest. I ain't got an Amex, so I don't know, all right? I don't do crime, but...
Amex the best card, I ain't gonna cap.
You know, I guess it's a bit of a thing. But what was interesting was that they kind of leaked a few other pieces of information. They showed off his Amex card, so not only was that month the hitters' flights booked on that Amex account, but we also ended up seeing something very interesting. That month, he had apparently spent $150,000 plus on that one Amex account. And apparently he spent $6,700 in Amiri that month. He'd spent $3,000 in Neiman Marcus, and there were
that's an average rapper spend. I'm gonna be honest.
A bunch of other little small transactions that I guess all added up to a lot, but those were a couple of really big.
I spend $70,000 to $80,000 on my Amex every month. Like it is what it is. Like I don't know if that's not even news. The nigga's up mad millions. What the fuck? Like you got to pay the cost to be the boss. You got to pay for flights, pay for this, pay for that. You write everything off. That's why you use an Amex business account, right? So there's an OTF card. You write everything off. But what do you think? Flights are free? You got to book. Durk got to book 18 flights when he's moving, unless he's taking a private jet. It's on the Amex. Got to book 10 hotels. It's on the Amex. Got to book this and third. It's on the Amex. Yes, $150,000. I know y'all be like, the guy is making over $10 million at this point a year. $150,000 a month on an Amex is not crazy. Trust me.
Big transactions that stood out. So he out here balling out, getting fits, you know what I'm saying, getting fly, getting dressed. They were going on private jets. They were taking a private jet from LA to Miami the day before the murders or the day before the stalking actually started taking place. And it was just a lot. A lot of information was put across there. And obviously he allegedly said in a message, you know, don't book nothing on no flights connected to me. And unfortunately, it seems like that advice wasn't followed. Now,
I agree. Somebody said doing a hit with an Amex is stupid. I fucking agree. Yo, I'm going to tell you why Amex is the best card, because I use it. Amex is the best card because it tracks everything. It tracks everything. Right? And it sorts your business things, right? Like, I paid for my 2 studios with my Amex card. I paid for my 2 studios in Jersey City with it. I paid for my streaming backpack with it. I pay for everything with it. It's Amex. This is a fucking great card. You know what I mean? Like, so if someone's saying, why is this so much money? I think I'm paying $15,000 for two studio apartments every month. I'm paying probably like $1,000 for like streaming backpacks. Like, nigga, and that's me. I'm trying to tell y'all, for everybody who's just like not in that financial position, a rapper of Durk's status that moves around with 50 people. Yes, I book all my flights on Amex. Yes, $150,000 is not that crazy. Keep in mind, let's extrapolate that to end of the year. That's about $1.5 million, right? Durk is making $10 million. And that $1.5 million is mostly expenses that get written off, because those are expenses. You're paying for either a studio expense, if you're paying for a flight expense. So it actually helps him with tax overall. Now, the brokies and the dummies he have working for him that he's clearly telling them this is not work. We're doing a murder. They shouldn't use the fucking business card. You feel what I'm saying? Like 8,000 in a Amiri, that actually you save money with the government with that. Durk needs clothes. That's actually a taxable thing or a expense you could put on your taxes. That's all valid. Booking 10 flights for murders does not belong on a company card. Okay? Does not belong on a company card. That's a reality about it. Okay? So I know y'all are crazy about the amount, but Durk is a really successful artist.
The defense said in their opening statement that they kind of like were planning to, say, well, he said don't book no flights in relation to me, but they were actually booked, in relation to him. So there ain't really nothing to hide. Well, it's kind of like, well, is that because there was nothing to hide, or was that because they was kind of dumb and they didn't do what they was told to do to book the flights on someone else's name? But we saw all of them flights on the statements. Not really a great look, to be honest. So
now, again, Durk's going to just have to answer to why he's booking those flights. He could be like, oh, they're my security. Oh, that's my entourage. In rap, we have entourages. I booked their flights for my business purpose. If they went off and did some crime, I didn't know about the crime and I didn't book them for the crime. Okay, someone says go check this page. Duty Low checked Trap Lil Ross. Let's see. Chirac Smoke. Let's see. Okay, so that's Duty Low and Trap Lil Ross. Let's see.
We got bigger, more important things.
Just make sure you do the correct shit, man.
I'm trying to be fair and real honest.
No, try to be fair. Be fair.
I'm gonna be fair and honest. I'm gonna be fair.
Yoda says do or don't do, there is no try. When you do your recap video, make sure you wear your Do Out for Dirt shirt for all the people calling it.
I want to say shout out to Muslimatic because I'm spoken to him before.
Yeah, we all Muslimatic.
Duty Low didn't check him. It's not disrespect. He's just saying, hey, just be fair to Durk. That's not checking. That's not even a disrespect.
I'm doing loud.
Trap Lord is a big deal. Like, he's out there, they're trying to talk to, but they're not bullying him right here.
We calling for those.
Yeah, okay. For whoever who says he got checked or whatever, he's not getting bullied, bro. Like, obviously, Duty Low loves Durk. He's like, yo, bro, just make sure you be fair. That to me, that's not, bro. I know y'all look at Trap Lord as a white dude from UK, and maybe you just think he's a super pussy. He's like, yeah, you can have that discussion. Okay, all right. No, of course, I'm going to make sure I give Durk a fair chance. What's the problem? I don't think that's checking. All right, anyway. Let's keep it going.
So another thing that came out.
All right, next video. Okay. The hitman who killed Lil Pop wore a ski mask but kept the same shoes and pants from the murder when they went out to In-N-Out 40 minutes later. Now, I got to tell y'all, here's a little bit of context. I'm giving y'all context for everything. Chat, I go to LA. I love In-N-Out more than anything in the world. If I just clapped a nigga in LA, I'm not changing my drawers or my shoes. I'm going to get to that motherfucking In-N-Out. Give me that double-double with animal-style fries, okay? And make sure I get a tall glass of lemonade, and I'm going to, with extra ice, and I'm going to have a good time, okay? I just clapped a nigga, and I'm eating some great double-double out of In-N-Out. I'm sorry. I'm not changing my shoes. Not changing my shoes, my drawers, none of that. In-N-Out is special to me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Anyway.
So one of the most ridiculous things that came up in court today is apparently the hitman that was sent on the, mission to murder Quando Rondo that ended up killing his cousin, Lil Pab Savia Robinson. They really did one of the silliest things I've ever seen. So they actually went out there and committed this murder. They bought ski masks from, it's an American store, it's REI or Ray or Ray. I'm not familiar with it, but it's like a sporting goods store. So they went and bought 4 ski masks. Vonnie was sent to go and buy 4 ski masks from that store. They then, allegedly went on this hit. They wore ski masks and, all black outfits. But interestingly enough, after that, we ended up seeing, this story that they had changed the top half of their outfits, but they had then gone to In-N-Out Burger wearing the same shoes, pretty distinctive shoes. Like, they looked to me like, various different eras of Jordans in different colors. One had a pair of black shoes on with white details. One had a pair of red shoes on. One had a pair of gray shoes on. And they were all very, very distinctive. Any sneakerhead would have been able to identify these specific.
Yo, these niggas went and wore exclusive kicks to the murder and also to In-N-Out. Chat, I'll give you a little tidbit. I know TMI, you know, but I try to, you know, give my little insight when I can. Chat, remember when 2 niggas tried to run up in my crib? The detectives that live around here, right? So they knew the one guy because, of course, thanks to him, he drove his car to my crib. So, like, even though the cops let him go that night because he was driving wild, they realized it wasn't a hot car. It was a car registered to him. So all they did was just go pick his ass up. So congrats to him. The other guy, they didn't know who he was. However, here's the beautiful thing about it. You know, they were trying to keep their heads down because I have lights and all type of shit like pointing and cameras. And he was trying to keep his head down. And what ended up cooking him, the boy wore some exclusive kicks. It was some Jordans with some webs on it or some dumb shit like that. When the cops went to Virginia to pick his ass up, the dude is such a fucking moron. He had the same shoes on. Brilliant. I love it. I love it. Nigga had the same shoes on that he did the fucking, he did the attempted robbery. And so, yeah, they was just like, come on here, nigga. Come on. So, that is, I think it's a popular thing by these detectives. They know niggas will change their shirt, change their drawers, change their pants, but they won't change them fucking sneakers. Not when they doing that, drilling that goddamn, you know, they doing it in that exclusive kicks. So yeah, so what the detectives do is, oh, okay, so that's kicks you wearing. Half of these niggas, they wear the same drawers 3 days in a row Anyway, if they get some exclusive kicks, they're gonna wear that bitch every 2 days. Okay, so yeah, they caught him with the kicks, and shout out to that guy. You know, I'm even gonna lie, like, after I've seen that video 10 times, I want to buy the Jordans with the web on it. What an idiot. Shit. Anyways, okay, so the killers in the Lil Pop situation, they changed their clothes. Let's not be detective, but let's wear the same shoes. Brilliant. This is like some brilliant shit. This is like some next level IQ shit.
So one of the most ridiculous things that came up in court today is apparently the hitman that was sent on the, you know, mission to murder Quando Rondo that ended up killing his cousin Lil Pab, Savia Robinson. They really did one of the silliest things I've ever seen. So they actually went out there and committed this murder. They bought ski masks from, it's an American store.
Buy ski masks, gloves, and everything. We'll keep the same shoes.
REI or Ray or Rye. I'm not familiar with it, but it's like a sporting goods store. So they went and bought 4 ski masks. Bonnie was sent to go and buy 4 ski masks from that store. They then, you know, allegedly went on this hit. They wore ski masks and, you know, all black outfits. But interestingly enough, after that, we ended up seeing, you know, this story that they had, like, you know, changed the top half of their outfits, but they had then gone to In-N-Out Burger wearing the same shoes, pretty distinctive shoes. Like, they looked to me like, you know, various different.
You got to wear some exclusive kicks. Hey, you can't go on a drill with no damn black Air Forces. You got to go with the Travis Scotts. You got to go with, what's some Jordans that's exclusive? You got to, come on, man. I always shout it out to my man K Flock. When I heard that nigga killed the nigga in fashion and he had a one-of-one sneaker, limited edition, holy. Clapping the nigga with some exclusive, hey, it is what it is.
Eras of Jordans in different colors. One had a pair of black shoes on with white details. One had a pair of red shoes on. One had a pair of gray shoes on. And they were all very, very distinctive. Any sneakerhead would have been able to identify these specific types of sneaker. And it's kind of ridiculous that they would do this hit, be caught on the surveillance footage in the hit. And we saw side-by-side images basically showing the guys that were, like, on the hit with the ski masks on. We saw the ski masks that had been purchased by Vonnie at the sporting goods store. We then saw images of them all with their faces out in In-N-Out Burger with the same shoes on as they wore in the hit 40 minutes earlier. But what really killed me, and this one is crazy, I got to give it to them, the detectives went ham on this case. And this is the biggest irony you will ever hear today. Apparently OTF Jam, he did the hit in a pair of sweatpants, all right? And it said, rats before riches. Rats before riches. Now, that don't really make too much sense. I'm guessing it means you got to go through people ratting on you before you get to your riches. But it's like, he wore these pants that said rats before riches. You know what the detectives did? He was wearing those. This is so crazy because he ended up becoming a cooperator. But he was wearing those during the hit. He then wore them to In-N-Out after the hit. And the detectives said that there was only 2 stores that sold these pants. They're in Southside Chicago, and then they went there and said, who's shopped here? Who bought these pants from here? They said it was OTF DD. They said it was DD had gone there and kitted out the killers with a bunch of merch that you can only...
Gotta put the killers in some drip. Gotta put the killers in the drip. Yo, I don't know if DD did that shit. I think they lying on DD. DD, I know you wouldn't do no shit like that, but I gotta respect the killers being in some exclusive drip. 101. You can't have another nigga wearing the shit you wearing when you go into a drill. God forbid the cops think that somebody else who got the same drip as you did it. You got to be rocking the 101. 101. I respect it. 1 of 1.
Getting Southside Chicago. After that led to the subpoenas, Instagram accounts being taken over. It was just an absolute mess. But really, you could argue that it was the sneakers that got the guys caught. You know, then you got the GPS data of the, you know, of the cars, the license plates, the fake tags. But bro, they really showed them wearing an assortment of different Jordans in different colors at the hit, ski masks on, and then at a restaurant. Same pants. One of them had a ripped, like you get the ripped jeans with a rip in the knee. Still had those on. Jam had the Rats Before Riches on. It was just like insane. Why would you do a hit in those same outfits?
What you mean, why do it? Niggas got to know what's up. All right. Seti, I see you out here. Maybe I got to go to the YouTube channel. I know he's probably like about to kick it off in a second. All right. Is Trench's News live? Yo, Trench's News. Can we tap in, gang? Trench's News gonna have the shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Trench's News gonna come with the shit. Wait, are we?
School parent, he's staying on his business, man. Make sure y'all go.
Here we go.
After the group home, the college, it was over with. Shit. Fans got it. You hear me? That motherfucker might freeze up.
Oh, he live right now. It's okay.
Damn, my bag's bigger. You don't know, I can't go on no rant air once in a while. I be humble as hell on everything. Everybody come at me every day. He told me that's on the low end.
Okay.
He said, shorty, everybody gonna hate you, bro. Because you speak your mind. You don't give a fuck. You hit around, bro.
All right. This feels like it's long. All right. Trenches. We want to hear what's good with you, brother. I ain't gonna lie. If you're looking for the credit, I'm giving it to you. You were right, nigga. That boy Trench's News. Shit, he on Charleston timing. Like, that nigga was right. I'm like, holy. Everything he said was right. Okay, god damn it, y'all. All right. So we are still getting everybody who is breaking down what they seen. We're having OTF Jam tomorrow, right? OTF Jam is doing tomorrow. Oh, was this how John play? Oh, yeah, he was talking about it.
You people, man, who steal my content, bro, your days are numbered, man. Yeah. Like, send live up. It's going to be the best live. Tell them get off the game, man.
All right, let's figure out. All right, we played Butter earlier. We were trying to look for Vonnie around him. Lil Tim reacts to the murder for hire. We're just past that. At this point, we're with the snitches. We're with the snitches. So OTF Vonnie, we want to get the info from. Oh, Wack wanted me to call him. Should I call Wack? Okay. Let's take a 5-second thingy. Wait, Wack told me he was going to get on T-Rel. What the fuck's going on with that? Chat, we're getting back to the Durk case. 5 minutes. We're going to give everybody a chance to upload their videos. We're not done. We're not done. But I'm going to call Wack in a second. But let me see what he wanted me to call him earlier for. Wack 100 T-Rel. He said, oh, I'm going to get on T-Rel. I'm defending you. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay. Smack and T-Rel confront Wack over his disrespect. Okay. T-Rel asks Wack why academics have to call out Drake. Let me see.
Bring him over here. Yeah, hey, why so? Look, and this is for academics. Why did academics have to call?
Way out here too.
Why did
bring him over here?
Yeah, bring his ass.
Wait, is Wack still on? Wait, are these guys like still live? Fuck. Let me ask you still live? Yo. Okay.
Why did academics have to call Drake, or just call out Drake to post Game's song or album.
Wait, hold on.
Because he did not do that.
We got the paper.
He said it.
Yeah.
Axe said that. He said, "I'm calling you out, Drake. Why didn't you post his album,
I know
nigga?"
you know, Sunday I recorded Thursday.
Yeah.
So you know I was already on some bullshit. So you know I'm on the phone with every nigga tied to the nigga.
Yeah.
So I hit Act. I said, "Hey, bro." And Act said, usually he argue with me about Drake. He said, nah, Wack, you right. That nigga got it. I said, bro, I wake up, midnight Thursday, whatever it come out. I wake up midday Friday, and Drake then posted his new album that's coming out.
Yeah, he posted his own shit. FOMO.
Yeah, some shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
fear of missing out.
I'm like, hold on, bro. Bro could have just did a LeBron James. Game could have just did a LeBron James, nigga, and joined the crowd. Instead, he just like, look, bro, you my nigga, this my nigga, y'all got y'all rap beef. I'm out the way. People say, well, what? When he went at Rick Ross, it kind of looked like, nah, what that is, that's this. This what that is. You and this nigga fighting, y'all and y'all shit, and this nigga on the sideline just side busting. You know how I go. Nigga, what's up with you, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Both these niggas my nigga, but what's up with you, nigga?
We're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to the Durk stuff. I'm just reacting to this real quick. We're gonna get Wack in here in a second. I wanted to hear. This was a convo. I think he was trying to call me live.
Because Rick Ross ain't with Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you side busting because Kendrick on Drake ass.
Yeah.
So Game kind of like,
fuck it, I'm gonna hop in it too.
What's up with you? And on top of that, Game wanted to expose some other shit. You know that nigga's phone. For all of y'all out there in the industry who think y'all larger than life, there's a great chance that in Jayceon Taylor's phone, your wife or your bitch is in there. This is a fact. What? So at the time, he was waiting for the nigga to say something because he was going to expose some shit. You know, one thing I can say, my trio of artists, I line up with any other trio. I think they done ran through more niggas' bitches than the law allowed. Ray J, Game.
Yeah, going crazy.
And Blueface is handling all the bottom feeders.
Yeah.
He cleaning up down here. Game then hit all the top execs, wives, baby mamas, sisters. And Ray J then sheets. This is a fact, bro. So that's really, it was kind of like, nigga, I want you to get out of line, say something. But I couldn't really let that happen because you got to remember, Big Duck is security
for Rick Ross.
Ross.
Yeah, we
Lil
fuck with
John,
Duck.
my right hand.
Yeah.
That's two fruit towns. It's a G. That's a triple OG.
Mm-hmm.
Lil John, my right hand. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
It's really, it really took
It's
what
too
you can't
close.
do.
Drake for a second. Let's move on. We got mad other stuff to talk about. Shout to Drake. Shout to the Crody. That's my guy. That's my guy. And by the way, let me tell y'all this. For all, hey, you see how y'all got, you got the niggas claiming Kendrick not saying nothing but Mac Wop and TDE Keem and T-Rel and Smack, they talking crazy. Yo, listen, man. Me and Drizzy, that's the gang, okay? That's the homie, man. Don't you worry. But just out of respect, Akademiks can't tell Drake a motherfucking thing to do. And by the way, let's put it vice versa. Drake can't tell Akademiks a motherfucking thing to do. Okay? So it's one of those things where, of course, we got mutual respect, but trust me, and again, I don't want to burst y'all bubble. Don't even give me that credit of saying that, oh, Akademiks said this and that. No. It ain't, listen, it's either you a real nigga or you not. Okay? And when YG and DJ Mustard and them niggas drop their project, you know who's not a real nigga because he's not posting it. When a nigga who show you love, been a real solid one for you, could have switched up, you know what I mean? Did the 23andMe, he won't be a real nigga to you. That's it. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't got nothing, got a goddamn thing to do with me. I'm just letting y'all niggas know that now. All right? And so, you know, T-Rel and them, I get y'all confused and everything, but let's talk about this. How come the nigga who produced Not Like Us, Mustard, ain't get a shout out? No story. How come he ain't getting no, oh, this shit fire, I'm listening to it right now? None of that. How come YG don't get that? None of that. How come Schoolboy Q don't get that? None of that. How come he don't fuck with none of y'all? The reality is that, listen, Drake my mans, but Everybody know I can't tell Drake what to do, and everybody know Drake can't tell me what to do. Nigga, we fuck with each other, though. And also, this got nothing to do with me. This is Drake and Game relationship. Okay? So, if y'all think that me saying something is why it got posted, you're fucking wrong. If you ain't want to post it, you ain't want to post it. It is what it is. He posted it. Nigga, fuck with a guy. That's what it is. So, again, while y'all trying to sow seeds of dissension, okay? Because now y'all trying, I see they try to get at like Drake's ego. Oh, man, Drake over here, Akademiks could tell him what to do. Do you believe that, gangy? He's a real nigga. Y'all don't have a real nigga over there. Yo, let me just tell y'all West Coast niggas this. Baby Keem should not drop an album without Kendrick shouting it out, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? Schoolboy Q, YG, DJ Mustard should not be fucking dropping albums when the guy that got the Infinity Stones, he can't even throw up a tweet. Yo, this is the only thing popping right now. How you gonna talk about watch the party die, nigga, when you can't even contribute to your mans and them doing anything? It's not real nigga shit. That's not real nigga shit to me. So again, y'all could try to shift it as whatever. Yo, you just dealing with a real nigga. Whether he posted it the first minute or the last minute, he posted that shit. Why Kendrick don't post none of the flops on the West Coast? You don't fuck with y'all niggas? Yo, if I crip walk for you for like 40 minutes, nigga, and I drop my album and you don't post my shit, man, I'm tight, nigga. Like, I'm tight, nigga. Yo, my ankles hurt, nigga. I like tore my Achilles tendon, nigga. Bruv, how we crip walk for you at the pop out and we drop our album, you can't even post it? How that work? But it's all good. We're not even tripping on it. Shout out to Kendrick. Yo, starve them boys out. I like how Kendrick treats y'all niggas on the West Coast like hoes. Straight up. I'm tired of, like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I like how he treats y'all like hoes. You feel what I'm saying, nigga? Y'all get nothing, nigga. Like, nigga, give me the baked potatoes, nigga. Give me the rice, nigga. Give me the steak, nigga. Nothing for y'all niggas. Y'all niggas just drop, flop, and get the fuck out of here. And maybe when Pop Out 2.0 pop out, maybe you could come back. That's it. Y'all niggas get treated like hoes. Y'all should. Shout out Kendrick. That's my nigga. He should treat you niggas like hoes. The next time, when he try to recruit y'all niggas to dance at his fucking show, just make sure you come with your tap dancing boots, nigga. But if you want a verse, no. You want a shout out? No. Nigga, you get nothing. You know that scene in Paid in Full? Nigga, you don't get no rice, nigga. You don't get nothing. So, whether y'all can't say nothing about Drake and Game. What the fuck them other niggas got? Not a goddamn thing, man. Shout out to Game. We rocking with your album. I see what you did for your daughter. That's super dope. Other than that, does Drake got a project coming out? Let's just wait and see, man. Let's wait and see. I don't know if Wack is calling back, but let's get back to this case, y'all. We locked in. Chat, when's the last time I did a 7-hour stream? We 7 hours in right now. Y'all want me to get offline? It's all good. Just let me know. I'll get the fuck off. We breaking this shit down like a kilo of coke. By the way, Attorney Jasmine, thank you for the text. She said, Ak, I see you showing everybody love. Like, I'm in the building. I'm like, girl, I'm going to show you love too. Okay. I said, whenever you got like an update or something, we want to react to it. We want to like show some light on you doing your thing. So we just trying to look for a recent update from you, all right? Y'all go fuck with Sadie Nash. Sadie Nash Sadie Nash, he be getting into his shit. Sadie Nash be getting into his shit. I'm going to tell y'all that one thing for sure, two things for certain. Is Armand there? Am I tripping, bruv? Am I tripping? Oh, he is there. Armand. Oh, he's probably waiting for like his live shit. He be going live. Yeah, he be going live. See? Yeah, that nigga be going live. Armand, what's the deal,
Takes
Brody?
his feelings and his frustrations.
Oh, he's live right now.
Music. He's also known as The Voice.
Yo, get up in Armand's chat and tell him Big Act, we rock with him putting in the work, being on the ground. We fuck with Armand. Don't you worry.
And so in his voice, he uses his voice to get his feelings and his opinions out there. but he doesn't mean any harm by it.
Armand live in L.A.?
You know? And then social media was trolling him and kind of like trying to bait him into action by saying, you know, slide for Von, slide for Von. You know? And so they're basically saying Lil Durk ain't got shit to do with this. He's completely innocent. She literally said he has nothing to do with this. There is no money. My client is completely...
Okay, so he's talking about Marissa Goldberg. Now, remember, this is going to be a big part of Lil Durk's defense. They're going to be like, show us proof that Durk paid.
And
now, remember, they could kind of use that. You know why they probably can't use that in the next trial? So the next trial with the Vicar or the Vicar or whatever, and the Stephon Max situation, they're gonna mention that Durk brought $1 million to $1 million worth of game, and that the killer showed up to $1 million worth of game, which more than likely some of that $1 million he probably paid them like, yo, here's like 40 bands. You get what I'm saying? So remember that. But in this situation, they're gonna hang their hat on. Show me where there's money that got paid.
I got the other nigga name too. It's just so many names I'll be forgetting.
Nah, chat, y'all don't gotta spam that. He gotta call me like, you know, we'll watch him like, yo, he does his thing. He does his thing. You know, he got his own. He's breaking this shit down. We're entertained by Armand.
Here we go. Because give me 1 second.
He get into it. He get into it.
So that should be very interesting. All right. Now,
by the way, his title is that the stalking charges might stick. Now, let's kind of analyze that based on what we've heard so far. So the stalking charges are going to be important because if Vonnie's like admitting that, yo, that car, we drove the car, followed them there, followed them there, followed them there, followed them there. Here's the thing. I know Armand is saying it might stick, but Durk was never in the car. Now, you know who was in the car, so who it would stick to? It would stick to Dee. Dee was in the car. Dee was in the car. Okay? Dee was in that car.
You know, he wasn't a shooter.
Who you talking about?
But they're saying that he was involved in one of these cars. Now, there's 2 cars.
Okay,
say, hey,
all right, cool. We need this.
DeAndre Wilson.
That's Dee.
They're trying to say that he set everything up. He wasn't a shooter, but they're saying that he was involved in one of these cars. Now, there's 2 cars. Mm-hmm. There's an Infiniti, and then there's a Mercedes. The Infiniti, where's the car that...
It's a hot car. Yep. Asa Houston.
And Keith and Lindsay got out of
Asa Houston was
and shot.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm going to tell you about these 3 fools later on and how they got caught.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Now, apparently, though, DeAndre is being hung up because they're saying that he's cooperating everything and putting everything together.
Yes. So here's the thing that what's going to happen with when Vonnie gets on the stand. Vonnie, you see now that, so the government has to pivot a little bit, chat. The government got to pivot now that Durk has showed his hand to say our defense is that Vonnie set all this up. So when Vonnie gets on the stand, you know who he's going to bury? He's going to not only bury Durk, that's a given. He got to bury Dee. He's going to say, how am I the person who set it up when Dee was the money man? Dee got the guys. Dee gets the killers. Dee pays the guys. I was never the guy who pays the guys. I don't know these killers. Dee contacts Booney Mo to go get Jam. Dee does all the shit. So you're going to get, when it comes to Vonnie, he's going to, yes, he's going to do whatever, say whatever about Durk, but the person he's going to put as, oh, Durk's team is lying, is who they think I am, Dee is. Dee did it. Dee knows the killers. Dee pays the killers. They go to him for everything. Dee makes the call. I'm just a do boy. That's what he's going to say. I'm a do boy. They tell me to go get mask and gloves. I get mask and gloves. I don't know. Now, granted, he gonna be capping because I still think he knew a lot, right? But Didi allegedly had more of a rank with Durk, had more of a with Durk. Keep in mind, the baby threat dude who told over the gun shit, told me, I know about murders. He, right? He is Didi's little brother. And you see how OTF, they call Jam a snitch. Nobody call baby threat a snitch. And obviously they didn't hear about certain stuff. But of course, they're not going to hear about it, believe it, or distrust it. Why? That's Didi's brother. So Didi is going... You're going to watch OTF Vonnie throw Didi in the midst. Now, when that happens, you're going to understand why. Didi was trying to sever his case. Because in reality, Vonnie set shit up. But Didi is really the right hand, according to the feds. Didi is the right hand. Didi's the right hand. So if he separated his case, they can't use Didi against Durk. They can't use Durk against Didi. That's why he wanted his case separate. People thought he wanted his case separate to snitch. No, if you're going to snitch, they just take your case off the docket, supersede it, and get you out of there. Just like they did to Vonnie. Just like they did to, I believe, Flocka. Just like they did to pretty much anyone that was going to cooperate.
He was a part of the assist and bringing the shit into fruition. And so now his attorney is saying, well, no, DeAndre is not that. He's a young guy.
Now, remember, in the opening statements, we hear about what Durk's attorney said. Durk's attorney is saying Vonnie did it. But the other two people who are standing trial, they have opening statements as well. So Didi, his lawyer, and Didi's lawyer, is trying to protect Didi. So he's trying to go and give his statement protecting Didi, and then the other person, I forgot who the other guy is, his lawyer is going to go as well. So pretty much in every situation, you're going to have three lawyers. The first is going to be lawyer for Durk, then the other two.
He's chasing a dream. He's not as famous as The Voice. He's not.
Okay, so Armand is kind of like painting the picture right here. So you know what Didi's lawyers is saying? Why would Didi do none of this shit? He's not the one with the money. And by the way, the same way how y'all said that Durk was snitching on Vonnie, Didi's using kind of the same strategy. Hey, I'm not the one with the money. I'm not the one with the fame. He's not pointing fingers at Durk. He's just saying, how could y'all put me in this? So all of them are going to have this defense of, oh, y'all are crazy if you think we did some shit.
Not as famous as Little Durk, but he wanted an opportunity to grow.
There we go.
And sure, sometimes in this world, you get picked up from the airport, not by Uber, not by car, but yes, a party bus. Sometimes you do have to take an overnight trip right away to from Chicago to San Diego in the moment. And they said that happened to him.
Love you, Armand, but we got some shit here, chat. We got some shit. And by the way, not on some weird stuff. I know he's gay, like not some weird stuff, y'all know. But like we appreciate good work, and he's doing good work. That's the type of shit we fuck with. Okay. This is gonna be a hell of a trial, chat. And I told you, who gonna have the best trial coverage? We on that shit. We on that shit. Here we go. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wait. Why is it not working? Perfect. Perfecto. Am I going to cover what? Mo 3 cases as well? Of course. That's the one with Yellow Bees, yeah? Of course. Come on now, chat. You know what we do. All right, chat. Thanks to my team who's working hard. Chat, we already got the transcript for today. Yes, indeed. We got the transcript for today. So, chat, I'm going to give a reading. I might have to go get my dog. One of them are barking a little bit too much. They got to calm it down. Calm it the hell down. I don't know what they're barking about like that. But I'm going to read verbatim what was said in opening statements. Okay? You ready for this? This is opening statements. Okay? Opening statements. Okay. Here we go. So they start with a bunch of stuff. Let's get to opening statements. The jury's not in. Okay, so they talk about a bunch of stuff before the jury gets in. And this is opening statements. Y'all ready? This is for the prosecution. Okay, I'm going to read it like I'm in court. Good morning, y'all. This case is about revenge, stalking, and premeditated murder. This is the case about the death of a 24-year-old Savia Robinson at the hands of these defendants and their co-conspirators. And on a summer day in August 22nd, Savia Robinson and some friends, including the rapper Taekwon Bowman, who you will hear being referred to throughout this trial by his nickname, Quando Rondo, is going to be a name you hear throughout this trial a lot. They were visiting Los Angeles. What you will learn in this trial is that Quando Rondo was a rival of Durk Banks, who's also known by Lil Durk. What Quando Rondo and Savia Robinson didn't know was that they were being followed, that these defendants, these guys here, and their co-conspirators, they had flown across the country to track, stalk, hunt, and kill Quando Rondo. What Savia Robinson didn't know, what Quando didn't know, is that that day would be Savia Robinson's last day on earth. As Savia and Quando left their hotel, you will hear the defendants and the co-conspirators who had flown in the day before stalked them using two cars. Stalked them while they slept, stalked them while they shopped, and for 2 days tracked and stalked them while they drove around Los Angeles in that black Escalade, waiting for their opportunity to ambush. And you will hear when Quando and Savia were at their most vulnerable at a gas station around 5:30 p.m. on a Friday during rush hour at a busy gas station across from the Beverly Center. The co-conspirators, they decided it was a time to strike. 3 mass shooters came down an alley, including defendant Lindsay in the front, who you will learn was the man circled in red right there. They unloaded their firearms towards the car, striking and killing Savia Robinson. You will learn as the shooters, including defendant Lindsay, fled the scene. Defendant Wilson was right around the corner in a getaway car. Oh, wow. By the way, let me just stop here. So apparently there's one shooter that never told. It's Lindsay. So it's 3 people on trial. Banks, Durk, Wilson, Didi, Lindsay. 2 of the shooters are cooperating. 2 of the shooters are cooperating, chat. So 2 of the shooters are cooperating, and they're claiming Lindsay was in the front. You will learn as the shooters, including defendant Lindsay, fled the scene. Wilson was right around the corner in a getaway car. Defendant Banks was sitting by the phone waiting for an update from his guys if his hitman got their guy and killed Quando Rondo. What the shooters and the co-conspirators left behind was dead body. 18 rounds, including multiple expelled from a machine gun. But the question is, why did this happen? For what reason did this occur? Why did Savia Robinson die on that summer day? You know what the answer is, y'all? Revenge. This is a story of revenge. And in order for y'all to understand the story of revenge, I'm going to introduce a couple key individuals that you will learn about throughout this whole trial. Check this out. There's a couple different names. I'll go through them. But they're important to understand the story of revenge, the story of years-long campaign of stalking, and of course, culminated in Savia's death. So let's start with the defendant, Durk Banks. Defendant Durk Banks, he's known as Smirky-O, Lil Durk. He's a prominent musician. He was a member of a group called, and yeah, he formed the group. It was called OTF, Only the Family. You're going to hear throughout this trial, OTF. But this trial, this case, is not about music. This is about murder. You're going to hear that on one part, OTF was music. Some of his members made music, but a subgroup of OTF were members of some of the same Chicago gangs and formed bonds. They got to know each other that way. And I want to talk to you about an individual. He's central to the story. His name is Day1 Bennett. I'm going to refer to him as King Von. And that's how you're going to hear his name being referred to throughout the trial. Now, King Von, he's a prominent member of that Chicago gang. You're going to learn that defendant Banks, Smirkio, defendant Wilson, oh, that's Didi, and other co-conspirators were part of that gang. In addition to being a prominent member, King Von was also a member, what I tell y'all? OTF. You can see his chain right there. OTF. He was a very close friend of defendant Banks. And that's where our story of revenge starts. In November 2020, Quando Rondo and King Von got in an altercation. A member of Quando Rondo entourage shot and killed King Von. So as of November 2020, King Von was dead. And as I said before, King Von was a prominent member of OTF and a close friend of Smirkio. Well, what followed next was defendant Banks became consumed with revenge. You're going to hear a couple of different words for revenge in this trial. You're going to hear the term get back or getting back. You're also going to hear the term slide, which means for someone, which you learn is a slang, someone seeking revenge or getting back. And a term that you're going to hear a lot is slide for Von. Get revenge. Get back for Von. And you're going to hear that in public and private, defendant Banks expressed his desire to get back for revenge and to his fellow OTF members. And at that time, the same time, he was receiving pressure from his fans to slide for Von. So how did it work? How did OTF and the defendant Banks co-conspirators plan? How did they conspire to slide for Von, to get back, to seek revenge? How? Well, I want to introduce you to a couple other key players in the game, okay? You're going to hear about them. You're going to hear about them all over this trial. First, Casey Hester. He's also known as OTF Jam. OTF Jam grew up with Banks. You'll hear that King Von and Banks and Didi, OTF Jam was from the same gang. You'll hear that Durk kept OTF Jam close. You'll learn that OTF Jam is a cold-blooded killer. And of course, Durk knew that. You learned that defendant Banks kept OTF Jam in the fold. While OTF Jam was in prison for attempted murder, defendant Banks supported him financially by putting money on his books. When OTF Jam got out of prison, defendant Banks gave him more money to support him. OTF Jam was brought into the fold as a trusted member of OTF, but not because he was a talented rapper. It was because he was muscle. Because he could be easily deployed to do things like kill Quando Rondo, which is exactly what he did. Now, that might be a little Freudian slip or whatever, because he didn't kill Quando Rondo. Anyway, you will learn OTF Jam was one of the masked shooters I showed you before. You will see that he, along with Lindsay and another individual who we'll learn about later, they were one of those men who unloaded their firearm to kill Quando. They flew across the country to kill Quando. Now, OTF Jam has pled guilty to this murder. He's pled guilty. I told y'all this. He pled guilty. He's agreed to cooperate with the government, and so you will hear from him on the stand. You will learn how he was deployed as a hitman by Smirkio and the OTF co-conspirators to go get Quando in L.A. Then there's defendant Wilson. Didi, what up, nigga? He's also known as OTF Didi. He calls himself the Threat or Big Threat. By the way, here's a photo of him on Instagram. He calls himself the Threat. You will learn that defendant Wilson, Didi, was also a trusted member of OTF and an associate of Durk Banks. You'll learn about his role in the murder, and not only did he fly out to kill Quando Rondo, that he recruited two of the hitmen. He recruited them. Okay? Including his associate, defendant Lindsay. So remember Lindsay, who didn't tell? So he's saying the other person, the third person who's on the stand, got recruited by D. You will see text messages showing that recruitment, and you will hear that OTF Didi, that defendant Wilson, was in one of the stalking cars helping coordinate where Quando Rondo was. Then he helped allow the shooters to get away. Then there is Kevon Grant. Oh, man. You learned that Kevon Grant was defendant Banks' right-hand man, like his personal assistant. You'll hear the things he did for defendant Banks, like go shopping for him, help him book transportation, drive him around. But just like OTF that had a criminal side, so did Kevon Grant. Okay? You will learn Kevon Grant was part of a stolen car ring, and one of his main jobs was to procure stolen cars and stolen guns. And that's exactly what he did in this damn murder. You will learn that defendant Banks, at his direction, Kevon Grant procured the stolen cars and guns to be used in this murder, and he tried to kill Quando. And that happened to kill Savia Robinson. And just like OTF Jam, Kevon has pled guilty to this murder. You will hear from him because he's agreed to cooperate with the government. He'll tell you about flying across the country in a private jet with defendant Banks as the trope mobilized, as flights were booked for the co-conspirators to fly out and kill Quando Rondo. As I said before, Durk was consumed with getting revenge. Consumed with sliding for Vaughn. What you gonna hear is that he used his wealth and he used his pure strings to put pressure on the OTF conspirators to seek revenge. You will even see messages where he threatens to cut off his OTF members financially if they don't get revenge. You'll learn it wasn't just limited to Quando. Defendant Banks uses OTF members to hunt his rivals. You will see messages, for example, in his Instagram post that defendant Banks sent to another rival in Chicago. I got them hunting you. And that's exactly what he did to Quando Rondo. He had his guys, his OTF guys, hunting him up. So when the first opportunity struck, when the co-conspirators took action, you will hear that in May 2021, Quando Rondo hit a concert in rural Georgia, and defendant Banks and his co-conspirators decided it was time to take their shot at revenge. You'll hear that defendant Banks and Kevon Grant and other co-conspirators conspired to go shoot up Quando after the concert. And at the following concert at a gas station in a city called Blackshear, Georgia, the co-conspirators took their first shot. They fired multiple rounds at Quando's car, but they missed. You'll also see that defendant Banks was tracking just that. In one of his phones, you're going to see images that Quando Rondo had a show in rural Georgia. The news alert right after showing that he was shot. Let's fast forward to then August 2022. Opportunity strikes again. Defendant Banks, his co-conspirators, learned that Quando Rondo was in LA, and they determined again that it was time to get back. They're going to strike in LA. While Quando is vulnerable, he's a fish out of water in a city that's not his. So what the co-conspirators do, okay? You will learn that defendant Banks and Kevon Grant, his personal assistant, are flying back from Miami on a private jet. PJ. Jet setting. Defendant Schmerkio mobilizes troops. You'll hear that around that time in the morning of August 18th, the flights are starting to get booked for the OTF members and the other hitmen to fly from Chicago to Los Angeles, and you will hear that defendant Banks tried to distance himself from it. Here's a text message where he says, "Don't book no flights under my name involved with me," as the flights are being booked for these co-conspirators from Chicago to LA. You'll also learn that this is not the only time that defendant Banks tried to distance himself and evade law enforcement and hide his criminality. For example, you're going to see threads in defendant Banks' own words where he says, "Delete the thread and start a new one." You will learn that the co-conspirators use other methods to attempt to avoid law enforcement, like encrypted communications. So let's go back to August 2022. Right? As the troops are mobilized and people are trying to fly in, not to Los Angeles. Again, remember, they try to avoid law enforcement, so they flew into San Diego, which is about an hour away. Quando Rondo is not in San Diego. He's actually in L.A. So you will learn that the co-conspirators start flying in. There's OTF Jam in the red shoes right there. Okay. The same red shoes is used during the murder. Another co-conspirator next to him is in the green shirt, who you will learn about, who is one of the drivers of the stalking car. And as I mentioned before, defendant Wilson starts recruiting. He recruits two of his associates, a man named Keith Jones and defendant Lindsay, to come out and seek a reward for killing Quando Rondo. A reward for defendant Banks, from defendant Banks for killing Quando Rondo. And what you'll learn and hear is that the two men flew out with a promise that they were going to be paid. As I said, this is a case about revenge, but you will also learn it's about a case about reward. Because what you'll hear is that defendant Lindsay and Keith Jones had nothing to do with Quando Rondo. This was not their beef. This is Smirkio's beef. This is Day1's beef. This is OTM Jam's beef. But for those other guys, it's not their beef. They're friends of Wilson. Wilson recruited them. They're from a different neighborhood in Chicago. They got nothing to do with Vaughn. They flew out because they were promised money from Durk to get Quando Rondo. Keith Jones is a third shooter. Okay? Another one of those masked men I showed you earlier. Right? By the way, they just mentioned him right here, I think. Yeah, Keith Jones. And you will learn. So we have Lindsay, first shooter. Keith Jones, OTF Jam. All right? And you will learn that he also pled guilty to this murder. So Keith Jones is a cooperator too. So we have two shooters. There was three shooters who did the killing. Two of them are cooperating. This is going to be tough for Durk, chat. Hey, Drill. This needs to be its own video. Like the opening statement for the prosecutor, I'm reading it line by line. This is everything said in the court. So make this his own video. Okay. Cool. All right. And he has agreed to cooperate with the government. So Keith Jones is cooperating. OTF Jam is cooperating. And Kevon Grant is cooperating. Okay. And you will hear from him about on the morning of August 18th, while he was sitting at home in Chicago, he got a call from defendant Wilson. Day1 called him and said, yo, come to L.A. to go get some money. This money is going to be for the murder of Quando Rondo. And that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. You learn about the frantic nature of that morning. Everybody learned that they had got their guy, that Quando was vulnerable, that he was in L.A. And you will see that the co-conspirators flew out with just the shirts on their back because they're going for one purpose. So no luggage, no carry-on, no nothing. They're coming just to kill Quando Rondo. Here's the surveillance footage from San Diego Airport, which shows Keith Jones, defendant Wilson, and Lindsay. And they're all there. You'll hear from the evening of the 18th to the afternoon of the 19th, over a 2-day span, co-conspirators track Quando, waiting for their opportunity to ambush. When they all came up from San Diego to Los Angeles, it was late at night, but they thought they would take their shot. You will hear that they went to Quando's hotel and they waited outside. They ain't see Quando. So what they did, they went to a hotel to sleep. But you will learn that the hotel was paid for by Smirkio. Just like the flights, that was also paid for by Smirkio. In the morning of August 19th, after sleeping at the hotel, they woke up ready for action. They got in these two cars, heavily tinted, one which you learn was stolen. That was the hot car. He had a fake plate. Kevon Grant obtained in order to evade law enforcement. And that from around early in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon, they followed and followed. And they waited for their opportunity to kill. You're going to see a lot of surveillance footage. And I'm just giving you a sampling right here. Here, Quando Rondo, Savia Robinson, they're in that black Escalade. The two are in a vehicle that's tinted, but one stolen car is following them from the hotel. Okay? And it's following them to a dispensary, to a clothing store. Followed, waiting, and lying in wait. Here, Quando and Savia is entering the clothing store in West Hollywood. The co-conspirators circling the block, waiting. When they pull up to the gas station, stolen car, they pulled up into the alley behind. So the shooters popped out and unloaded. Here's a video. It don't got no sound. Yup. 5:30 p.m. on a Friday outside of Beverly Center. Here's another angle if you missed that first one. You'll learn that Savai Robinson and Quando they were in the back of that black Escalade and the shooters were going to come around the corner. 18 bullets, y'all. And as I mentioned before, as the shooters fled, defendant Wilson was waiting around the corner to get away. And then, shortly after the murder, the shooters and the co-conspirators decided to get out of Dodge and go back to Chirac. But not before grabbing a bite to eat. You can't live California without a little bit of In-N-Out, you know? Here's the surveillance footage from In-N-Out. This OTF Jam, you know, he a little fat, so he had to get a double-double. Defendant Wilson, Lindsay, and even Keith Jones. Yup, that's OTF Didi. Yup, that's Defendant Wilson. You'll see comparisons of the surveillance footage. Defendant Lindsay is in the In-N-Out wearing the same shoes that he wore early in the day. He changed his clothes, he ain't changed them shoes. Same with OTF Jam. He was wearing the same red shoes. And Keith Jones wore them same gray shoes. So the co-conspirators had their flights paid for. It got booked home. It was paid for again by Smirkio. They celebrated and had a bite to eat. You will hear that following the death of Lil Pop, this is a picture of them headed back from the airport. Shirts on their back. Defendant Lindsay, Keith Jones, Wilson, OTF Jam, and the driver leaving LA. You will hear that after the murder, Banks and his co-conspirators celebrated, mocked, and taunted the death of Lil Pop and the attempted murder of Rondo. In memes, in private, they celebrated because they got some get back. But while the co-conspirators were stalking Quando, were tracking him, they were also being tracked because it turns out one of the cars, not the stolen one, the BMW, the other white car, had a GPS on it, and law enforcement was able to track that car everywhere it went. What you're going to learn is that the car that was driven by Kevon Grant, Defendant Banks' personal assistant, and that car repeatedly went back and forth to a rental house where Smirkio was laying his head. Remember I told you that OTF Vonnie and Smirkio flew back on the morning of August 18th, the same day the shooters came in from Miami on a private jet, and you will hear that OTF Vonnie and that BMW went back and forth to this house, including after they missed their opportunity to get Quando on the 18th. Yes! You hear that in addition to the GPS data, you're going to see some cell site location data showing the approximate location of all the co-conspirators who participated in the on-the-ground stalking. And you'll see that Didi, Lindsay, their phones were always traveling. We got the GPS on y'all. Following Quando with OTF Jam, with Kevon Grant, all throughout Los Angeles, from downtown all the way to the Beverly Center, and then they went to In-N-Out. But yeah, the story don't end with murder. Savai Robinson, the murder of Savai Robinson, because at some point, Smirkio and his co-conspirators felt the walls were closing in. You're going to see some messages from Smirkio talking to his co-conspirators, including Didi, with suspicion that Jam was cooperating. Also, Durk knew. This is in August 2023. By the way, chat. Akademiks interview with Lil Durk. When was that? No. That's not the right date. No, I gotta look it on Spotify. Yeah. It's on Spotify. Oh, we did it in May. Okay, good. May. You see, May. So it appears that between my interview with Durk and the next couple months, he knew one of his guys was snitching. Okay. It was in August. This is Smirkio saying, Jam, just get ready to snitch, blood. Clear as day. He gonna tell soon. And then he doubles down by saying, as long as we don't break, Jam could tell him whatever. That's Smirkio's own words. And what you will hear is that, as I said before, you will learn is that he was right. Smirkio was right. OTF Jam was in fact cooperating with the government, and you are going to hear from him today about his relationship with Smirkio, with Didi, and his role in this murder. So when the walls had closed in, you're going to hear that on an October morning in 2024, the FBI executed multiple search warrants at different co-conspirators' homes, and you will learn that just hours after that, the defendant Smirkio tried to flee the country. He tried to book multiple flights to get out of the Dodge. He tried to leave the United States. And when he saw that the FBI was at the private jet terminal, he fled from them and refused instructions to get out of the car. Smirk, get out of the car. He knew the walls had closed in. As you sit here and listen to this throughout this trial, the evidence is going to be clear. That those shooters that you saw, those men on the ground in those two cars that stalked and killed Savia Robinson, that Dee was in one car, and he helped the guys get away. He recruited people in that. Lindsay was the first guy who hopped out the car and rained bullets on Savia Robinson, a.k.a. Lil Pop, and Quando Rondo. That this murder occurred and that Savia Robinson died as a result of this conspiracy. But for what and why, it will be clear. It's all because of Smirkio's revenge. You're going to see messages where defendant Smirkio says, we staying out of people's wars. They don't hop in wars. It's crazy. They don't slide or hurt motherfuckers, leaving it all up to us. Leaving it all up to us. For their crimes, these defendants have been charged with 5 counts. Conspiracy, stalking resulting in death, murder for hire. After you've heard all the evidence, that's why, that for what? That motive is going to be clear. It was Smirkio's beef. It was Smirkio's money. It was Smirkio's hitman. It was Smirkio's get back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Savia Robinson, a.k.a. Lil Pop, is dead. So, at the conclusion of this trial, after y'all have heard and seen and listened to all the evidence, and we'll have another opportunity to get up here again and speak to y'all. And at that time, we're going to ask that you just come to the only conclusion after seeing the evidence we're going to present. It's going to be that you find the most appropriate, and the only right thing to do is to find these defendants guilty of all count. Holy. All right. That's the government right there. I got to look at the chat. Did y'all enjoy me reading that or no? It's kind of long. I'm sorry. It's kind of long. Pause. Extra pause on that. You feel me? Kind of pause. I got to do the pause on that. Let me pull the chat up, man. Damn. Again, we got the transcript. We're reading. Listen, and we're still going to go with our guys who are in court and their updates, but we have exactly every word that was said in court. I just got to read it to y'all. That was opening statement by the government. They said, here they said, let's stand and stretch for a moment while Mr. Banks' counsel prepares his opening. Okay? So we are going to get, and so Ms. Goldberg, you could begin when you're ready. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so give me a few seconds, then we're going to go. Marissa Goldberg did the opening for Durk. Give me a second. I got to get some water. Let me play something in the meanwhile. Maybe I could play Armand, right? Give me a second. Let me make sure my dogs are perfect. So now we're here. And we are at the point where we're going to read the opening statement, the opening, get down by Smirkio's lawyers. Drew Finland, Brian Steele, but they chose to go with Marissa Goldberg. Y'all ready? Let's go. Marissa Goldberg starts by saying, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Everybody knew I took care of Vaughn. Whatever you saw, I helped him do it. Everything from close to birth. That was a statement in a recorded interview with law enforcement. That statement was actually made by Kavon Grant. Vonnie, that's you. You heard about him in the government opening statement, didn't you? He made the statement to law enforcement that on August or October 24th of 2024, after law enforcement had just busted down his door at the Waldorf Astoria in Chicago, Illinois, when they're executing an arrest warrant to take him into custody, he made that statement that he did everything for Vaughn. Law enforcement came into that suite that Kevon was staying in with his girl. He was busting them cheeks, wasn't he? They sat him down. They talked to him. They talked to him on a recorded interview, and they said they detailed the investigation that they've been through for some time. Since this incident you just heard about on August 19, 2022. They detailed this to him. They told him that they had gone through the investigation, and their conclusion was that a result of that was that Vonnie was in charge. Let me say it again, y'all. The feds, after kicking his door down at the Waldorf, he's piping his bitch out. They said, we did the investigation on Pop's murder. You're in charge. You're the leader. They said, you're looking at the rest of your life in prison. This is murder. So, we're going to believe you're the leader until you tell us, get this, somebody else is the leader. You just heard from the government that this case was about revenge. You're right. Yeah, absolutely true. You're right. We agree on that. This case is about revenge. This is a case about relationships. And, that is true. But the relationships go back further than what the government wants you to believe. They don't go back a few years. They go back decades. They go back to familiar relationships in Chicago, Illinois, between two fathers who passed that relationship on to their two sons. And their two sons have names. It's remarkably similar. Day1 and Kayvon. Davon Bennett, as you've heard, he's referred to as King Von. And Kevon Grant is known as Vonnie. Their two daddies went back decades. Extremely close. You'll hear that Kevon Grant has some nicknames. People call him Vonnie. People also call him Cuz. You'll see that Kevon Grant and King Von, Davon Bennett. And when Kevon Grant got the nickname Cuz, it was because of his relationship with King Von. They were cousins. His entire identity stemmed from the fact that he had a close relationship with King Von. It wasn't just that when they were kids, King Von was a Chicago guy, but at some point he moved to Atlanta. And when he moved to Atlanta, he moved in with his cousin. He moved in with Kevon. They started working together. Kevon started managing, kind of like the day-to-day business for King Von. King Von was growing up in the music industry. He was becoming more and more well-known. He was becoming a popular musical artist. And so Kevon had took it upon himself to manage him, do the day-to-day things. But even more than that, he managed his finances. They lived together for some period of time. They had even shared bank accounts. Kevon and Devon had shared bank accounts. They were as close as two men could possibly be. Pause. Bumbleclad. I'll talk about it. I mean, close as two niggas could be. Hold on, let me pour up some liquor. I gotta pause that one, bruv. Talking about they were close as two men could be. Holy. Fire for that. Anyway. They were tight. Pause. 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 They were thick. Pause. 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 And you will hear that King Von stardom, it was rising. And that tragedy struck on November 6th of 2020 in Atlanta, Georgia, outside of a hookah lounge, kind of like an after-hour spot. Kevon Grant, Cuz, he was there that night with King Von. He was at the hookah lounge with some other people that night. King Von was killed. That just started out kind of like a fist fight between King Von and Quano Rondo. You heard about his name from the government in their opening statement. But there was a fist fight between these two men and other people got involved. Yes, it turned into a shootout. Yes, King Von was shot. He was shot down in the streets. It was Vonnie. It was Cuz that was there, who had to frantically run to his car. He was driving a Dodge Hellcat. He drove up his Hellcat. He pulled alongside where King Von was bleeding out in the street. And that someone had to pick up Von and place him in the back seat of that goddamn car. And Vonnie had to drive off frantically trying to get his cousin to the hospital. He was the driver that night. Drove as fast as he could. He's running red lights. He could get to Grady Memorial in Atlanta. His cousin that he's tight with, tight as could be, was bleeding out in the back of his car. And King Von told Vonnie, he told Cuz, why did you let me get shot? Why didn't you do something? So Cuz drove to Grady Memorial. They dropped off King Von, and he was hoping, he was praying that he was going to be okay. And actually, they had one more conversation over the phone in which Vonnie. Armand, I'm going to hit you right after. Let me just finish reading this. My boy. Sorry, my brother. I'm going to hit you right after. Shout out to Armand. He was returning my call. That's my guy. Armand, I'm in a reading flow. I'm in like a flow state. Could somebody tell him I'm in a flow state right now? You know when I'm in my flow state, you know? I'm going to call you right after. Actually, it's going to take me 5 minutes to read this, I think. Let me scroll down. Yeah, 5 minutes. I'm going to call you right back, Armand. Promise you. So they say, yeah, one more conversation. They had one more conversation over the phone in which Vonnie was able to tell King Von, Von, I love you. But unfortunately, King Von didn't make it. He died. It had a substantial impact on Kavon, on Cuz. It was not only because of personal impact, it was obviously a traumatic impact. He was there the night that his cousin died. He was unable to get him to the hospital fast enough to save him. But it was also an identity impact. The whole identity was tied up in the fact that he was King Von's guy. He was Cuz. He was the guy that could get things done for him. He was left floundering. And you'll hear that on the night that King Von died, it did have a big impact. And not only just on Vonnie. Von was a beloved musical artist. The whole nation mourned him. He had a lot of fans. There were celebrities posting tributes, things like that. But yeah, of course, yeah, Durk was impacted too. And you've heard a little bit about Durk. But let me tell you a little bit more. Schmirkio is a 33-year-old man from Chirac. He gained his success in the music industry, but he's more than that. He's married. He got kids. He is a public face, and he was a public face of that connection with King Von. But it wasn't just Schmirkio that was impacted that night. The whole community around Chicago was impacted. Lots of folks felt the loss of King Von, and you will see that. You will see text messages from other folks indicating that they really felt that loss. They felt that trauma, particularly Vonnie. So Vonnie was left floundering. What is he going to do now? He saw an opportunity. He saw that Smirk was also upset. He was upset too. You'll see that some of the messages that he lost somebody who was close to him, he was frustrated. He was angry. He was expressing himself. Part of Smirk's appeal is that he's a vulnerable man. He made expressing emotions and feeling acceptable, and he lived what he did out in public. His private messages also expressed those feelings of pain and hurt. That another young man was killed before his time. You will see that. He will express those emotions, but he was not the only one. But what he did was took those feelings and channeled them. He channeled them into what he knew how to do best, which was make music. Yeah, you heard what the government said, that this is not a case about music. We agree. It's not a case about music. The government is going to present you with songs and lyrics and try to say this is some sort of expression of hatred in Mr. Banks, but that's not true. That was him channeling his emotions through his artwork. And that it was really an expression of the way the community around him felt. The government will say that Durk has a nickname. They like to call him Blood. You will see some of the text messages, they refer to him as Blood. And that is really an exaggeration because the term blood is used back and forth among many people in that community. It's like brother or bro. You will see individuals referring to each other as blood, back and forth. That's not really a nickname. That's just a term of endearment. Smirk had another name. They called him The Voice. And what that came from is that it stemmed from being the voice of the people, the voice of the community, of the trenches, of the folks who were downtrodden. By the way, I want to hear the white woman say, "Off the trenches." I wish I could see that. But he was known for that. He was known for making music express those feelings of the people around him, not just himself, the feelings of hurt. Because Banks knew how that felt. He grew up with nothing. He channeled that into his music. And yes, with that public face, the nation was mourning King Von. You'll see that there was some pressure. If you could, say some of the reaction from the public was wanting him to do something or say something, you will see some messages. And this was a trolling campaign. People just wanted to get under his skin. They would say things like, "Slide for Von." Like there would be a social post where people were just flooded with these "Slide for Von" comments. It was trolling. Banks acknowledged that he understood it was trolling. And the reason that was directed towards him was because it was a public face. There were all of these other people in the community feeling that loss. But there was no way for the public to channel that towards anyone else. He just happened to be the only one that could channel it to. The government's going to claim that Mr. Banks is some sort of leader. You heard about OTF, Only the Family. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he had a music label. It's called Only the Family. He had artists signed to the label. Yeah, it was a successful label. But that's what he's a leader of. When they claim that he's some sort of, he got some sort of control or leadership of other people, you will see that's actually the opposite in the evidence. The people really didn't listen to him. Like if he expressed something, they would ignore him. They would disrespect him. And in many cases, they even stole from him. That is the opposite of how you would treat a leader. What he gave people were opportunity, absolutely. He came from nothing. He wanted to build people up around him. He kept people near him. You will see that some of the folks in this case were people that he did grow up with. Absolutely. He wanted to make sure that the people he was with get success. They got success too. But it wasn't a leader of some sort of criminal group. This was helping folks around him. You'll hear about a lot of events from the 19th of August to 22. And honestly, on behalf of Mr. Banks, we agree. This was a tragedy. We agree it was a tragedy that Savai Robinson was killed. But the reality is Mr. Banks had nothing to do with it. He was not there. He was not connected to it. And so there will be little fight on behalf of Mr. Banks regarding anything that happened on the day of August 19, 2022. The government has made some sort of claim about Banks waiting for a call that day. Like he wasn't there, but he was waiting for a call. And you'll probably hear some testimony from cooperators to say something to that effect, but let's be very clear, there is no corroboration of that. The case will break down into kind of three different categories of evidence. One being law enforcement witnesses. Those guys, they got no personal knowledge of nothing. For the most part, these law enforcement witnesses will take the stand. They'll just try to bring in things like, oh, there's text messages and social media. And you saw some of the things in the government opening statement without context. You will see a lot of context around those statements. Those text messages are completely contrary to what the government wants you to believe. They have no other information that they could bring. No witnesses, no lay witnesses, nobody who could add context. Yes, this was me. Yes, I was on this message. None of that. That doesn't exist. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Remember, Durk only really talked to Day1, right? He talked to Day1. Pretty much only Day1. He did talk to Vonnie, but I don't know if he said incriminating shit to Vonnie on text. So Vonnie can't testify to Durk, which would be smart. If everybody's claiming Vonnie's a Bruford or like some goofy, you wouldn't text him with incriminating shit. So Durk is standing on, I said no incriminating shit to none of these federal witnesses, right? Okay. They want you to take these messages and interpret them without witnesses or context. For example, you saw the text message that says, and this is in the government opening statement, it said from Banks, don't book no flights under no name associated with me. You'll hear the context of that is very different. It had nothing to do with the flights being booked for other people on August 18th. That would even make sense because he says don't book no flights. Flights were booked anyway. It has to do with another event that Mr. Banks was supposed to go to. That is what he's talking about. That is what's being taken out of context. And you will hear from the cooperators. The government talked about them. They want to call them cooperators because these guys aren't really cooperative, right? These guys are beholden to the government. You've heard they already pled guilty to murder. The only way out of jail for them for any day in their life is to testify against these individuals, particularly Smirk. And they'll be the only witnesses outside law enforcement. You'll hear from a man named Jerome Casey Hester. That is the snitch known as OTF Jam. The government was honest when they said in their opening statement, that guy's a killer. True. Absolutely. He's also desperate. You hear that he was in prison for most of his entire adult life. For about 12 years, the guy was in prison. And yes, Banks did the most to help him out. When Jam got out that jam, he got the 50. He put some money on his books when he was in prison. They came from the same place. He does that with everybody who's downtrodden. And people who are in prison are about downtrodden as you could be. So he put a little money on his books, got him some opportunities when he got out, because reentry is important to him. Reentry in society. And you will hear Jam testify that he was out for a short period of time from February 22 to May 2023. That's it. The day he got locked up in May 2023, he started cooperating that fucking day. Why? Because he's a fucking rat. He's desperate. He couldn't go back to jail for another day. He's not like that. He's a massive cooperator because of that. He's been interviewed by law enforcement for over 30 times. But only a couple of those were actually recorded. He will testify that he came out on August 19, 2022, and he didn't really know why he was going there. He didn't care. The government will talk about, and they talked about being in their opening statement about a reward. He will say he had no idea about no reward that day. There was no direction. He will testify that the majority of his interactions were with Kevon Grant, who was present. You'll also hear from another cooperator. His name is Keith Jones. He's a scum. Y'all heard about him. He almost has no connection to Durk. Smirk, you don't even know this nigga. And you will hear that when he was first interviewed by law enforcement for more than 5 hours on a recorded statement, he never even mentioned Smirk. No matter how hard he was pressed. Those agents pushed him. They told him how serious this was, that he's looking at the rest of his life in jail. This was recorded. Not once. In that 5 hours of pressing, promising, and promising, did the guy ever mention Smirkio? It wasn't until another interview, which was not recorded, that he decided to fold like a fucking lawn chair and give the government what they wanted. He has no connection to Durk, but actually he does have connection to someone else. Keith Jones had a connection to Casey Hester, to OTF Jam. They actually went back. The ties run deep. As we talked about before, these guys went back to Juvenile Hall. That's how deep it goes between them. But y'all gonna hear from OTF Vonnie. He's a well-known snitch. He's gonna testify for the government. He's gonna testify that, he was the guy that was the personal assistant. But that's not really true. That was a misnomer. Okay? You're trying to minimize his own involvement in this situation. He did way more than that. This guy had ties to the criminal underground. The government just told you that was true. This guy had the most ties to that world. He was the guy that did everything on August 19, 2022. He booked the hotel. He secured the cars. One of the cars was a rental. He rented the car. You'll hear one of the cars was a stolen car. He secured the stolen car. On the rental car, he secured the fake tag that was put on the rental car. That he got to the hotel and he went off. He went to REI, the store that he bought ski masks for all the individuals. That he arranged for the Sprinter van to take them to San Diego to Los Angeles. He accompanied them on August 18th and accompanied them on August 19th. Vonnie was there for all of this. He did all of this. But this wasn't the first time that he did that. You heard the government say there was another incident in Georgia. In a small town, kind of close to Savannah, called Blackshear, Georgia. Guess who arranged that? Kevon Grant. Now I know some people are going to think this is because they could editorialize in this opening statement. So they might be like, oh, you're snitching on Vonnie. Vonnie already admitted this. So because they know Vonnie admitted it, they're just using his own words against him. So they're not snitching. Okay? This was a concert Quando Rondo was performing. Kevon Grant secured the cars, secured the guns, secured the people. He did all this back in May 2021. And thankfully, they were unsuccessful. Nobody was hurt. But this is his M.O. This was Kevon Grant's M.O. The gas station. It was a shooting at the gas station with stolen cars, stolen guns. OTF Vonnie arranged it. He did it again, August 2022. Now he will claim that some of the things were paid for on a company card called Astronaut Sounds credit card. And Astronaut Sounds is a company that's associated with banks. That is true. But Kevon Grant, as working for that company, had access to these credit cards. That he was the one that used the credit cards. It was not unusual for him to be able to access that money. And when he was asked on October 24th, tell us about who was behind this, a light bulb went off in his head. Well, whose credit card was used? That is what he told law enforcement. Whose credit card was used? He knew. He knew he used that credit card, but he knew that Durk Banks had a public face and that they wanted to know about a big fish. They were pressing him about a big fish, and he thought, oh man, I got an insurance policy. I got a big fish I could give them. So they won't look at all the things that I've done. And you will hear that on October 24th, 2024, when Mr. Banks did try to leave town. Yes, he booked flights. This is true. But it was a place that had gone too many times before. He's a performer. And that he went there to a place he would feel comfortable because he knew that stuff was going down. I mean, that's just true. These are people he knew. He heard about these things going on. He's a public face. He's not trying to get away. People know who he is. He was trying to get some space. Okay, this is horrible. I don't know why they... That happened. But it was for the purpose of giving Smirkio some space. There was no charges against him at the time. And we expect you to see some of these photos from the music videos and podcasts that Durk Banks did during the course of this trial. And in the effort to show you that he has some sort of thought process or motive, but this is art, this is performance, so what he did for a living. But in reality, on the left, that is a scene from shooting on November 6, 2020 in Atlanta. That is Kevon Grant driving up in that black Hellcat. On the right, that's a shooting from Blackshear, Georgia. On May 2nd, 2021, a drive-by at the gas station. On the bottom, at August 19, 2022 in Los Angeles. And there's one common denominator for all three of those incidents. Kevon Grant, OTF Vonnie, was at number 1. He was at number 2. And he was at number 3. All three incidents, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You've heard the charges in this goddamn case. There's allegations of stalking and murder for hire. As far as stalking goes, it's absolutely clear. Durk had nothing to do with that. He wasn't there. He was living it up in Encino. You saw the house. He was living there. Wasn't there temporarily. That's where he was living with his wife, India, and his kids. He was working out of Los Angeles because he's a performer. And you'll hear that on August 18th, Mr. Banks was in Miami, Florida. He was there to record a music video with DJ Khaled. Very prominent music producer in the industry. Banks had a lot of stuff going on in his life at the time. He had responsibilities and engagements. He couldn't be sitting waiting for a phone call. Like, that's not what he would do. There's allegation of murder for hire. For hire? What? Okay, payment. Let's talk about that. If you want to follow the money as evidence in this trial, you're not going to be able to. You know why? Because there is no fucking money to follow. There is not going to be any evidence of direction, no instruction, no promise, no assurance, no payment, no bounty. Nobody got paid. This is murder for hire. Allegations that involve something where nobody gets paid. Smirk is a performer. He won a Grammy. There's only one individual who has been practicing to take the stand for a long time. He's been practicing his performance, hoping he gets an Oscar. Mr. Banks is a performer. He's a celebrity. But he sits here today as a 33-year-old young man in a very, very serious situation. This is not a performance. This is not a show. This is reality. And I know you as jurors will take your job extremely serious and will listen to all the evidence in this case, and you'll realize there is no evidence. No evidence at all. Because the evidence against Mr. Banks doesn't exist. I'm very confident that you'll look through this and find Mr. Banks not guilty of all charges. Okay. W. OTF Didi and Lindsay counsel get 22 minutes each for their opening statement. We'll take a break in a second because I ain't gonna lie, I'm reading all this. Jesus. Y'all hanging in there with me? Y'all hanging in there with me? We're pushing 9 hours. We're pushing 9 hours, chat. We're pushing 9 hours. Chat, we running it up today, huh? It's fucking 9 hours? Y'all sick of me now. Y'all sick of me now. I could tell. Look at these niggas. They sick of me. Yo, get off stream, man. It's over. It's over now. It's over. Shout out to Ramon, man. Like, cool. You know I realized about a lot of like the gay dudes that's in this industry, especially media-wise, they're all fucking cool. Like, I don't really know no weird ass gay niggas, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Jason, well, I was about to say Jason Love. No. Am I forgetting my guy's name? From Hollywood Unlock. What's my guy from Hollywood Unlock? Why am I forgetting his name? Blame it on me being drunk. Jason Lee. Yeah, Jason Lee's cool as shit. He's cool as shit, bro. Armand's cool as shit, too. Think I only got beef with, like, the gay rappers. Like, you know what I mean? Like Saucy said, is that a rapper? I don't know. Anyway. All right, good. Woo. All right. I have the chat. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna post I'll post the transcript. It's 260 pages. So everything that was said in court today, I read the opening statement from the AUSA. I also read the opening statement from Durk's lawyers, but there's two other lawyers. There's a lawyer for Lindsay and a lawyer for Didi. Okay? I'm not gonna read those. Okay, respectfully. I'm not gonna read those. Okay? I don't want to keep reading and fucking just blow my voice box out for tomorrow, okay? Let me see if anybody else has said anything. We'll keep watching and shit. Let me see. Sadie Nash. Let's see what's the vibes. Okay, he did upload something. Okay. Here we go.
Video. The marshals are the ones who run the courtrooms and all of the stuff, who bring in the witness. Everybody was supposed to snitch. It was supposed to be D-Ski. Okay. Whether y'all know him as Didi or D-Ski, it is what it is.
Okay, Didi. Okay.
If anybody,
so he's his thing is that if anybody was supposed to be telling, it should have been Didi.
He had the ability to snitch and get like 2 to 3 years, 5 at max. It would have been him, because what happened is they say Didi was riding passenger, and Didi always popped up to do songs and shit. Didi was basically a hungry artist, and so he was going to studios. He was just in the car. He was in the BMW. He didn't know before. He wasn't needed and did nothing at all. He went everywhere last minute. So the recruitment shit isn't real because he didn't have a gun. He didn't have a mask. He didn't have shit. His lawyer makes a hell of a case. He says, Vonnie got the location from Instagram. Vonnie was already living in LA, and we'll explain that because Vonnie been in LA for months. So hell nah. And then Jam had to drop on the downtown LA. He don't got no mask on. He ain't had no gun, no text against Quando Rondo. That's I'm saying Jam had to drop on downtown LA, and that Vonnie didn't have a mask, no gun, no text, or anything against Quando Rondo, which means he wasn't in the quote unquote conspiracy. Then David Lindsay's lawyer came up, and bro, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
this shit that he said, he destroyed his own self.
What?
He says there is no agreement.
Now, keep it in mind, David Lindsay's lawyer has the hardest time because fuck the agreement, right? Like, obviously, there's conspiracy charges, but a conspiracy charge is usually for the people who don't pull the trigger. Didi did not pull the trigger. Durk did not pull the trigger, so conspiracy really matters for them. The thing with Lindsay is that he got to prove he was not there because if he did the murder and he's standing... Fuck the conspiracy. You're going to jail for life regardless. So his lawyer has the toughest time to say this guy was not there.
His whole entire thing is to destroy the murder for hire point. But then he says something that doesn't make any damn sense. So he says there's no agreement, there's no plan, and there's no payment. And he's not fighting the murder. He said, I'm not hiding at all. So it's not planned. That's how I took it. Other people may say that differently, but how I
Okay, now here's the thing. If he doesn't fight the murder, it kind of feels like he's almost, in a sense, almost down to take the rap for Durk. Because if I'm him, I would say, I'm not even here to contest if there was a plot for murder. I'm just here to tell y'all that I wasn't a shooter. Here's what's happening. The other two shooters, Jam and Keith Jones, is telling on Durk and subsequently telling on Lindsay. So if I'm him, fuck the conspiracy for now. I don't care about a conspiracy. I just want to let you know I didn't shoot nobody. If he's not saying that, it almost seems like if he's defending, oh, it's no conspiracy, but I'm not going to deny me murdering the guy, seems like he's almost down to jump on the sword and say, yeah, I killed the nigga, but nobody told me to kill him. Yeah, that's helping Durk. Doesn't help you. He got to start by helping himself by saying, I never shot nobody. Otherwise, he's done.
I took it was he wasn't really fighting the murder part. He said he was in California. He said he wasn't in agreement. He said he talked to the same people he always talked to. He said no money was ever given in August 19th, before or after, and there's no payment of videos, and there's no rap videos that he's in. He doesn't even rap. So there's that part. And then I didn't write it, but he basically said, you don't see my client get out that car with a gun, but you clearly see this tall ass dude get out there with a damn gun. He's 100% cooked, in my opinion. He's the one where I'm looking at this shit like, bruh, I don't know what your lawyer talked to the feds about, but it's clear your lawyer is trying to destroy certain aspects of the feds' argument. And for the record, shout out to Lawyer for Workers. We got a chance to talk and shit. But I said, what's up, Top? Motherfucker just looked at me. Cuz like, my size. A little bit taller. He like 6'4", bruh. 6'5". That's a tall, lanky ass dude, man. So I got a chance to chop it up with him. Shit, I even gave him my damn notebook. I hear, bro, you know what I'm saying? Gave him one of my pens. So, I'm just as solid as they come. So, opening day 1, LAPD custodian confirmed 911 call. It was 8 calls that were made. First call didn't even want to ID themselves. They were crying and scared as shit. She flat out said, I don't want to leave any information. That's flat out from her freaking words. Then there's a detective of LA for 30 years, robbery homicide, 19 years. He was the crime scene cop. He's the one who places the investigators and testified to the shooting video. 3 people hopped out of the car, and the damn video lasts for 5 seconds, bruh. You see them hop out the car. They walking up, they looking. Somebody let out the switch. Another person only let out 2 shots. So I'll reveal this later on because I can't remember his name. I say somebody ran off. Quando Rondo was in the car. So what happened was, and I'll get more into detail a little bit later, the Escalade was getting gas. They just got done getting gas. And Quando Rondo is on the rear passenger side. There's another dude in there. He's in the middle. And
Quando was in the car? I always thought like Quando went in the store or something and they just shot up whoever was in the car. But I remember there was a girl in there too, so it looked like the girl didn't get hit, right?
Dang, Lil Pob was in the passenger side of the driver's side. He ends up getting hit 4 times. He gets hit right here. He gets hit in the arm. It goes in and out. Then he gets hit right here. That bullet stays in, but he gets hit right here, right up under, and it pierces his heart in his lung, and that's what ultimately killed him, man. Boy, that shit was... Seeing death ain't never natural. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm used to it, though, but there were 16 shots, 9mm, and 2 shots from the... No, there's 16 total shots, 14 for the 9mm, and 2 from a 10mm. We find out later why the SUV was parked inside of the pump, because I'm like, bruh, you big lacking. For you to get shot at in Blackshear, Georgia, and y'all parking like that, I thought that was some goofy ass shit. You find out that Pob is in like the middle of the damn shit. Pob is in the middle of the car, basically dying. You can hear him breathing out loud, and you can hear his last breaths, bro. It was pretty rough, man. The tire got popped, you feel me? The driver's side rear wheel, that was popped. The right rear window was shot out, pardon me. David's lawyer made sure to note no guns, no fingerprints for his client, planning, no involvement plan. That's what he was doing. And then the second cop is from Montclair PD. What I noticed too was that the first 2 cops, they were talking directly to the jury. So when they were speaking, you knew that they did this before. I picked that up from the Donuts, the A&E freaking cop from YSL. When they talk directly to the jury, what we find out is that's more favorable. So I'm noting and I'm noticing who's talking to the jurors and who's not. Lil Pop's shoes was left at the crime scene, which was crazy as shit. The cop says he was shot in the back. It turns out he actually wasn't. And then Quando Rondo was in the car. Everybody was in the freaking car. And then the Fed lawyer made sure that when he was describing the scene, he made sure to say, and the guy Quando Rondo was screaming, no. He made sure to say that because I think they're going to set up for another play with this shit when they produce it again. So you had a doctor come in and say that Lil Pob was shot in the left arm, 1 shot in the chest, 2 inches basically from his nipple. Right by his heart, left chest. So the left side of it, his lung, rib, and heart. It's called a periodical sect, SECT. And it stayed in there. The bullet stayed in the pericardial set. Machine Gun Kelly popped up, man. He went to the overflow. It was crazy. And then he ended up popping up and went to the actual jurors. Machine Gun Kelly wore some damn platforms, making it seem like he's 6'7", bro. But shout out to Machine Gun Kelly, man. He rocked with the channel, so shout out to him. So Lil Pop died from internal bleeding from the bullet hitting the heart and the lung. The second shot was left bicep. It went in and out. And then he was shot twice in the arm, basically in the upper arm. And then another one had hit his forearm. And then they say that basically he tried to protect himself. That's why his arm had that bullet in there. Then another LA detective, CW, I can't remember his name. He's robbery and homicide. He didn't look at the jury during testifying. And he's going to be the one that pops back up tomorrow.
Okay, so it looks like they did start with the detectives and medical examiner. That's the first couple witnesses.
So he goes on to talk about 3 people were in the car, which actually, no, it was 4. They had a hired driver, so that's 5 people in there. And it was crazy is Quando Rondo was on his way home. They were on their way to the airport, bro. So you had somebody named Tyreek Johnson and then Carlos Lester. So let me talk to you about Carlos Lester. Carlos Lester was in the front passenger side. That dude ran. When them shots started spinning, bro, he hopped out the car and ran, bro. I thought that was interesting to see because I'm like, hell nah. So,
What you mean, hell nah?
Yeah, they were on their way to Augusta, Georgia. And then, yeah, they got their gas. Lil Pop, yeah. Had they never got gas, Lil Pop would still be alive. That's what I meant to write. And then it says he's proven what he's doing. I noticed this is he was proving the stalking portion that they all wanted to put up because Quando Rondo went to a weed store and then he stopped to get bait. And these cats didn't even realize these 2 white cars that's following them. And it's kind of crazy.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a little bit surreal about this whole situation. How did they not realize that there was a car? I mean, I guess there was 2 cars like for the majority of the time, but chat, let me know if you see a car make 2 turns with you. You don't be like, who the fuck? I ain't gonna lie. Like, I see a car. If I make 1 turn and I see a car, I'm like, okay, let me keep driving. And I'm going to make an irrational turn next. I might even do a U-turn in the middle of the road. I got to see what type of time you're on. It appears that they were following this car for dumb long, and they don't realize. That's what I'm saying. They had to be occupied in that car. Everybody's talking. Everybody's grinning. Everybody think they're in L.A. Shit's sweet. Quando is supposed to be a Crip. You know, the 60s is supposed to be rocking with them. They're not really peeping game like this.
Because one of the cars had fake tags on them, and then the BMW went to VM Exotics. And VM Exotics, man, y'all some cold bastards, bruh. They ended up giving the info for the GPS shit that basically Vonnie was riding in that car with, bro. So they had the fake tags on the what was it called? I have it written down somewhere else. It's another white car. Anyways, Durk was a customer of VM Exotics, and they had a picture of him, like a literal picture of Lil Durk and the owner of VM Exotics, where they took a picture, but they also put Lil Durk on their goddamn website. So that's one of
the place you get the car to stalk the nigga for the murder shouldn't take a picture with you and put you on their website. That goes without saying, y'all.
The things that the damn detective, he noted. So they have no evidence of who got the rental at all, but the BMW was returned by Vonnie the very next day after the murder. So the officer showed a picture to the jury with Vonnie on it in an icebox, and the cop says he got money from Lil Durk. That was objected to for speculation because you don't know where he got the damn money. He just said out his mouth, the cop just said, oh yeah, this is Vonnie getting jewelry, and he was giving the money, he was given the money by Lil Durk, and Brian still objected. And yeah, because bruh, that's speculation. You don't know who the hell gave him that money. And then they made sure to put it out there that Vonnie was an assistant to Lil Durk. He also, this is an LA cop who testified about the killing of King Von. He never even said who killed King Von, but he was acting like he knew a whole bunch of shit. And then he got the GPS from Vonnie. The VM owner gave GPS data to the cops, didn't give other money info, and then a warrant was given to get the video of Vonnie putting up the doggone, Vonnie putting up the damn car, sending it back to him and all that shit. But the reason why he gave the GPS to the cop was because they were holding on to that car for a minute, and then the owner of VMM was like, man, look, my shit got GPS on it, bro.
Oh, so look like they seized the car and then they kind of forced the owner to like cooperate. But it's not like the owner was going to defend Durk anyway. The owner was going to give it up no matter what.
I'll give y'all the GPS to get my car back. So the GPS shows that Vonnie went to Durk's house before, and he went to Durk's house after the murder and all this shit. It's crazy. He knew to get fake tags for the other car, but not his, which to me screams you pretty goddamn stupid. Like,
no. I disagree with Seti Nash. I don't think Vonnie thought he was ever involved with the hit. I think he thought he was the get shit for, like, yes, it was involved in the stalking, but I think Vonnie was, I would probably, I don't do crime, but, I'd probably think the same way. Oh, since no one in my car is going to hop out and shoot these niggas, we don't need to have fake tags on. So they only put fake tags and the stolen car with the one with the shooters. The BMW, no matter what, was never going to be the shooter. So that's why I think he was like, no, we could ride around with a legit car. We just happen to be all in the same places as him,
You should have never, you didn't even do anything. You didn't shoot, you didn't do shit. If you let your homeboys, and I think what they were doing was trying to shield for the fake tags, that's my belief is, hey, bro, the other white car, bro, we gonna go ahead and shield just in case just so the police can't pull them over. They gotta pull us over. That's what I believe what it is. Keith Jones, DeAndre, Casey Hester, Jam, feds got everybody by their shoes, pants, rags to riches. The pants was easy to find online. The cop said all he did was Google and found out that rags to riches was made in Chicago. He sent the picture to Chicago PD, and Chicago PD gave him everything.
Okay.
10 hours in my...
Now, chat, remember, we read opening statements. What he's talking about is the cops. And the cops' testimony, the two detectives, and then there's a medical examiner, they're explaining a little bit more. I got to save my voice. I can't read all that stuff, okay? Obviously, if we do get transcripts every day, I'm going to pick and choose what to read, but I can't read for like 3 hours. You're going to have my voice done, and we got to prepare for the long haul here.
Miami and came right back. So Justin Gibson, Devontae Richmond, and Kevon Grant, they all bought fights that day to that shit. It was a credit card of $151,000, and then it shows Lil Durk's tickets were bought the day of. Proves that Lil Durk and Kevon Grant, Vonnie are tight. August 14th through August 20th, Vonnie came to get the rental. 6/3/22 to 7/1/2022.
Okay, let me skip.
They were just outside looking dumb as shit. And had them cats popped out, man, they would have smoked Quando Rondo. I'm just going to be fair, square, obvious, and honest. So, at 9:20 in the morning, Quando Rondo's rental truck comes in, and then Vonnie pops up in front of the damn rental truck. The day that Lil Pop gets killed, Vonnie had popped up.
Oh, we got 6ix9ine calling. Here we go. Yo.
You saw what I just sent you?
You saw what?
You saw what I just sent you?
Hold on, I'm looking. Nigga, did you get on stream or no?
Yeah.
Are you? Nigga, you're not even on stream, bro.
No, I streamed like at 8.
Oh, the fuck, nigga, I'm still on stream.
Oh, I streamed already at 8. Nigga, you ain't call me. Yo, but you saw what I sent you?
I'll play it on here. Oh, you got my man Cousin Tino. You know Cousin Tino with the fam, right? Like, that's one of the chat niggas right there.
I don't know who that is, but look what I just sent you.
Nigga, that's what I'm saying. You sent me his video. I'm about to play it. Cousin Tino. Funny. Yeah, well, he posted India leaving the courtroom. All right, let me watch. Let me see. All right. Okay, chat.
Have a good one, huh?
Oh, damn, she looking good. Ooh, she looking good. Oh, yeah, she just getting it.
Nah, you didn't see the nigga try to hug that duty low. That's how it be. Niggas wait for you to get locked up. Niggas hugging your bitch.
Nah, bro. Duty low man of respect, bro. He would never do that shit like that.
Nigga, if duty low,
nah, he would never do that shit like that.
Why are you smiling mad big? Like if y'all just won, your man is facing trial.
That's sis. That's sis.
I gotta be careful with niggas like you act.
No,
You
it's
heard?
sis.
That's sis. This man facing life and you over there jumbo hugs. You heard?
Nah, that's sis, bro. Like clearly, like they're cool. Like
So, all right, so if it's sis, why she ain't hugging back? Yeah. Yo, why she ain't hugging back if that's bro?
nah, she hugged him tight. Nah, she was just trying to get to the car, nigga. Like, stop playing, yo, what's wrong with you, bro?
Yo, once that girl Glorilla, she about to fuck her ball player once this nigga get guilty verdict.
Nah. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I think India is probably the only girl in hip hop I think will hold it down, bro. Every other girl's going, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Nigga, I'd rather hand my gun to India before I put it in your hand, nigga. That's real.
All right, but why you rapping?
That's what
fake
Durk.
Lyrics?
That's what
we rap.
That nigga said. I'd rather put my gun. He's like, yo. He said the ops pull up. He said, yo. He said, but the Glock 10 was by the bed. I'd rather give my gun.
I know what he said, but the police report said something else. And
nigga, they had to finesse that. Everybody know what happened. Like, yo, India was busting shots at the ops.
The police report had to finesse a police report. The police had to finesse their police report.
They had to spin the cops. Like, the cops, they couldn't put the cops onto the real situation. Yo, India was busting at the ops, nigga. That's a real chick. Like, that's not one of these other chicks over here, bro. Like, I gotta keep it a beam.
I'm not gonna lie.
India is the realest. Like, we gotta be honest.
You gonna come to Durk going away party? I'm throwing that shit in Florida.
Yo, India. All right, hold on, but you can't show me no proof that India not really like down for the day. No,
bro, I don't give a fuck. She's about to be fucking on fucking John Morant.
Nah, bro. Never that.
Yeah, she about to be fucking on John Morant. Yo, listen. Yo, when this thing get found guilty, you gonna get you coming to my party?
Listen, all I'm trying to say is India is one of the last real chicks left out here, man. Every chick would have been dipped already. India's here for the long haul. And I think niggas gotta respect a chick like India because nigga, she shot it out with that nigga. He in jail, she's sticking it out with him. Nigga.
And I feel like you drunk right now. You don't even know what you're saying.
No, nigga, I'm telling you, she a real one, bro. Like, you know it too. That's the crazy part about it.
Bro, no, nigga.
Every nigga need an India, bro. We gotta keep it a
damn, Don, I told you the Padres, bro. With the bases loaded.
We all need an India, bro.
Hold on. Yo, Don, see what's the thing? What's the
This nigga over here rain betting right now, man. Like, yo, India, I rock with you. Let me tell you this. I ain't never seen, I never seen you even crack. I never seen you misstep. I never see you make this about you. India, I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. Like, every nigga, like real nigga, street nigga or not, we all want a girl like you. You a good girl. I never seen you do nothing foul, nothing fugazi. I ain't never seen you fuck another rapper. I ain't never seen you look thirsty for another nigga. I've only seen you play your role, and I only gotta support and salute a girl like that. I ain't never seen you do no foul shit. I gotta keep it a beam. Gotta keep it a beam. These other hoes, horrible. Duty Low wasn't in court. He was outside. Like, he's giving, that's like sis, bro. Like, 6ix9ine is trying to gas it. I don't look at that weird, bro. I do not look at that weird, bro.
Literally on Quando Rondo and put the car in front of him. I'm talking, bro, it looked like this. This is Quando Rondo's truck. Parked waiting. Vonnie drives right here. Boom. Yeah, shout out my New York Giants. And boom, parks right here. I'm like, oh, Vonnie a pussy. Vonnie, you could have got active right there. You could have ran up and bang, bang, bang and got up out of there. But he didn't. So he parks in front of Quando Rondo, Escalade Rentals. He watched him get inside the truck. And then basically that's what that was. The Quando Rondo went to get weed, then got clothes. Quando Rondo heads to the gas station. White and BMW, it's an Infinity. That's what it was. These dudes in an Escalade, because he has a professional driver, the Escalade makes a drive, busts a left, and basically clears the light. These fools run the red light.
Yo, how comes nobody ever got shot other than the one person.
That's a California thing to do. But 2 cars running a red light like that, man, that's some goofy shit. They never knew this. They never noticed this shit. And y'all be like, yo, Seti Nash, whenever we see you outside, your eyes be up. I'm like, bro, I notice all of this shit. I don't be paranoid for no reason. This kind of exonerated me. And everybody hopped out that truck. When they pull up to the gas station, everybody in Quando Rondo's camp hops out the truck. They go inside the gas station and start getting chips and sodas and candy and all this shit. And what ends up happening is the damn Infinity pulls up on the truck. So before it backs into the gas station, it pulls up at the front of the gas station and let them out. The damn white Infinity is there and is looking. And I'm like, why didn't they just shoot these dudes right here? But they was scoping, they was looking. Quando Rondo was in the back, so they never see Quando Rondo because he in the back of the store trying to decide which soda. Like, Quando Rondo, bruh, God was with you that day. 1,000,000%. God was with Quando Rondo that goddamn day, bruh. Because holy shit, his ass could have died. Where he decided to sit, there were 2 bodies in front of him that protected him from them damn bullets, from the 16 bullets. So I'll say the Infinity rolls up to the Escalade while Quando Rondo's inside the store. The Infinity leaves, it circles the block. They already made their decision. They just finna get out. They're like, we ain't seeing him, but we know he in there. So what initially happened is they believe that Quando Rondo ass was gonna basically pop out around the time they pop out. So they go around, they go park at the goddamn in the alley, hop out. But before they do, the Escalade pulls up, backs in to get gas. So you have the 3 lanes, right? So the outside, the inside, and then the innermost side closest to the building. He parks in the middle one, backs up, and all of this shit. So that's when the shooting happens. Right after the driver pumps the gas, he closes the door, gets in. The door is open where Lil Pop is. They walk up. In 5 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 seconds. I don't even think it was 5 seconds. Might have been 3 or 4 seconds. And that's it. One dude didn't even shoot his gun. What? I forget who it is, but he didn't even shoot his shit at all.
What?
So that ends the day. But what ends up happening?
That gotta be Keith Jones then, because they said that Lindsay popped out first and shot. We know Jam definitely gonna shoot. So it looked like maybe Keith Jones didn't shoot.
The end, we find out that OTF Jam is coming to snitch tomorrow, bro. So exhibit 124 and 125, this is outside the presence of the jury. That is admitted due to prior orders. 227 and 228 is 404B issue, meaning they were hiding this shit. We never got it, which actually wasn't true. The judge can't really understand what's being discussed. We kind of understand what's being discussed a little bit. So the prosecutors say, it's a text between Jam and Lil Durk. And Jam is going to be snitching to it. It was done January 2023, where we find out that the Block is Hot video shoot. That's when they press Jam. Is like, hey, bruh, the feds is on it. So Durk and them know the feds is on it. And they're like, bruh, you making shit hot as hell. This is when Jam decided to turn snitch. Nobody killed his baby mama or no shit like that from OTF or none of that shit. She actually, the lady who got killed wasn't even his damn baby mama in 2.
Damn, chat. A lot of people tell me, rest up, man. Tomorrow's gonna be the big day, but I ain't gonna lie, chat. I ain't trying to even end the stream. Hold up, let me see. Oh, Trap Lil Ross got some shit. Trap Lil Ross. Oh, he was.
Got everything in your backpack or what?
Yeah, I got everything in it.
Oh, so he was confronted. Oh, man. Yo, chat, I'm about to heat up some food, bro. Like, y'all about to go watch me eat. I'm sorry. I got some Olive Garden upstairs, bro. Like, that shit's hitting. I know it's going to be hitting right now. I'm drunk as shit. Well, not really drunk as shit, but, like, this liquor's just on my stomach. I got no food in my stomach. Pause. I got no food in my stomach. All right, let me play this real quick.
Day 1 of the Lil Durk murder for hire trial is concluded.
All right, I'm finna go heat this food up, and then we gonna watch this Trap Lil Raw shit. Give me a little bit. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna eat this shit like not even heated up fully, just because I love y'all. Watch this.
First video I see in my timeline is OTF Vonnie buying jewelry at some point with Durk in a store that films everything. And look at this.
Appreciate it. Gee. Man, it's my birthday now. You ain't even know.
Crazy. Obviously, I'm going to try to find as much witness testimony as possible from tweets and articles. Brad Cohen, very experienced lawyer. I think he was even Durk's lawyer at some point. He's been a lot of people's lawyers. He tweeted, when someone takes a plea and admits to arranging everything for a murder, then says, but Lil Durk maybe do it, which is what Vonnie is doing. It's not snitching to say, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He admits to setting the shit up. He admits to arranging it all, and he has motive to do it. So the narrative right now going around somehow is that Durk is snitching. I don't know how that started, but that's just defense strategy. I mean, what else are they going to say? We have no idea what's happening, you know what I'm saying? It's not really snitching to say, I have nothing to do with any of this. The discourse for this trial has been a shit show on Twitter, but let's go into witnesses. All right, 4 witnesses testified today. After a 25-minute recess, prosecutors began calling them, starting with testimony about the shooting itself. Martha Liulo, who testified regarding LAPD 911 calls, was the first witness. 911 call was placed for jurors in which a frantic woman reported the shooting of Robinson. The woman could be heard repeatedly saying, oh my God, as she described the incident. She reported that semi-automatic weapons have been used and said a group of people were responsible. When asked for information, the woman said she did not want to be a part of this, explaining that she simply wanted someone to know what happened. The defense did not cross-examine her. That's very common in these cases. I mean, if you witness a shooting and you can probably guess it's gang-related, do you want to give your name over the phone? I wouldn't. Fuck out of here. I probably ain't even called 911. I'm running, dipping, hiding out of there. All right. LAPD Detective Samuel Murillo testified that the shooting occurred at approximately 5:30 p.m. on August 19th, 2022. Murillo said investigators recovered 16 10mm shell casings, 2 9mm shell casings, and 1 bullet jacket at the scene. Quando Rondo was driving a black 2018 Cadillac Escalade that was parked at a pump number 8. After the shooting, the Escalade drove away before coming at a stop at San Vicente Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard, in which investigators treated as a second crime scene. The video of Quando screaming no, looking at his cousin's dead body.
Savannah rapper Quando Rondo, a passenger in that car, frantic at the sight. It all started at this mobile gas station at 5:30 Friday evening.
Some very sad shit. Lindsay's defense attorney cross-examined Murillo about physical evidence. Murillo confirmed that investigators did not find Lindsay's fingerprints or DNA on the gun or at the scene. So that's Brown Eye's defense attorney trying to separate his client from the incident as much as possible. You can find my client's DNA or fingerprints, right? Luis, a former LA County Sheriff's deputy, testified that he responded after pedestrians flagged him down. Calvillo approached the Escalade and found a victim bleeding inside the vehicle. He pulled Robinson from the SUV and attempted CPR on the ground next to the vehicle. Body camera footage from Calvillo's perspective was shown to the jurors. Robinson could be heard moaning inside the Escalade before Calvillo removed him. Quando Rondo could also be heard screaming no, according to Calvillo's testimony. Calvillo testified that he was unable to resuscitate Robinson. There was no cross on him either. LA County Medical Examiner Dr. Richard Wu testified about Robinson's autopsy. Wu? Dude, what are with these names in these trials recently? Like, Wu? I'm going to say Wu, straight up. Wu said he performed approximately 3,000 autopsies and has testified in court about 75 times. A photograph of Robinson showing 3 gunshot wounds and an exit wound was shown to the jurors. Wu testified that Robinson suffered 4 gunshot wounds and listed the cause of death as gunshot wounds and the manner of death as homicide. 1 bullet wound entered the left side of Robinson's chest, striking his left rib, left lung, and heart. This sounds just like the Folio case, like the chest somewhere, and hit the lungs and the heart and ribs. Wu testified that the wound would have caused internal bleeding and damage to the lung and heart, making breathing and blood circulation difficult. 2 gunshot wounds were located on Robinson's left bicep, with 1 producing an exit wound. A 4th gunshot was located on his left front forearm. There was no cross on him either. A lot of no cross today. It's pretty standard because it's just basic facts that they really can't dispute about, you know, autopsy and everything. The 911 caller records are always pretty boring in every trial. I literally like want to fucking jump out a window when the 911 caller person is up there. Afternoon testimony focuses on cars, surveillance, and alleged logistics. After lunch, prosecutors presented extensive surveillance and financial evidence. Here we go.
My bad.
To connect the alleged shooters to banks and for the movements preceding the shooting.
No clowning. I got my little chicken parm. I'm good right now. All right. I want to see.
I'm gonna just hold on to this. I'm gonna go speak to Duty. We'll vlog it. Just film, yeah? All right, so I've been invited to go and talk to Duty Low. I never met Duty Low. Last I heard, Duty Low was trying to fight me. So this is definitely gonna be an interesting one. We're gonna see what Duty Low got to say. And hopefully it's positive, all right? I'm seeing the whole Free Durk crew outside.
That's Op Guard.
And I feel like everybody can kind of see. I've been trying to be impartial recently, but we're going to see. Hey, what's going on?
I'm here with Big Durk family. I'll do a
Oh, what's up?
What's up? We got the
I met Durk briefly. Yeah, no, he's a good guy.
Yeah, we got the Do Eyes for Durk shirt. So I know you're covering everything.
Yeah, for
I know
sure.
you got your shirt and tie.
Hey, what's happening, man?
What's wrong? You
Good
good?
to meet you, man. Hey, we ain't having a fade now.
Hey, I got 100,000 now. I just say
we got bigger stuff to work on now. You know what I'm saying? We got bigger, more important things.
Just make sure you do the correct shit, man.
I'm trying to be fair and real and honest.
No, don't try to be fair. Be fair.
I'm gonna be fair and honest.
Right,
I'm gonna be fair. Good to meet you, though, man.
Yoda says do or don't do. There is no try. But when you do your recap video, make sure you wear your Do Eyes for Durk shirt for all the people calling.
Hey, I want to say, I want to say, shout out to Muslimatic because I've spoken to him before.
Yeah,
Really
we all Muslimatic. We all Muslimatic. Moving in Chicago, we everywhere.
For real.
So when you're making your recap videos, when you Do Eyes for Durk, we calling for those believers and everybody else. Call on Allah for mercy.
Is this called a present or not?
What size is this? They're saying I put on weight, man.
That's your size.
We saying you got L. Okay. We make it L work. I thought you were gonna hit me with double XL, man.
No, I got you.
All right, what we saying? Appreciate it, bro.
And I want to see some reports on the Queen too.
On the Queen?
You know, all the stuff they did in Nigeria and everywhere else.
Queen ain't got no songs. Queen got no slaps like that, man. What are you talking about?
Talk about
No, I appreciate it, man.
journalism.
No, for real. Thank you, bro.
But it's all love. God bless.
Thank you. God bless you too.
That was good.
Wait, what?
That was buddy from last time I told you? Oh, he looks familiar.
Was it? Hey, what's good, man? How you doing? Hey, what are you saying, Seti? I just met Duty Low for the first time. You know what I'm saying? How are you feeling about everything going on?
I know everybody.
Yeah, you know everybody. You big know everybody, man. You be knowing all the lawyers.
Why said he looking at Trap like that?
Ain't all my money coming in.
If I get a case, I need to call you, man.
But you safe, man. You safe when you in LA as far as coming out. Ain't nobody gonna do shit. I may not like what you say.
Hey, I feel like I'm safe. They saw me getting pressed. They thought like it was over with for me. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's trolling. They just, they gonna voice their opinions. You give an opinion. That's not press.
Hey, let me tell you this. One thing I like about Trap, he's fearless. Trust me. Like, a lot of dudes, when y'all, the way they talk about Trap, always some white boy from London, you'd have been thought you scared him away already. Bro, he gonna still show up.
I've been impressed. Go to South Central. That's being impressed. That's being impressed. When somebody come to you face to face,
All right, let's see his other video.
All right, folks, so I'm here outside the courthouse. Just got out of day 3 of the Lil Durk trial. There's a lot going on.
Well, I said 8 hours ago. Hold up. Okay.
All right, so I'm back. I'm outside the courthouse. All right, there's been all sorts going on. I'm going to do a quick update here, and then what I'm going to do is go and do a full update from my desk, because I have so many notes. I'm just going to sweat to death out here if I do the whole thing. So I'm just going to give you guys like a brief update of kind of the second half, everything that happened in the second half. And I'll be honest, there's probably going to be a few things that I missed, all right? There were a few things that I basically thought was a little bit iffy. No disrespect to anybody at the courtroom. The courtroom staff are doing an amazing job of managing a whole lot of people, doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. But for some reason, they kept all the accredited media outside the courtroom for like 25 minutes. I don't know if it's because Machine Gun Kelly had come through. He was seemingly getting priority over the media, which was weird. They let MGK in before the media. Maybe he had some sort of secret backdoor celebrity pass. But a lot of the media missed 20 minutes of testimony. They let in, obviously, Durk's family, which completely understood takes priority, as well as Lil Pab's family who are in the courtroom. But yeah, there was about 20 minutes of testimony I missed. Allegedly, it was from the lead detective. I didn't actually get the chance to see them introduce themselves. But they basically gave a whole bunch of information. They pretty much showed everything to do with the cars that were used to kill Lil Pab and the whole stalking narrative. I'm not going to lie, they did a very good job of explaining the likely stalking that had been going on. One of the craziest things, they were talking about the BMW. It was a BMW M5, so these guys were sliding in style. I'm not going to lie to you. That is a super exclusive whip. It was a BMW M5 and an Infiniti. I don't think they said what kind. I would like to think it was a Q50 if they're coming out from Chicago, but I don't really know. But basically...
Was it M5 competition? That's like some W sliding, yo.
What I do know is that, like, that BMW M5, it had a tracker in it, and what was really interesting was Vonnie had been sliding around in this BMW M5 right before the murder had happened. He'd been driving it around, he'd been parking it at Durk's California crib in Encino. They had a GPS tracker that tracked that kind of, what's it called? It tracked that actual BMW around all these locations, including to Durk's crib. It was left at Durk's crib when they flew out to Miami for a day. Apparently Durk and Vonnie and a couple other guys flew out to Miami to do a song with DJ Khaled, and then they came back on the 18th of September, and then...
Chat, did y'all figure out what song he did with Khaled? Was it Every Chance I Get?
Suddenly, the hit squad was initiated.
Is he on that song?
Vonnie went straight back to Durk's house from the private jet, picked up the BMW M5 and started stalking Quando Rondo. That BMW M5 had stalked Quando Rondo until the early hours of the morning into the morning of the 19th of August. We saw video footage of the BMW M5 and the Infiniti circling around the block outside the Level Hotel where Quando was apparently staying. This is in downtown, so not far from the courthouse. And it was just crazy. They were on Quando's case. We saw footage of Quando and Lil Pab going in and out of the hotel. I don't know if they'd gone out for a cigarette or just to get something or for a smoke or something, but they'd gone out.
So I only eat the chicken. Once I eat the chicken, I'm like, I'm good.
Saw them on the street a little bit, coming back in. It seemed like the killers had actually missed them by a little bit, and then they spent all night circling the block until like past 1 a.m. They didn't have any luck, so they drove back to wherever they were staying. The BMW M5 went back to Durk's house and was there overnight, and then in the morning they started sliding again. They waited outside Quando's hotel to come out and try and catch him. They followed him all around town. They followed him to the Bathe and Ape store. We saw footage of them pulling up to Bathe and Ape, Quando and Lil Pab walking around Bathe and Ape in Hollywood. I've been to that Bathing Ape store, it's lit. I've bought loads of stuff in that Bathing Ape store. I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? They showed the cars circling the block in front of the Bape store, basically stalking Quando and Pab. They showed them following them from there. They said that they were driving dangerously, running red lights, doing all type of stuff to basically keep up with them. They said they were driving dangerously, putting the public at risk to continue with this stalking activity that they were doing, all right? So that's screwed up in itself. But you know what's crazy? The detective said, I did a lot of looking into this BMW. I found out it had a GPS tracker. I went to the exotic car rental spot where the BMW M5 was rented from because the Infiniti was stolen. Don't know how they got it. They haven't got into that yet. They said that this was crazy. This blew my mind. They said, did you see anything interesting when you pulled up to the rental spot where the BMW was rented from? They said, yeah. They said, what did you see? They said, I went in the office. They had a framed picture of the owner with Lil Durk. I'm thinking, what the hell? You had a framed picture of the guy that owned the rental spot, that rented the car that was used in the murder. That car went back to Durk's house in between all of the stalking and the murders. They're saying that that car was 2 blocks away when the murder happened. The Infiniti was the murder car that was used right at the gas station. Vonnie was apparently, the BMW was apparently waiting. Vonnie's car was just 2 blocks away, a 7-minute walk away from where the murder happened. Then they all met up at In-N-Out, then they all went their separate ways. That car went back to Durk's crib.
Now, this is interesting, but Durk has an explanation. Durk was never in the car. This is why when people say, why is Durk throwing everything on Vonnie? Well, remember, Durk's never in the car. Durk never drove the car. Durk was never 2 blocks away. Vonnie was. Now, the easy explanation is Vonnie was allowed to come to my crib. I didn't know he was bringing some car that was going to be involved in the murder. So Durk could still claim, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I know the car tracks back to the Airbnb I'm at, but I was staying with Vonnie. Vonnie's my assistant.
I'm sorry, but like, how are you going to explain that? That is crazy. So they had a whole bunch of records related to that BMW, and I can explain to you more of that in a longer video later on when I get back to my office. But basically, that was just like extremely damning stuff. They then went on to show all of the footage. So obviously in the morning, I'd already told you guys that we had seen this harrowing footage of Lil Pab being taken out of the car, Quando screaming no, Lil Pab taking his last breaths. Really, really tragic stuff, and rest in peace to him. My condolences to his family. I did see them in the courtroom today. I didn't approach them. It didn't really feel appropriate in context of what was going on, but rest in peace and my condolences. That was horrible enough. But then we saw even more footage of the shooting as it happened. They had even more angles. The gas station where they got shot up, they pulled up before they actually parked at the gas pump, and Quando and Pab went in to get snacks. They had footage from inside the gas station showing Quando and Pab getting snacks in the same outfits. They showed the car actually circled around the Infiniti. It went through the gas station and drove right next to Quando and Pab's car before it backed into the gas pump. They circled around numerous times, went through the gas station. That was crazy. Obviously, we saw the shooting footage again, but it was synced up with the footage of Quando in the gas station. So we're seeing them pull up. We're seeing them walking in the gas station, picking their snacks, coming out. It took quite a long time, and then when they're outside finishing up pumping gas, that's when the shooters come, shoot the place up and drive off. We saw all of that. We also saw Durk's financial records. We saw his Amex account statements. This was bad. They said that Durk, first off, Durk had an Amex that had 4 different people on the accounts that had cars. It was his company. He had an LLC that I think it was called something like, I won't say because I don't want any identifying info, but it was called like something sounds. It was like an LLC that you might have for the music industry, that you might be doing your official activities through, right? So interestingly enough, after that, we basically found out that Durk had this Amex account, 4 different people had access, and all of the flights for the hitmen had been booked on that Amex account. It was bad news, okay? It was bad news, all right? You see the guy across the street?
It's your friend, right?
It's my friend. If he comes over, I'm gonna film him. So look, they basically found that this Amex account, all right, it had 4 other people had cards. One of them was Durk's dad. One of them was someone that Durk worked with, that Durk had hired. And another one was sort of almost like someone on the business side of things. But basically what ended up happening, all of the hitmen's flights were booked on the Amex. We saw the statement of the Amex showing everything that was going on with that. We basically saw that he had spent $150,000 in a month on this Amex, $6,700 at Amiri, $3,000 at Neiman Marcus, and several $1,000s on these hitmen. Now, it wasn't Durk's card, it wasn't the Durk Bank's Amex card, but it was his company, his LLC that he owned account that had all of this stuff paid for. So honestly, that was pretty bad, okay? That was pretty odd, but you know, we saw the footage of the hitman arriving in San Diego. They said that they'd had a party bus, a Sprinter, that had driven them from San Diego to Los Angeles, all right? This is all pretty serious, I'm not gonna lie to you. All of that stuff was just crazy. So there was so many more little details that I wanna get into, but I'm gonna have to get into it in a separate video. But Durk's house, he was staying in a house in Encino, California. He had it on a sort of medium-term rental. He was paying $35,000 a month for his rental, and Vonnie parking the BMW used in the reconnaissance for the hit at it. Absolutely crazy. Drove it there after the hit, had it there stored before the hit. They flew out to DJ Khaled's studio together. So Vonnie took that BMW to a shop called REI or Ray. You Americans can tell me how it's pronounced. I've been there one time, but it's like a, you know, like a sporting goods store. He went and bought the ski masks that were used in the hit in the store, all right? They had a receipt for the ski masks that were bought. They were the exact same ski masks that were used in the hit. They showed the surveillance footage from the hit showing that they were in the same ski masks. Obviously, I might have already told you guys, but the hitters, actually I wouldn't have already told you guys, the hitters were wearing the same shoes in the hit video. They changed their top halves, but they kept on the same pants and the same shoes. They had very distinctive shoes. They were looking like different types of retro Jordans to me. Somebody had a pair of red on, somebody had a black pair with white accents, somebody had a gray pair of Jordans, like the later stage Jordans type, you know, I could probably find you a picture in another video when I'm at my desk. But basically, they wore the same pants and the same shoes on the hit when they had the ski masks on, and then to in and out with their faces out. Absolute insanity. Now, what was really crazy, I might let this ambulance go by first before I tell you the next part, because you ain't gonna be able to hear nothing. And there's an ambulance sliding on me right now, okay? So there was just so much going on, right? There's just a lot going on. I'm going to address everything else that's going on later on in another.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna read some donations, but we're about to call it a night, chat. 10 hours. Hopefully, y'all give me a W for the first day of stream. We are gonna be back here tomorrow. You know, again, I'm still good to go. I could go on a little bit more, but because tomorrow's gonna be a big day, the snitches are coming out. We got to be on point early. We got to get to it tomorrow. And as much as, you know, I love we're in here cooking, but tomorrow is gonna be the day that we're gonna saute. Okay. Let me just read a couple donations. I thank everybody who has donated. Keem Chillin says, I see the shirt. I'm from the CEO Network as well. Refresh. Oh, all right. Salute to you, bro. Donat Savage Analyst says, I'm here. Lil Durk was set up. Okay, he's there. Shout out to him, brother. Chopstar, thank you for the 5. Said, bro, take your ass to the trial. All these journalists are not reliable, bro. Ard Varkian says, Durk is a rat. Ari says, don't go to him to cover. We don't want to hear him. Who are you talking about? Aaron says, Trenches says he finna, Trenches News say he finna hit you up. Trenches, let's get on tomorrow. Trenches, you know, you've been doing a lot of good work. I want to give you your credit, and also I definitely want you to hop on here tomorrow. Mr. All the Way Up, thank you for the 2. It says, salute, Ak, and blessings to you. Minosa, thank you for becoming a member. Alexa, it says, why isn't Duty Low in jail if that's his right hand? King Buck, thank you for the gifted memberships and also the memberships that you're at C4 says, lock the long tail rat called Durk up. Come on. Yeah, I think Durk's a rat. Thank you for the 10 Canadian Light Oliver Says, why is he talking to this ignorant crackhead? She's crying about her son killed in the streets. I guess she's talking about Mama Durk. Acting like he never hurt, robbed, or killed no one. She didn't care then, but now it affects her. Jelano Bees, thank you for the 20. Says, is Durk telling on Voniac? Is the same Durk that had tears in his eyes, talking about how he hated snitches, saying ain't so. Little Oliver say, so Duck never killed him or rapped about smoking on people. She didn't care then. Okay. Sky High Grad tomorrow. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Ooh, appreciate you. UK Hemi says, curious to hear G Herbo and BB's input. Glad they stay out of the way. I don't think they're going to comment publicly. I don't think so. From the bottom, PCast, thank you for the 5. Act, why are you putting people on your stream that are totally against him, but none of Durk's supporters are allowed to... what you got against Durk? No, tomorrow we're calling Mimo 600 tomorrow. So tomorrow Mimo 600 is going to be on. Okay? Chat, we are putting everybody on. Okay? Little Oliver says, I'm just pointing out a double standard. When her son does, he's talking about Mama Duck. But when other niggas do the same, she cries about it. IQ Report says, yo, Ak, I'm the one that I got into it with Trap Lord Ross outside the building. He complained to the police. Now I can't go up there. Oh, you got banned, IQ Reports? But why'd you get at him like that, though? Why'd you get at him like that? The SB said on King David, on Steve Drive, he said, I think I might put in a 3-week vacation to go back to Colombia and slide the good wave on Latin for Durk and him. IQ Report says, yo, Ak, I'm the one who got into it with him. I can't go. So you got banned from the court because of that? Or are you saying Trap Lord snitched on you? Lil T Oliver says, yo, everything she's crying about, including clowning the ops and smoking on this and that, her son did to others. Jay Skino Live, thank you. Hollywood, thank you for the 20. Says, Vonnie doesn't have a criminal history. History's going to start today. Free Durk. Ether, thank you for the 10. It says, Ak, you a goat. Keep it up, gang. Appreciate you. He says, are you going to cover the Mo 3 cases as well? Yes. Well, Yellow Beezy's kind of going through it. Let me figure out a way how to get some of those stuff up and give you the relevant details. Right now, we're locked in. Our primary focus is going to be the Durk stuff. Wood says, Ak, you did great, man. I've been watching since 3:30 in Seattle. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you guys for who sent in treats and jewels and all that type of stuff. I appreciate all of you guys. Remember, I'm only going to cut tonight's stream because I want to savor my voice. After a certain while, you keep pushing it, you're going to lose your voice. And I've been broadcasting for so long, I know when I'm getting to that point. Okay, now on the Academy, I'm going to read all these. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. J-Mac, thank you. He said Wicked Films. J-Mac on YouTube, Real Rap. He also said Lil Schmirk, listen to Wicked Films. Okay. Gino says, this is the same motherfucker who sent Spot'em God his money back for snitching after the feature. Who did that? Is that Durk? Gino said, pepper spray? At least you ain't die. He said that's what King Von would say. Dave, thank you for becoming a member. YG Bodybuilder says, yo, let it all be known. Your lawyer is defending you, is not snitching. That's why they say let your lawyer do the talking. D-Rap B says, I got 2 more Glock Dookies for sale. Fuck it, buy one, get one free, me and my homie. Go make like 3 fresh ones tonight. Hit me up. Legendary says, Blackshire Flick, go on his account. Trey Life 2 says, Duck shot T-Roy in the hand. Trey Life says, her son shot people out here. I know, I'm not tripping. Michael Phelps says, ask Mama Duck what happened to FBG. And also thank you for becoming a member. Legendary 2553. And for 10 says, go to Blackshire Flick page. What's on there? Michael Robinson says, play Lil Durk Instigator one time. Belfast B-Mac, thank you for the 5 gifted. Legendary 2553. Thank you. Ghost Dog TV, thank you for becoming a member. 22 months, big. Legendary 2523, thank you for the 20. Says, go through that super chat, motherfucker. I'm going through it now, brother. Oh, chat. Yo, you know my back? Shit, I can't even show y'all, but. Yo, so, chat, you know I'm building some shit outside. Yo, because I haven't closed up one of the shit I'm building, like the pool house, there's a bunch of wasp in it. So yesterday, I'm fucking like trying to like, I'm almost done with my song. I'm gonna show you when I completely get done. It's gonna take 2 more days, 2-3 more days, and by the end of this week, my song should be done. Chat. Yo, I moved like a piece of like 2x4, and there was a bunch of wasp under there, nigga. The wasp attacked me, nigga. Like, bro, they bit me like 5 places over my back. I gotta show y'all the video. Nigga, I jumped in my own pool with my full clothes on. Because, you know, everything's about it. I jumped in the pool with full clothes on. Them wasps was over there just giving it to me. They were stinging the shit out of me, bro. Right now, I feel like a big-ass bump on my back, and it's clearly because I got stung by a wasp. Fuck. Anyway. No excuses. Crazy said he cordial now. When he claimed you corny. Chat, we show love to everybody. I'm appreciative that people are out there, man. Okay. All right, chat. I'm going to call it a day today. All right. W in the chat. You guys are so amazing. Always remember, as much as I provide, you guys provide as well. We have the best audience. We have the smartest audience in hip hop. This is the reason why everybody is, whether they like me, hate me, they got to respect you guys. I appreciate you guys for rocking out today. Obviously, we're making this commitment to stream this entire trial, and we'll be back tomorrow. So tomorrow, I want you to catch me around kind of looking at maybe 1 o'clock, 1. But definitely before 2, because we want to, obviously people are going to get into court. We wanted the first update. So chat, thank you so much. I will see you in the morning. And hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream. We'll come back tomorrow with more. And I'll try to get on earlier because I like to set stuff up on a narrative way, or at least give you a story about what's exactly, you could read documents, but you got to put it together. So we could do that tomorrow. All right. Chat, love y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace out. Hopefully it's a W stream. See you tomorrow.